Alright, we are unmuted.
Oh no. Not unmute.
Can you talk for a little bit, Mike?
Yeah?
Okay, cool. Yeah, no, the audio levels was for some reason looking like it was too quiet.
Hmm. Oh yeah.
You can hear this game, right?
On which one?
Discord.
Yeah, I can see it and hear it.
Okay, cool. Don't it seem my mouse seems to be disappeared in the game again. Dang it. Why does it always have to have like these slight problems? Well, I'm gonna switch over to the actual screen because just so I can be very clear on this. Today we're playing Machinarium for a while because this was a game Mike requested a while ago and found time to actually put it on for once. So we're gonna see how long this Machinarium takes to beat. It should only take for like about what it said, a few hours. Yeah. Use that to screen adjust.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Looks like my controller's not working. Ah, whatever. I guess I'll just use mouse and keyboard at this rate. It's not that big of a deal. I thought I could just use my controller, but it looks like it's not gonna happen. So, but then again, I'm not complaining. I did try to play the game just so I can play around with the settings, but we're gonna go with that. It looks like my audio settings are not working on that. I need to make sure my audio settings are working on this one, so otherwise I can't get the audio for this game. Machinarium. I guess worst case scenario, I'm just gonna have to do like on desktop sound than anything. Yeah, it looks like it's going on the desktop sound than anything. Oh well. Gonna have to manually keep alt tab because apparently this game doesn't have a Windows mode,
Huh.
which really sucks.
I mean, it seems like everything's coming in alright.
Yeah, on Discord it's fine, but I'm trying to make sure the audio levels on the stream is fine too. Not too loud, not too soft. Alright, so I'm starting a new game. Alright, so I will say this is my first time playing this game. I don't know anything about it. Same thing with Mike.
Yep.
All I know is this follows a little cute robot. Hold on. Actually, I just realized something I need to do quickly on my end. There we go. There we go. Right, so let's see. I just want to see. I guess I can save manually. Huh. Pressure speed and everything. Everything looks fine. It's weird that there is windowed mode, but the problem is that it makes it awkward. Interact with objects within the character's reach of the robot. Okay, so... Okay, so this is a point-and-click adventure? It looks like it. So this is like a point-and-click adventure where... Huh.
Cool. So it is one of those point and click.
I like how it's like... I'm just gonna look around. Obviously, there should be stuff around here. Okay, so I can combine two things. Interesting. Okay, so I guess it is a point-and-click adventure where you have to solve puzzles and go through this whole world. Interesting game so far. I just got kicked. What? I do kind of like the gritty aesthetic of the game. Gives you really a sense of what this whole place is. This game is called Machinarium, it created. Basically, this was a requested game by Mike, the archaeologist, and I basically... So I'm assuming that I have to go down the bridge, but I can't do it without disguising myself. But basically what's going on is that he requested this game called Machinarium. It's like a little indie game that's a point-and-click adventure by the looks of it. And I don't know much about it outside of like it's a cute little game. And it's basically a point-and-click puzzle-solving game is all. Oh, I see what I have to do. Yeah, so this is literally just a point-and-click puzzle solving. I think the title says Banjo-Tooie still. Does it still type Banjo-Tooie? Oh, hey, Miku. Does it? Oh my god. Twitch did not update. I literally just, like, did that. Well, whatever. Oh yeah, I should update the game title. Twitch is being weird. So hi Miku, hi Crate, how you guys doing? We're doing some Machinarium. I don't know what this game's all about, but we'll see. I don't know Banjo-Tooie, so I thought that's it's time to stream it. Usual time. Yeah, it's not my usual time. Mainly because it's like it's mainly because Mike requested this, and oh, how do I do this? Oh, yeah, Mike requested this game, and this game takes like a few hours to complete. So it's one of those things that I'm trying to like get it done ASAP in a sense. Like this game should be done in like a few hours is what it sounded like. So I thought like maybe I should be able to beat this game within a few hours. So we're seeing what I can do. That's why I'm like currently doing all this, is just like trying to beat it like within a few hours so that we can beat it. But this is like, I don't know much about this game, so we're trying to go through it as best we can. Doing well, about to eat some pizza. The outside does look like a darker theme of Cuphead. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I got off of the third slide. It's gonna just be like this game and one other game, which is basically like Machinarium, and then I'm still debating whether it be Banjo-Tooie or... I still fell anyway, so what was the point of that? Banjo-Tooie and or Black 2. So I'm trying to see if I can beat this game tonight. This game supposedly takes a few hours, but I think I know what the few hours is. It's just figuring out what to do. Oh, there it is. What does that do? Oh, I have to... Okay. Okay, so I have to push that up. Hey, Blaze, I ought to tell you, I'm Kasumi. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was figuring that would be you, Kasumi. I just did not know if confirmed or not, is all. Okay, so I can go down. What the heck? How you doing, Kasumi? I'm glad that you're back on Twitch at the very least. Okay. Such an interesting, weird game. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought you had to do, but how do I get up there? Can I not grab it? I guess I have to put it a little higher. Oh, okay. Do I sound obvious? No, you didn't sound obvious. It was just like I had a feeling when you mentioned that, oh, you know me, and you was like we talked about it and everything. So I don't know. It sounded something like you would do. I couldn't hide from us from ever. Glad to be here watching your streams. I'm glad that you're here. I have a strong feeling. Gonna lie. Yeah, it's like that. The hints that you were giving yesterday. Whoa, what was that? Mike, whoa. Mike? Oh, there it is. There it is. Mike. What do I... Mike, nope. That still hurts.
How about now?
You're good.
Okay. All I had to do was unplug and plug back in my microphone.
That wasn't the game. I don't know. Do you want me to call you Katsumi or Miku? There it is. Finally. Jeez. Figuring out the perspective was a little weird, but then again, kind of obvious now. That wasn't from the game. That was straight up the Mike's mic.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Yeah, my mic is sort of a little fidgety sometimes.
Interesting. Oh, he's a bully? Wow, that is a bully. That guy's a bully. I thought it was Blaze in the Dials. Katsumi for sure. Okay, Katsumi. Oh yeah, that was thought it was Blaze turning to that. I thought it was the game too. Nah. Wait, what? Oh, that's cute. The laughing is kind of weird. Also, hi Darunia, how you doing? Been doing well, Darunia? Okay. Very creepy laugh, yeah. I feel like this game is very depressing and a sad scene considering the artwork. Yeah, it does look like that. I mean, I never really heard of it until Mike referenced it. just trying to figure out what to do. Oh, okay, so I can walk there. Might be trying to give off that vibe too, yeah. Okay. Think I know what to do. Let's see if this one. Good, just with a girlfriend watching a movie and wanted to say hi. No worries, Tarunian. I hope you two have a great time. Oh, I was about to burn myself. So the developer did a great job doing that. I absolutely love the amount of care idle. Yeah, indie developers are always great. So I think I have to go up. Yeah. Oh, wait. Okay. I see what to do. I think. Okay, yeah, that's what I kind of figured. What does these do? So oh, I think I know what to do. So this one should stop it from going down, is what I'm assuming it does. Such a weird game. Oh, okay. So yeah, it does stop it. Got it. I don't know if I'll be able to finish this within the time limit I put myself, but we'll see. need to figure out how to destroy, like, stop that. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so that's it right there. My guest caught a cold last night. Apparently now they have a sore throat, coughing. I hope I don't catch. I hope you don't catch a cold. What do you call it? Steampunk? I don't. Is it steampunk? I mean, this is kind of steampunk-esque with the amount of like stuff going on. This is more like, I don't know what I know the topic of steampunk. Wow, both of them are bullies. Wow, both of them are extreme bullies. Oh, I need a cigar. So apparently I can go poop there. There's nothing there. Can I go poop again? So apparently I can go poop. Yeah, so I needed to try it, put it together, and then give him a smoke. It's not much of a smoke. I just took his arm. Wait, can I reach into Pooper Shooper? Can I reach into Pooper Shooper? No, apparently I can't. That's gonna be weird. I like how they're still scared of it. Yeah, grab your arm back. So I hope the audio is fine with this game. Assuming this is a psychiatric. I'm mostly listening. No worries. I don't know. I was just thrown into this as a robot. This is a robot dystopia. What I'm assuming. Basically, what you are seeing is literally the beginning. Nothing more out of that. Trying to figure out. Okay, now I got that. I was wondering why I can't click it, but I guess I couldn't. I guess they don't want to be saved. I was thinking out of for you guys. You said Mike recommended this? Yeah, because apparently Mike saw this game and thought it was pretty cool. So I thought like, all right, cool. He requested it a long time ago, so I was just like, all right, cool, I'll play it. And here we are playing it. Is that his girlfriend? Oh, so these bullies hit his girlfriend? Okay, so I have pick one. I wonder if he ever gets suspicious about the amount of bullets that just disappear. I tried freeing you guys and you guys wouldn't come. Okay, so I got an idea. I'm just stealing all his bullets. Oh, Mike is here, actually. He is currently in the voice call. Mike, you can say hello. Mike?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. See, my Crate is saying like you should be here, and it's like I'm making sure that you're here.
Yeah, I'm still here. Currently eating.
Okay. Crate says hi, Mike. But
Hello, Craig.
yeah, yeah.
I'm
Assuming,
just finishing up my supper.
yep, that's a good idea. Also, yeah, I think Kasumi, he's drunk. Definitely going to be taking a little nap after dinner. Stuff like, oh, dude, Craig, you should really get some rest. Yeah, especially as living creatures, emotions are probably not. Lol. So that's like a password, I'm guessing. Yeah, no. I thought I know you that the mic. Yeah, not Mike. The robot. Sorry. Yeah, the robot seemed drunk, is what I was saying. Apologies if it wasn't a little clear. Nice kick. Are they planting a bomb? And so I'm like, am I trying to stop these bullies from destroying the city? Because that looks like a bomb that they're trying to do. That is 3, 5. That's 5, 9. I love puzzles. I really like this game. Yeah, puzzles are nice. This one's a very simple point and click game. There's plenty of puzzle games out there on Steam. Indeed, this is stereotypical. Look like they're really free. Almost for free, but yeah. There's also the fact that I would say if you like puzzles, Craig, you might try Professor Layton. Those are some pretty good puzzles. Hard puzzles, but pretty good. I would like got this eventually, I guess. Is it the opposite way? Then it would be 9, 15, 20, 25. I swear I saw that right. Was it not? Was it not? Okay, so I guess that's not it then. I swear I thought it. Easy. Yeah, Steam does have a lot of great deals. Which is why this game is also on Steam. Oh, that's in between. That's shorthand. So that is 4:45. 4:45. Got it. Currently, I want to lower down the audio a little bit. Oh, shoot. Alright. Anything on the 5 feels free. There are always law deals on Steam and everything. So it's $4.45. Oh. Wow. This is a puzzle. This is gonna take me a little bit, guys. Please bear with me. I'm not always the best with this type of puzzles. Come on, that's the direction I want to go, yeah.
You would hate the puzzles in Resident Evil.
I mean, I did try Resident Evil 2 remake at least, so
And weren't the puzzles annoying?
yeah, a little bit. I'm not the best at these types of puzzles, I will say. Flat out. I was like, I'm getting close there and I am missing the segment. Oh, wait a minute. If I look at like this way, I might be able to do this. I keep clicking on the wrong thing to turn over, but I guess that's how it is. Okay, okay. There we go. It go this way. There we go. Kind of what I wanted to do.
Wow, this is even confusing for me.
Yeah, I know what I have to do. It's just the problem is getting it there. Where is Emoto when you need her? I know she's currently watching Digits, baby. Puzzles! Hey, Voltage, by finishing up, you mean... No, I'm not thinking of 100%ing that. But, Emoto, we need puzzles. Puzzles help. Those things are... It's probably on the Switch. Yeah, it is on Switch, I believe. either 3 and R8. I'm not sure why actually they felt like comfortable. Those games are supposed to be waste your time detours. Yeah, these are a lot of like puzzles. It's just like it's difficult to wrap your head around. It's 48 your number custom. But puzzles, Emoto. Okay, so I got nothing there. God dang it, I keep pushing the wrong one. Also, how are you doing, Voltage? You doing well? No, it's not right. There we go. That took a bit to figure out everything. Oh! I'm just like trying to figure this out. Twitch Mobile is being a bit of a jerk right now. Twitch, I've learned, Voltage, that Twitch Mobile is always a jerk, no matter what. Like, for some reason, it's always just a pain in the butt. It's not well made and everything. I don't know what I did for this one, but oh, what the heck what is this? Oh, do I have to reverse this? I think this is one of those, like, you have to reverse the puzzle. Shiza. I messed up there. Hold on. This game's... let's see. I might not be able to watch stream itself due to sheer amount of buffering. I'm sorry. Voltage. Yeah, 4 and 48. Why is that censored? I don't know. But yeah, I'm sorry, Voltage, that it's like that. Maybe it'll get better later today. For sure. Switch of identity. I don't know what that exactly did to help me in the puzzle, but some people think it's strange because superstitions are just like being cautious. Cautious is good. I guess this is what it's meant to be. Um, what am I supposed to do on this one? Oh, it's moving. I did not even pay attention to that. No wonder it took a long time. Drink up, dog! Oh, this is gonna take a long time to move around. Huh. Guess that... How am I supposed to get the dog, then? I do need a suctioner. Where's a suction gun thing? I think I might have to go back in here. I can't do anything with that. I guess I can't do anything with that, no. Oh. I talk about this as superstitions now. Alright, let's check out. What's I need a suction gun. No, it's fine. I'm just like making sure I am like paying attention to you when you guys say stuff and I don't miss what anything important, but I'm kind of trying to figure out on the puzzle screen. I think I'm done with everything I need to do in this. I think I'm done, but we'll find out. Yeah, you were. cutscene, Kraid and them were talking about like Smash for a long time. So how am I supposed to get a suction? Hey Luigi, how you doing? Just trying this beat this game, but the puzzles are a little confusing. So how you doing, Luigi? $50K? What do you mean 50K?
I'm back, bitches!
Hey, Carl. Looks like Kasumi is lurking you, Carl. Claimed. Join a MP game redemption. Oh, multiplayer redemption. Oh, that one. Technically, I haven't even started that stuff yet. What does this do? What does this do? It doesn't do anything until it just goes on that side, which means that I need to find a suction. Where's the heck is a suction? Guess I could just eat it. Oh, you find God Toki? How did you get the Toki one? Carl. This is just me or the Pokemon are most popular choice. Yeah, usually most popular. Gifts up. Oh, makes sense. Just about the some emotes get approved. Sometimes, yeah. What is this thing? Is this like a mini game right here? That is a mini game. Though I think if I do this correctly, I might be able to open this book by the looks of it. Yep, too hard. Squirtle is always the most popular. People are just thirsty, love that. I mean, there's other water type Pokemon out there. Guess that does nothing. Alright, I'm looking for a suction. Where am I gonna find a suction? If I can't find, I can't get it at all. So it basically means what this ultimately means is that I need to find a suction. How do I find a suction?
I've got an idea.
Where is it?
I was thinking, what about that thing that's holding the box?
I can't, that back magnet, I thought so too.
Yeah.
But the problem is that, I can't make that magnet turn off or grab it. I think I could pull
Oh.
up and down, but that's it.
Hmm.
I mean, let me try it again. Yeah, I can pull it up. I can't do anything with this. Yeah, I can pull it down and pull it up. That's it. So that magnet is just there for lifting that part up so I can get to the top. So unless I miss some kind of suction, then I don't know. Is there any, like, am I missing a like suction thingy somewhere around here? I don't think so. Maybe if I look at the telescope again, it might tell me something. I don't know how you feel about Mike. What do you say? Oh wow, Sean just resub. Right, I don't have my notifications on because it's the I had to mute it, but oh my gosh. Sean, 15 months. Thank you for the 15 months, man. Welcome, welcome. I eat you? No, no. Things you say again, page chat. But yeah, Sean has been sub to me ever since I started affiliate, so yeah. Alright, Mike.
Hmm.
Do you think that we should try figuring this out without looking things up? Or if we get stuck, do you think you're okay with looking things up? Because I don't know how you feel.
I'm okay. I'm okay with looking things up and stuff like that.
Do you think we're stumped on this part? Because I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I wouldn't know either. This one is.
This is a hard one.
Oh yeah. This has me completely lost.
Because like you're seeing everything I'm doing. Like I'm going through everything, every single spot.
Yeah.
So I'm just like confused on what to exactly do.
Must be something.
Okay, so let me do this. The button next to the door, yeah, 45. Open the door, you'll notice two large crates stacked. Push them to magnet, speak to the lady. Pick up, raise the lever again. Walk down, remember crate.
Did you manage to find something?
I'm looking at a guide. If there's anything I missed. Oh, wait. Get out of the hole and walk to the left in the middle cell. Roof? Oh, there is a plunger. I missed it, apparently. Alright, bye.
Huh.
Bye, Sean. Hold on, what did I miss? Take a look into
There was a plunger.
Yeah, apparently there's a plunger within one of the cells, and I completely missed that. I guess it shows that we're a little bit unobservant in certain cases.
Where is the plunger?
So according to the guide, there is a plunger right in here in the middle. Oh, there is! Right up there! See it? That's so hard to see, honestly. That's extremely hard to see. I knew I was
thought that
missing
was just
something.
a lamp.
Same here. Okay, that's one of the things about I like the grittiness of the game, but the problem is that it's hard to tell what objects, whether you can click on them or not, or what they are.
Mhm.
It's not exactly well distinguishable, is what I would say. I think that's what this game suffers a little bit. It's like it's hard to tell what you can click and what you cannot. All right, now that I know, I can easily get the dog. In the meantime, I will... Alright, so... Alright, go down.
You son of a Goomba!
Hey, Luigi. With a sound alert. Well, that's just a rude. Wow, I ate the dog! I ate the dog! What Discord said? The sound alert hasn't changed, Carl. I never changed the volume on it.
Hmm.
Hmm.
You son of a Goomba!
What the heck? When did my sound alerts change volume? Great. I think OBS just messed up everything on my settings then. Because that means that I have to reset my settings. Yeah, you know what? I'm just going to mute some sound alerts. Because, like, that is actually really annoying. Because I literally didn't change anything on that. And sound alerts literally changed. It's either sound alerts itself or OBS changed everything. I literally did not do anything. Now that just like that actually upsets me. The amount of times I've had to reset a lot of things just for it to work, it's just really annoying. So apparently on the walkthrough, by the way, Mike, it is apparently we are in part 2 of the game, and there's 4 parts of this game.
Sweet. We're making good on the time then.
We are making good at a time, assuming that each part is about the same size. Those guys are big bullies. Need 5 of those things. What do you need? It's not disabled. The sound alerts are just really lowered. As I mentioned, literally, I didn't change anything. So I literally changed my sound alerts volume all the way down to as low as possible to hear the ones with the channel points. Everything else just got, as I said, I didn't change anything. So most likely sound alerts or OBS changed. I think it's that this maybe like that's like a sound alerts thing. If you guys absolutely need that fix, I can do that in a quick second. I don't know why I ate a bunch of flies. Just to get 5 in a row. Yeah, I need to do that again. This guy's a jerk. Just like go to fish again. Just literally go to fish again. I'm being like a little reckless right now. I could be this more. I could do this more seriously, but yeah. I saw that and I clicked the wrong button. Okay, that one I didn't see. There we go. I won. Kind of bull crapped it a little bit, but I did it. Yo, Door, what's up? We're playing a little game called Machinarium, a game that Mike has requested. We are, I guess, getting to a good chunk through this game. Oh, wait, I think I know what to do. Ew, I ate flies. So how you doing, Door? I still oil can. Wow, I steal it. Definitely more sus than Will. Ha. What is going on? So many places to explore. What the heck? The whole thing isn't infinite. Okay. I think we have to memorize this, Mike. Someone take a picture of it.
Hold on. If my camera will work. Okay.
Alright, and then we got another picture right here. Just woke up, but I woke up with my laptop barely bouncing off the edge of the bed, so you imagine I woke up pretty uncomfy.
Okay.
Oof. Sorry to hear that, Door. I think that's all we need right now, Mike. gonna look around what we got around here. I steal another thing. That guy wants oil. Needs money. Okay. So, trying to figure it out. This game's aesthetically is so lovely. Yeah, no, this game is... It's interesting. Oh, is that arcade? Why did I do that? Oh, God. Puzzles. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. And I can't solve this without that thing. Can I? Well, we're gonna find out. Just gonna figure this out really quickly. That makes the most amount of sense to me. You know what? Without the other thing, I can't do anything. Also, hey Smash, what up to? BRB groceries, no worries, Katsumi. Oh, puzzles are hard though. I have a technique. If you smash the puzzle apart, put the get in order and reassemble it. Yeah, I wish I could, but this game doesn't allow it. Because I can't do anything right now. Smash a computer, then smash the puzzle though. Yep. Then you can reassemble it. True.
Depending if you haven't broken your motherboard.
That's true. Moto, help. Moto, help. Okay, so all the three big jerks are playing in the place over there. Big brain time. Yay!
That robot's actually pretty good.
It is actually. Trying to figure out what do I do? Cause that owl ate my piece. Can I just drop this in there? No. Oh wait, can I just do this? Yeah. Oh wait, wasn't those times like check the picture. Is it's 7? Yeah.
Let me take a look here.
I think
For
it
what?
was. Oh Mike, quickly take a picture of this one.
Alright. Dang it. Got it.
Alright, so we got 3 pictures. So this one was the I guess any of these would work for infinite time. This would be night time. And what the heck is the Star of David?
A good question.
Well, we'll soon have to. We'll find out. The fact that I have to keep doing this is wow. Find it weird how the way I discovered you and Fanta was from getting a random gift sub and accidentally joining one of the private servers. I think that's insane, to be honest. Yeah, it is. So then I guess moon time would be pi 9. Yeah, because I remember you're joining accidentally the private server, and I didn't realize that was going to be the cause, but it just happened. What was that? I'm confused on some of the puzzles in this one right now. Puzzle games make my brain hurt. I like puzzles, but the problem is that if it's not clear to me completely, it is slightly confusing. Static electricity yet. It's saying shock the cat. I don't know how to shock a cat. Negative brain cell count. Nah, you don't have to go below that. Trying to think.
That dirty old freaking that parrot.
Yeah, the parrot. I need to get the parrot down, but I'm trying to figure out how.
Bird seeds.
Hmm. Also, Mike, I'll leave it up to you if you feel like we're getting stumped on for too long. Okay.
Okay.
Trying to figure this out though. So the water doesn't do anything.
Normally you just throw water at the bird.
Yeah, but the problem... I mean, can I put water in here? No, I can't. I need money to get a battery. So... It does say do the proper time, but what the proper time? Well, okay, Mike, can you take a look at the third picture? Was it like at 6 o'clock? And then the sun was crossed out?
For
The
for
third-
the yeah, the sun was crossed out at 6.
That didn't do anything. Hmm.
Because I think we've already done it.
True. What am I supposed to do for... The night one was confusing.
Yeah, that night one's. But we didn't try the other two.
Oh, we did. Like, she went in there. Then I got up there to do the Jewish guy. So I got the mega horn. And then this night one, I don't understand what the point of this one is.
Did you try all 3 for the infinity?
I could try all 3. This is why we need a moto.
Wiggle.
You spin me round, round, round. No. Simple, straightforward puzzles like Rubik's Cube Box and how Open Book aren't difficult an open world game. This is where nothing stands impossible for dyslexic, but yeah, something with the newspaper man on top right, maybe. Yeah, so the newspaper man specifically Ooh. Oh, we get to see another cutscene. Another little idle cutscene. Oh, that's his with his girlfriend. That's adorable. So the Jewish man was this symbol where we did get the megaphone thing. So that guy was, I'm pretty sure I'm done with. I don't understand what the night one is at all. If there's a point to that.
Did we try all three of them? I don't think we tried all three.
I'm gonna switch to that. Is that not the right one? Oh, that was the right one. Huh.
We did do all three?
Cloud combination lock, you found a number at some point, perhaps. I did do all three on that one. So I don't know what else. But you could associate the clock with a combination lock if you found a number at some point. This place is weird. What do you say, Mike? Do we look up or do you think you have an idea?
Hey, look it up.
Okay.
This is beyond my knowledge.
Yeah. Actually, really quickly, I'm going to go to the bathroom because it's getting to a point where I need to go take a little break. So we're going to take a quick breather here and I'll be right back. We're going to figure out that puzzle in a second. So give me 1 second.
Sure thing. Hello, chat. How's everybody doing? I know there's 10 of you. How's everybody doing? Oh, the usual Smash? Nice. I know some of you guys are lurking, so that's all right. So does anybody have plans for the weekend, or is everybody just hanging out playing games? Oh, really, Smash? It's like 6 minutes till midnight for you? Oh, that's right. You're Eastern. Oh, nice. I do have to say though, this game is very interesting. I find it very rather weird, but yet really, really good one. Hold on 1 minute. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. My younger brother. He needed something, so I went ahead and handled it. What's up, Luigi? Nick's on a short break, so he'll be back. Yes, Yoshi. I see you. Hmm.
I'm back.
Hello.
I had to go to the bathroom actually, so. Alright, let me see.
That's alright.
What did I miss the chat?
Nothing much, really.
Let's see. Just making sure I'm reading. Cool, cool, cool. All right. Well, it's yeah, I'm getting like stuck on that puzzle, so we're gonna take a look at how to do that. At least where to continue on.
See, I know Resident Evil puzzles, but these kind of puzzles are definitely pretty challenging to me.
Yeah, because like that takes a lot of just like trying to figure out stuff, and it's not always clear.
Now, at least with Resident Evil puzzles, like how I know them, they're clues and bits and pieces within either the room that you're in or within the paperwork that you've come across.
True. Okay, so you get angry, 5 screws. Pick up the plant, walk up the stairs, continue up the stairs to town center. They give you a pot and ask you for some oil. Walk up to the stairs left, back on the ladder, and pull the cord. Yeah, I did that. And there's a red coal dingling. Take a look around the base of the pole. Owl will pick it up. That's an owl? It looks like a parrot. Yeah, we'll now follow you. Walk over to the left. Wait. Okay. Hold on. I hate that this game doesn't have a window, like a good window option. Whatever.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, I mean, I could do a window, but the aspect ratio is just weird. It just automatically one thing is like with full screens, it's just it closes it in a sense, minimizes it. Yeah, Luigi, your rival pumpkin. Yep. So walk all the way to the left. What? It said I'll walk all the way to the left. Let me see. Take a look at the base panel. Yeah. The owl will now follow you. Walk over to the left so that the owl sits on the electric wire. Extend and contract your neck until the owl falls. Wait. Oh, I have to keep doing that? Wait, are you saying that I have to keep doing this? That is... Okay, that's a little... I don't know how I feel about that. I guess that was like subtle hints, but that's like a little too subtle.
Mm-hmm. I didn't expect for that to break.
Yeah, because like it did move up and down, and you see the owl doing the same thing. So I guess they expected the player to just joke around with the owl. But I honestly don't know how I feel about that puzzle. This is why I need a Moto to have a better judgment on this. Oh, I can place it anywhere. Got it. Okay, that has a single one. kitty with me. Oh, hi, Kit. Oh, Luigi's kitty's with him. That's cool. Kitty!
Meow.
Meow meow. Mr. Meow meow. Oh, yeah. Then I do this. Yeah. I think I got it. I messed up on the positioning. There we go. I basically have to shock this kitty, which is really, really not great. Kay's here? Oh, hey, Kay's now green. God, on my chat screen. Okay.
Hey.
Hey, Kay, how you doing? I have to. How you doing, Kay? Just stopping by, see how you are. Yeah, I'm doing some, like, Machinarium puzzles. This is like a puzzle that was requested by Mike, and I'm trying to figure it out. I'm gonna have to do Shock the Kitty, because that's literally what the game's telling me, Luigi. Whether you like it or not, I have to. Doing well, have a friend visiting. Oh, nice, nice. I hope you two have a wonderful time with your friend visiting and everything. There we go, yeah. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, sound alerts are kind of need to be fixed because somebody decided to somebody decided to just, like, all my sound alerts to change all my settings. I wonder, what am I supposed to do? Nothing? Wow, cat smoking. And I ate the cat. He's the only one doing this game. Surprising. Not surprising. This game is not that well known from what I can tell.
Now, where's the cat go?
I think I might know. Go back to the oil, because I need to get some oil. Is it rip pants at work type unknown? I would say I would say kind of like that. I need money. Where's money? So there was a thing in there? Oh. So basically threw a cat in there just so I don't know. Gotta go. Alright, no worries, Kay. Take care. Have a good rest of your day. And I'll catch you another time for sure. Have a good weekend.
Okay.
Also, thanks. My allergies have been acting up today. Oil for money. Where's the oil? The oil is no. He wants oil. I want oil, but he wants money, and I'm trying to find money. So I'm trying to figure out where do I go for money. That's the question. So I'm guessing I need batteries for that. So I made a speaker. Where do I place the speaker?
I think you need the battery for that.
You think so?
Yeah.
It still says I need to turn the clock for some reason. Maybe money in the fountain since people throw coins in for good luck. That actually would be really cool. Okay, so I'm completely done with this area right now. That would make sense, but the problem is that little... what we're gonna name this guy? I don't know. This guy doesn't have anything. Pull it out. I'm gonna go to each area, check a hint really quickly. Because I want to double check to see if there's anything around here. Okay, so he doesn't know what to do. I didn't mean to disappear like that. My dog was lost for 2 hours. My neighbors said he found it and took him. Both Basta. Dude, Craig, no worries. You don't have to apologize for that type of stuff. Dude, I'm glad that you found your dog. I'm glad you did, Craig.
Oh, yeah.
Honestly, I would have canceled like a stream or stopped the stream if I had a dog that was lost too. Yeah, so don't feel like you need to apologize.
Agreed.
What the heck do I do with a plant? Okay, so this area is the only area I can do anything, Mike. And it keeps saying I need to do the clock, so I guess I will try to do more of this place.
Did we try everything on the dark side or on the night end ticket?
I will try it right now. It's just that guy. This is a cutscene I can't do anything about, so I don't know what this guy is. Just trying to calm down right now. No worries, Kraid. Such a big relief indeed. Yeah, so Kraid, don't feel like you need to apologize. I'm just glad that you're okay right now. If you need something to calm down, that's totally fine. If you need to be like, take a breather and like not be on stream or whatever, that's totally fine. I don't mind that. Just take care of yourself and take care of those people around you and everybody, and just make sure you're okay. Why could I walk then?
Yeah, I'm completely stumped.
I wonder if it's like I have to make it to the Jewish signal. What's the Jewish symbol again? I know it's 6 o'clock. I just don't know what's the other symbol. Oh, found it. How's it been doing? Been kind of get stopped on a couple puzzles, but we're making progress. Trying to figure it out, though. Doggo he's better than everything else. Does that mean he's better than you, Carl? Hmm. Hmm.
Try using the question mark,
The question mark?
the exclamation point or the light bulb with the girl that needs the oil.
This guy? Or
This girl, yeah. Is that a guy or a girl? I
on the
don't know.
wheelchair? That looks like a guy, I'm assuming.
Oh.
The light bulb thing only gives a hint to per level. It's not like where you next to anything.
Oh.
So it's just one of those things like I'm trying to figure out. It says to move it to a specific one. So I'm assuming that we have to move it. Say what now? Yoshis are popular. So is this the question true? Doggo. Yep. Doggo is better than Celebi. Anything is better than Celebi. Even a love disc is better than a Celebi. I said it, Carl. Fight me. Maybe just shapes a new game. Not your fun may help you relax. True. Hmm. stumped on what to pick. I think I need to... The music, not the level. Can't. No. I won't. Look, take a look at it, what we need to do. Mike. Do you have an idea, Mike? I don't have an idea.
No. I would say check. Honestly, since this point in the game, I'd say check. Just to kind of make sure. Because I don't have any clue on where to go.
You have to do that. Start play. Pick up the radio while you walk through the door. Wait. Oh, there... Oh, okay. I didn't pay attention to every single location, I guess.
Wait, what door?
This one. Yeah, there's oil here. I didn't pay attention to this one. I was here just briefly, but I didn't pay attention. Brutal. I guess that one is more my fault for not checking that area.
You know, I did not think of that.
It was more my fault too, because I did check there briefly and I didn't see anything. I just saw the bridge and it was like, oh, I didn't pay attention to anything else. So that one is more my end than anything. I should have paid attention to that spot when I got the chance.
I completely forgot about the oil leaking from there.
Oh, you noticed it before? I didn't notice it ever.
Yeah, I completely just... I was like, oh, that's probably not going to become important very later on.
Literally, a little bit later, it is important.
Now, what does he need?
Sunflower oil? It looked like sunflower oil. So I need to stop the pipe from moving. You need 3 wrenches. So I need 3 different wrenches to stop the stop the water.
One of them's just chilling up there.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is the water system. It goes down there. I have no idea what this other stuff is.
What?
These are some weird contraptions. I'm already getting lost. Oh, there was one. Oh, okay, so those guys took it. Well, that's just rude.
Yeah, but that's where that radio horn comes into play.
I was noticing that too, yeah. Alright, let me double check something.
Because as far as the money situation goes, I have no idea where.
Alright, let's see. The water is going through here. So if we stop the pipe, we should be able to stop it from there. Hmm. Oh, maybe I can have a radio right over here. No, I'm carrying him. It is a pretty cool art style. Hey, they deserve it. Alright, so now I can solve this puzzle. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Bullies.
That's hilarious.
I mean, they deserve it.
Okay. Yeah, I have no idea with this puzzle. I'm getting lost.
I'm not seeing an indication on where the water stops. That's the problem. But I have to plug up all the pipes. It should plug up this pipe. And it should plug up this pipe. So basically what it's saying is that these pipes should be done. Then there's water coming from here. No, I need to plug it here. That stops that. Then, yeah, stop.
Is there one more wrench that needs to be found?
It said only 3 is needed. So I'm double checking to see my ways. So I blocked this one, I'm thinking. And I should be able to block this one. Oh, there it is. There's an indication of what you can block. Yeah. So if the water doesn't stop, that means it's not, I'm not blocking it. Yeah, those guys we flooded crate are bad guys in a sense. So they basically bullied my character from having a relation, like really having a big relationship, and basically bullied him for money, and they basically planted a bomb at the tower. And those guys basically stole many and destroyed many people's stuff. So yeah, they're the bad guys.
This really makes you think a little bit.
The only problem is this is not making... Oh, shoot. Like, the problem is that the wrenches, at least when I'm trying to do it, is not making any sense at all. Yeah, I got paid back, but it's still not stopping them.
Oh, interesting. So that's where the water's coming in at.
How do you do it, Kraid? Because this is not making any sense with the amount of water that's coming in. Because I know that is blocked. Wait, actually, if I go up here, right. So if I block this, there's water coming up here. If I stop it here, and I stop it here. Yeah, so okay. I stop water here, it stops all these pipes. Problem is I can't stop this pipe specifically down here. How do I stop this one? Try to bottom right, bottom right and bottom left. And the third one somewhere else. Well, that blocked that one. That one blocked that one. So this one blocked this one because... Right, that one. No, it only blocked one. It really does make you think. My only problem is that there's this bottom one that goes all the way top, but you can't stop it because of the water.
I'm thinking that you need because it said that you needed 3, right?
Yeah.
Plus the one that's already there. So technically you need 4.
Maybe. I'll go back down and see what they're up to.
Floating around.
Possibly. Still floating.
There's Ade.
The question is, what happened to that little wire thing I just got from there?
I mean, for this one, you can definitely check a guide for.
Is it 4 or do we need? Hold on, let me look at this.
Yeah, take a look at if we need 3 or if we need 4, because that's the.
Yeah, continue up the stairs. Winding the key. All right. Use the winding key. Do 7 on the outside. Minute. All right. Lady robot will go in. Yeah. And then you winding key to change the time to the symbol looks like 6 on the hour hand. Okay. Did that. Man robot. Take the speaker, combine it with the radio. You can walk through, place the drip filled up underneath him. Robot underneath twisting pipes. First, wrench one of the pipes. One is open the shelf. Right scan through the book. Second, and in the center, grab it and walk down the ladder to the drain.
Man, this is straight up weird.
Okay, so apparently according to this guide, you do only need 3, and according to the hook, the reason why the hook is gone was supposedly like he was a failsafe if I didn't grab the hook in the drain pipe, which is weird, but okay, that's kind of looked up. Yeah, I looked it up too. So Craig, you were close. It's something like this. So you don't need to cover all of them. You just need to cover most of them, is what it looks like. That's a weird way to say it, because like, that's why I was thinking, it's like, it's impossible to get all of them. Yeah, because I was looking at it, it's impossible to get all of them, so it's like, it didn't really specify you had to get some of them, not all of them. Yeah, after looking at it, like, it makes sense.
Oh, great.
What do I have to do for this one? Oh.
What are we supposed to do? Play 4 corners?
Kind of. Just curiosity, what does this stuff do? So I just have to make sure I get that, yeah. The thing is that I thought you have to close all of them. That's why I was having trouble figuring out, Kraid. That's what, if it just mentioned that I only need to do like 4 of them, then it would have been better. But I guess it might have been like one of those hidden book things. I didn't even mean to do that. Come on. I hate that the dragging mechanic on this one is a little awkward. There we go. That one's a little bit of experimentation at that point. Oh, that's my girlfriend. Oh, they took her. They're forcing her to cook? That's just rude. So I get to play as her now. Oh, corn! Hmm. So... Okay, so I need the oil in order to be in there. It has some charm with this, like, little, like, interactive, like, small idle cutscenes. I like it. It's a little, has a little charm. Yeah. I thought I have to do that, but I need to get up there, so... What do I do? Wait, that this just disappeared really briefly.
The corn on the stove.
Oh wait, put the corn. Yeah, right. Popcorn? There you go. Good job, Mike.
Yeah.
I like how they just put everything in their bodies.
Get on top of the pan again.
I'm trying to figure out. There is. Can I click on anything? Oh wait, can I do this? No. Can I? Oh. Come on, can I get down? This one is iced, so do I? Hmm. What the heck? So this is the coil that I can get the, not just art, I really dig the music. Very relaxing. It is an interesting one. Actually, I just realized that my
Put
music.
the pan back on and put that inside the pot.
Can you put it inside the pot? Is what I'm wondering.
Worth a shot.
All right, let's find out. You can. Weird, cause like I would assume it would be different, but I guess not.
Hey.
Oh. Yeah, Mike, you're getting up. You're getting on it. Just gonna say. I think that's all I need to do. So if I just pull this thing. Yeah, all the way to the top. Now I have to rescue her. So the cloud and propellers. A, B, and C. That's a interesting combination. Thanks, Kraid.
Can you go down more?
Nope. It's either all the... This is the farthest down I can go, Or I go into the middle here, which I don't think there's anything. Or it goes something to the top. There's something. There should be something here. Oh. Oh, I have to do the... Oh, I have to answer the questions, right? Okay. I didn't realize the questions are... This was a question thing. Oh, you have to actually think this as a... Those are all 4 different ones. So 1, 2... I didn't realize this was an actual, like, quiz thing. Huh? What is this thing? Was there a point to that? I'm one of those people that sneezes like 7 times in a row and they can't control it.
I
No.
think you need to get all questions right, and then stops it for you.
I did answer all questions right, though.
No, you missed one.
Well, are you saying like all at once? That doesn't seem right. Actually, wait. Does that mean... Do I answer questions wrong then?
Yeah, you're overloading him.
Yeah, so I have to actually answer them wrong. Wait, no, what? Ah! Oh my god. Yeah, so I had to answer them actually wrong in order for it to work. Got it. So you actually had to you have to do the opposite of the quiz. So that's an
That
interesting...
made yeah.
That's like...
That was a head spinner.
Yeah. Hmm.
I think Emoto would like this type of puzzle right here.
Grab her right now. I know she's busy.
That's what I'm gonna try to do.
Yeah. It's like, no, but it's like you like these types of puzzles. I know Emoto would like these types of puzzles. Okay. Okay.
Unfortunately, she is busy.
Looks like she's still dedicated to like uh digits stream. No. Let's see. Yeah, I have to solve each one of these. So let's see.
Each one gets harder as you go. I believe this is the third act.
I think so, yeah, because like the water one is actually like according to the walkthrough I went through, it's like this next one is yeah, this next one is the third act. So I believe there is one more act. So we should as long as we keep looking at the walkthrough whenever we get really stuck, we should be able to finish it with it before midnight. So it's just one of those things. Let's see. I mean, Mike, if you have any tips, let's go for it. It's kind of just like experimenting around.
When it comes to these, I'm not very good at them.
Problem is that part right there. This would work if it wasn't. Nope. It has to be starting around one of these red spots. Hmm. Wait a minute. Can I do it this way? No, then there's that spot there. If you can solve it, Sean, go for it. I'm trying to figure out the puzzle right now. Start from the left of the bottom red, and then go left. Oh, shoot. Yeah, Kraid, you're right. Why didn't I not try that before? Sorry about that. Also, I'm losing frames right now, so you might need a quick refresher. Yeah, that one I solved. Just making sure my frames are okay. Yeah, that one wouldn't work. There we go. So close. So this is the end. Tracing it with your finger on screen. Actually, tracing it with a finger on screen would work. Let's see. Done. Because I got. Let's see. This one will be done. Nope. No, that wouldn't work. That doesn't work at all. This would never work. This shouldn't work. How am I losing frames? Hold on, give me a second, guys. I'll have no issues until right now. I am losing frames. What the heck is going on right now? Well, I'm gonna have to deal with it in a second. So go up and about... I can't go up there, that's the problem. I can't do that, Kraid. I can't do that one specifically, at least. What the heck is going on with my frames? Give me a second. I'm trying to fix this. Okay. Frames is back. Yeah,
Nick,
refresh it.
what got you so interested in computer science?
Me, computer science, because I like because I tried it in high school, computer science. I really like the programming aspect, and especially since that it felt really good doing solving puzzles with like not puzzles, well, solving like programs and bugs. It felt really nice. And then there is the fact that I do like video games, so I thought video games and computer science are a thing together. So that's kind of what I got into it.
Hmm. Yeah, I always thought my calling was back in high school. I always thought that I wanted to become a programmer and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But for me, I decided, I've shifted things around a little bit. I wanted to find something that clicked with me, and when I was around animals more often, I was able to gain their trust very quickly and easily. So I'm like, you know what? Animals seem to be on that track.
Which is a reasonable thing to say, yeah. Testing. How is it,
Testing
Craig?
what?
Give me a bit. I'm gonna send a message because it hasn't been. It's been a little bit. You take us some time to, Mike, if you want to look at it. Craig, I'm gonna leave the screen on for a little bit. Also, let me know if the stream everything is fine, and we can continue on.
What are you doing?
I'm sending a quick message because I forgot to send a message.
Okay. Okay. Sure thing, Craig. Man, I hate it.
God, why is my frames losing so much? I just noticed that my frame data is like going AWOL.
I don't know.
My frame just literally just died now.
Hey, Nick.
Yeah.
How do you reach affiliate?
50 followers, stream stream enough hours slash days in a month, and 3 average followers, and then you should get an email.
You mean 3 average viewers?
Yeah, 3 an average viewer per month. So not just like one stream, but it has to be on multiple streams.
Okay. So that's how it works.
Don't worry, you'll get there. You're very close. You hit 50. Now you just need to get the 3 average viewers, which is the hardest part.
I'm currently sitting at 73.
Yep. You're gonna you'll get there easily.
Yeah, it's all thanks to that Discord that I
Hmm.
showed with you.
Hmm.
Everything going okay?
Yep.
I know. Why does Comcast have to be this way? Comcast is just Comcast, I guess.
I'm pretty sure Comcast is just doing much worse because it was on Wednesday, but I feel like they're doing this on purpose more and more often to force my dad to get a gigabyte internet. Heck, he's paying for 400 megabytes right now, but we're only getting 200. And that's the sucky part.
That's not right at all.
It's not right, but I can't do much out of it. Well, at least it's stable now. Now, question is how do we figure this out?
You know, when it comes to these type of puzzles, you can go ahead and look them up.
I'm gonna let Kraid do one last look of it, and because I think we can get this done before midnight, before you have to go to bed. But I'll let Kraid do one look, and if he says go for it, let's go for it, kind of thing.
Midnight is usually where I have to cut it off. There's good reasons why.
Yeah, and for sure. But I do think we can finish this game before midnight is all. Because according to the wiki, walkthrough, it seems that this section is literally puzzle based specifically. God, Comcast is just out to get me tonight.
Although I really do like this game. It's very consistent. They've got a good story.
It's a nice little area. Yeah, I do like it so far. The puzzles can be a little confusing here and there, though.
Yeah, the puzzles will stump you. At least they're nowhere near as bad as the room. Hated that. Oh, Nick, I've been playing Sea of Thieves.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. That game is so much fun. Oh my god.
Great. Do you think you've got it, or do you want me to look it up? Because I have the answer right now. And also sorry if it's a bit delayed still. I just got out of a frame storm again. And then I'm going back in again.
Did you figure it out?
I looked it up. I was kind of stuck on it. Okay. So apparently you start from the middle and then go around in the donut shape. And this is how you do it. Any polls coming? There are no polls currently. Also, hi Kasumi, how you doing? Yeah, it was a donut shape, Kraid. You'll see it in a quick second.
Kasumi?
Yep, that's Kasumi.
Who?
Huh?
Who?
Miku.
Oh. Okay.
Yep. That's progress. We are at the 3rd out of 4 acts by the looks of it. I'm gonna double check on the 4th act to see how long it is. So I'm just gonna, I want to double check to see that, yes, it's just short as I think it is, kind of thing. Yeah, it's as short as, Yep. This game can be done in, like, within... Technically, if I just looked at this guide, it could be done in, like, 10 minutes. But I think we can finish it within an hour if we get through all the puzzles properly. But yeah, definitely by midnight we can finish this up. We'll sound alerts are kind of buggy, so I had to basically lower it down so people can do the redeeming of the channel point ones. But they're currently out of commission right now. I'm gonna fix those later. That would took me a bit longer to come up with. Yeah, for sure. I figured one of them out, Kasumi. Which is true, yeah. I was wondering, listening to the stream with the window minimized considered a lurker or a viewer? I would say more of a listener. Because there's also the fact that people just like to listen rather than watch, and sometimes I do that too. So, if you just like to listen, then that's totally fine. I mean, there's options on even on a Twitch mobile, and I think even on Twitch, you can just listen without watching the feed. Yeah, and Craig did figure one out, so kudos to him.
Green screen.
Hey, Will, at least you're not using the channel point ones, okay? Also, Will, Mike's in the call.
Hello, Will.
Got this one. Alright, that one I figured out. So now I just have to figure out how to do this one. The music is really nice though. It's like a calming little like background music, like you like to put in the background when you do stuff. It really is kind of calming. Will true. Crate, I think you had had to go up some point. Yeah. Thanks, Will. Thanks, Mike. Will says, "Hey, dude, IDK, how much longer I'm gonna be awake? It's been a long day." No worries, Will. You take care of yourself first and foremost.
I agree.
Mm-hmm. You don't need to stay up late just for any of us. Is it possible for this game to make you rage? I've raged on com indies before. I would say, Katsumi, if you weren't looking at a guide like I have been doing, I would say you get kind of frustrated a couple times because you'll be going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth kind of thing. But I wouldn't say this game rages, no. I think you'd just be more of annoyed and like kind of like lost a few things in doing certain things. I think that's what I would ultimately end up with. But I would say so far, this game is not rage-inducing.
Who is that?
As James.
Oh, James.
What was that? I just really get frustrated. I just get really frustrated. Yeah, some puzzles can be frustrating, Kraid.
Uh,
Eh.
Oh,
Oh.
what is that sound?
No, that just means that you can't do anything with what you're doing right now.
Hmm.
is there a certain puzzle for that?
Trying to figure out what kind of other things I can do right in here. Twisted your brain for 20 minutes. Yeah, I get that, Kraid. Definitely, I get that feeling. Is that Emoto? Because I want to warn her that her laughs can be heard a little bit.
Okay.
How do you do this? Alright, let's figure it out. Let's see. Solve this little guy.
Uh,
What happens if you... Oh, wait! I got this plant still. This plant is actually becoming useful for a little bit. Oop. Sunflower! Robot, you suck. The sunflower is needed.
take the sunflower with you.
That's what I'm trying to
Can
figure
you
out.
grab it?
Okay, so you just touch the bottom. Sunflower seeds. Hmm. So you can't just put that there. Heh.
I'm stumped at this part.
Do you just click inside? Oh, magnifying glass? Oh, wait. Okay, okay. How do you put that? There you go. There you go. Puzzles. What do you miss? What did I miss about Sunflower? Okay, so like the thing is that this new pot crate was given to us by the guy in a wheelchair asking for sunflower oil, and so we grew a plant that was basically a sunflower. We shook it, got the seeds, and now I'm trying to figure out how to make it to oil to give it that guy later.
Check the slides.
Yeah, I'm looking at them. So there's things in there. There it is, sunflower extract. So we can make oil and we can make like extracts, got it. But the question is, this is not the thing that we need. Because we need to figure out how to get out of here first off. What is that thing? Oh, there it is. Dun 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 dun. Alright, thank you for filling me in. No worries, Craig. No worries. Yeah, this is exactly what we're looking for. I guess I could have solved this by accident in a sense. What the heck are you?
What?
He's a big guy.
You chonky.
Chunky monkey.
Mm.
Oh, do I need to get more sunflower seeds again? Yep, there we go. I just have to click on top. That guy's noise is just like sounds weird.
Freaking you out.
This is weird. Okay, so I got the sunflower extract. What else do I need? Do then. What do I do when I talk to this guy? Come on. Needs a battery. So he needs a battery. One or two. Tell me now. One. Where am I? I said one, Kyle.
He's doing his own stream and giving me credits.
Yeah. Apparently my stream is delayed a bit, so he can't even hear me.
One or two. What is Kyle asking for? Was he
Emily's
asking for,
away
like, a
3.
choice? Oh.
Berry juice.
Alright, so now I give this guy sunflower. What does this guy do in return?
Three.
Is he stream?
Yeah, he's streaming right now.
Oh, he's doing squats.
Wait, what is that?
Um,
What is that?
a piece of paper, I guess?
A piece of paper! Got a piece of paper! So I'm guessing I have to go through here with this piece of paper. Alright.
Mm. Point-and-click games have always had a thing with it being kind of difficult to communicate to the player what exactly is going on.
Yeah, we got stumped on a few of them. Oh. What is this?
Oh, alien.
Invaders.
Oh,
Is this
God.
invaders or aliens?
I don't know. Oh,
There's a Space Invaders.
Oh, dang it. It's hard to move. I can't use my. Can I?
Oh,
Oh, I can't use my
okay.
keyboard. Dang it. Oh, this is much easier with my keyboard. I thought I had to do point and click, and it's much easier.
Okay, there's more.
Oh, I know what I have to do. I basically have to get as high of a score as possible, because there's $1 right there. So basically, I need enough money to get a battery. Slash maybe oil. We're gonna be here for a little bit. Why did they make this so long? This part. I guess the ship does like 100. This is not a hard minigame. It's just long and tedious. Is it called Aliens or Invaders? Alien Invaders or whatever.
Called Space Invaders.
Space Invaders? Okay.
Yep.
I think it's okay to look up something if you're trying to everything to figure it out. Yeah, that's why like when it comes to these types of puzzles, it's like I give my time to actually figure out certain things, but it was like when I get stumped at something, I don't like to get unless it's like off stream, then I try to figure out more on my own. But when it's like on stream, puzzles will just be like, all right, try to figure it out on so that people don't watch you struggle doing the same things over and over again. That's why we've been looked up few things just to figure out where to go. Where to go, really. I'm gonna get us all 3. What's this one? I'm confused on what to do on here. Because I can't go backwards, can I? I can't go up. I can't... To be honest, with a game like this, getting stumped isn't necessarily a bad thing. Not every puzzle should be easy as long as it's made what you think. Yeah. Agreed, agreed. A challenge is always nice. I always why that's why it's like challenge for me is when I can, but it gets to a point where some puzzles will just get a little too challenging. I can't move. up. Can't hold it. How do I solve this puzzle? I actually don't know how to do this puzzle.
Neither would I.
This puzzle seems like it's one of those, like, cryptic ones.
Can't flip them either.
I've been trying to flip them and I can't. It's very limited.
What about that button? There's an X button.
That's a reset.
Reset? Okay. Yeah, I would have no idea.
What are the mechanics? Basically, so you only can use left or right. Objective is to get all these things into the end. Is what I'm saying. And open the door because you need to use them as a key. Basically, put these two red things together, but you can't move backwards and move. You only can move them forwards or left or right in the direction they are. You can't turn them. At least not what I can tell with the limited amount of button schemes. How do you do this one?
Oh, it looks like there's like a little red U and a big red U.
Yeah.
Or you just moving? Oh, you're moving the green dot.
Oh, this is how it is. Okay. Okay. I had to look up for that one just to understand what I was supposed to do. And now I understand. That made a lot.
Oh,
That was
you're
that.
trying to get the red one inside the other red one.
Yeah, that one was a little bit that one was a little bit cryptic.
Red and orange. To me, they look like they're the same color to me.
True, yeah. So you can't move backwards. I have to put it in one of these things. I have to move one of them. This is the only place I can do. Oh, okay. I can't move it.
Then.
I can't move it up because if I move it up, then this thing gets stuck and I have to restart. No worries, Kraid. Stream has kind of lost some frames here and there, so could be in my end too. So I have to put these into the blue, white ones, but how would you do that with this limited amount of space?
Very good question.
Yeah, there are some puzzle games I've had a lot of fun with. Like Portal 2 was like one of my favorites of like ever.
Yeah, Portal 2's puzzles are always great.
But puzzle games can easily cross into the just straight up irritating territory really easily.
Mm-hmm.
Because yeah, some of them, like some puzzle games are like feel like they were made like where a developer was like made it so that they can understand their own puzzle, but like the information doesn't really make any sense unless you already know what it means to begin with.
Yeah. See, the problem is, Crate, if I move it to the top left, I can't leave the area. So that's the problem with it. It's like I have to move one of these. But this one's impossible to move unless I stay in the middle. This one I can't go here. This is the only one I can move, but I have to move to the left, and I can't do anything else. So I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't understand this part.
Part of what I think makes some puzzle games like really great is that like with Portal 2, like there are some times where like maybe you might get stuck if you kind of try and approach and maybe it doesn't work, you know, the first thing you try out. But oftentimes I felt like Portal 2 like did a good job of communicating visually. Cause like you could just know like this is how a cube behaves, this is how a laser behaves, and I think like the really good puzzles kind of recombined those elements in such a way that every puzzle was still a challenge, but like you could kind of work your way through it if you took the time. But the kind of puzzle games that that I really don't like are the ones where like you're kind of guessing as to what you're looking at half the time.
That's true, yeah.
Like something like this, I honestly would not sit through a game because I don't like a game that it's not clear what is even functionable or even part of like, because there are some times where you'll have segments of a game where it's not even clear what's scenery and what's gameplay.
Yeah, the problem is that I got stuck with a plunger problem, and it was just like, oh yeah, there's a plunger in the specific, like, in the ceiling of a specific cell, which is very hard to tell. So, I think this game's problem, like, unlike what Portal 2 did, is that it doesn't ease the player with some of its puzzle making. It kind of makes the player experiment a lot, which is one of its biggest downfalls.
What game?
This game. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is the hint thing, what to do. So, I guess that this is what I'm looking at. I was wondering how to do this. Bring that up. Oh, hey, Matt. How you doing? Portal 2 is the best puzzle game ever, made the best co-op game ever. Also, good day, guys. Hey, Matt. How you doing? We're playing a puzzle game. Yeah, but Portal 2 is one of our preferred games for puzzles. So dun dun back here. There we go.
Hey, Sean.
Sean? What? Oh, I have to put them together. I don't have to put them... Okay. So my brain hurts. Yep, we're still getting through it. I mean, I just opened the book to have all the solutions, so I kind of figured that I can just keep a solution right in front of me. This game has a cheat sheet, so... Great. This up here was something that I did not realize that you can shoot with the key, but this is a cheat sheet of like if you get stuck with a puzzle. So I knew this was a thing. It was just one of those. I didn't think you could shoot with a key, which is why I took. Sleeping cheated. I'll take a look at that Discord one, but I have that cheat sheet's there, so I figured like why not just go for it. Such a interesting ways of figuring out. You really have to. It's a brain teaser.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, it is.
Oh, you got Mario thinking now. I'm kind of looking at the cheat sheet since I opened that book, so I figured why not. I mean, people say it's cheating, but I did get there. Plus, we're getting to a point where it's getting close to midnight. I don't want to keep Mike here any longer than I have to. And I feel like we are almost done with this game. I think we should try beating it at the very least. You agree too, right, Mike?
Yeah.
I think at least this puzzle has like rules that are visually distinct.
Yeah.
But like some of the parts in the overworld, like I've played games where like which kind of have the similar approach and style of gameplay as the overworld this game has, and
Yeah.
just been like, what is going on? Because like there are some things where it's like if you click on this spot on the floor in this section and there's this little thing, it's like a crack on the floor. It's just like what?
So
Like,
yeah. So it does say like video game 3 is currently broken, so I'm curious. Oh, it broke. Oh wow, I broke that machine. Uh-oh.
Now you gotta pay for it.
No, if I run away, no one can find out.
You can't run away from the law.
Oh, run away from the law! Alright, cool. Mike, we are now in part 4. Last part of the game.
Now we got the battery for the person.
Yep. Oh, so this thing only cheat sheets per level. Got it.
I can't say I've ever seen a game where you play as a literal key.
Oh, so that means if I were in the sewer, I could have done this instead. Oh, okay, so this is like the cheat. Other than looking at the walkthrough, I could just done this. I guess like it's really nice for the developers to provide a cheat sheet saying like this is how you solve our puzzles, kind of thing. The only thing is that it kind of does.
Not very many games do that.
Yeah, it was just very confusing how to do this because I thought I had to do move only, but I didn't realize you also have a shooting button. Which I kind of wish this game kind of explains some of its mechanics, as James mentioned, better. But I guess it's that's like kind of the small charm to this game. Still, it's not exactly new person friendly. See, I need two batteries from here. Do I need more oil? Apparently I need more oil. Whoops. I actually pressed the window key. I think the reason it doesn't is because the game is designed in a very way that the players will figure it out. Yeah, but the problem is that I'm not always the biggest fan of when players have to like spend literally 20 minutes or more figuring out a point and click type puzzle. I don't think that's a really good design wise for a game, especially with new players. I think it's like it's one of those things is that if as long as you ease the people into your game mechanics and everything, I think it would be much better. Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable.
Please, no boss fight.
I'm in the tower, so I should be able to do something. So it says I can't see what the 2 is. So it's the star. So this is -1, 0, 1, 2. So I guess I'm going to go with 2. Oh, I need more buttons. So I guess like what elevator am I on? 1. So I guess like 0 is what I would go for. Oh, okay, so that's how you do it. Oh, hey. Kyle is rating me with a party of 3. How was the Emily's away? Because now Emoto is way too late for puzzles that we needed her on. She didn't even want to join us for puzzles. So upset. I'm guessing Steve is a total a-hole.
No, Steve. Oh.
Someone do Spook Steve. Is that a bloody nightmare?
What?
Is that robot smoking weed?
Yeah, it was smoking weed. Also, hi, bloody nightmare.
Hi.
How you doing, Lissa? Lissa.
I'm doing good.
Shoot, that didn't work. I'm solving puzzles. Oh, Lissa left.
Ignore that just happened.
Lissa just left.
I did not mean to do that.
You missed all the puzzles that we actually was stuck on.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry a little late. My D&D session ran a little long tonight.
Oh no, I'm not yelling at you, Lissa. That's totally fine for you. I meant for Emoto specifically. She's unexcusable.
Yeah, how dare you, Mo?
Yeah, how dare you? You left me and Mike to try to solve, as well as Craig, to try to solve these difficult puzzles that we were stumped on. Just because you just hated this person, Steve. And didn't want to spend time with your older brother. Anyway, how you doing, Lissa?
Good.
Good?
It's been hot.
That's true, true. Wait, you already got your shot, right, with the vaccine?
Oh yeah, I'm done. I got
yeah.
my shots.
I'm getting my new shot. I got a last shot at like May 4th, and then no, I'm getting my second dose at May 4th and everything.
Oh, cool. It's exciting.
Yep. Let's see. Pull out the dirt, grab it. Yeah, that's what I thought. I had to grab it. I couldn't grab it for some reason. Also, I realized something that I haven't saved yet.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, if the game crashes, then that's one thing.
Oh yeah.
I haven't saved it since the beginning. Ha!
Wow, Nick, so on top of it.
How you doing, Zodius? Welcome to the stream of Machinarium. We're almost done with this game, actually. So we're getting to beating this game soon.
You've been playing the game.
How long?
Yeah.
It's been quite a bit, actually. Been at it for like 4 hours now.
Oh wow. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like we've been at this for like 4 hours, and this game's supposed to be like a few hours. Some of the puzzles were interesting and all that.
Yeah, I mean, if you're having a hard time with some of them, it definitely takes time.
Well, that just sucks.
What?
That elevator just kicked me out and I can't go back in.
Is there something important you still had to do in there?
I guess so. Yeah, that elevator sucks. I'm so upset now. Kyle. I'm just trying to figure.
You realize you could load from that point that you saved in the elevator, right?
Oh yeah, I did. I can. Thank you for telling me no.
Good thing you saved.
I forgot that I can do that. Also, this guy is Little Robot Man. He's so cute.
Man.
So the star.
Pentagram.
So dun dun dun. Wait, how do you do a star again? Dun dun. Wait. Give me a second, I got this.
Point is on top.
Oh, point is on top. Oh, right, yeah. This way, this way, this way, and this way. Oops! Ah! Oops. Ignore that, please. There we go. Alright, so this is on the second floor. So this is where I have to go. Oh my, bourgeois.
And look at that fountain.
So, okay, so just to tell you the story. So basically, this little robot guy got shoved into a junkyard and I'm assuming by 3 different bully robots. We built and got into the town. And now, after we got caught in the prison, and now we're trying to save our girlfriend, which is right in this little idol cutscene. So adorable. Basically, we're trying to stop these bully robots from blowing up a tower, which they planted a bomb. So now our objective is to save the city and save our girlfriend right now. That's basically what we're doing. And now we're in part 4, which is supposed to be the last part. There's the bomb. I don't have anything right now with me.
I was gonna say, bomb seems pretty extreme for some bullies that graduated from kicking you in the trash to blowing up a building.
That's true. I mean, basically they were playing card games, and I put them into a I flooded their card game room. What do I do in here?
That was rude of you.
I mean, they were rude to me.
Hey, look who's on.
Yeah, do his super baby method.
Mailing.
Mailing.
God.
Oh, that thing is... Okay, cool. Mailing. Did you get no Steve %?
We actually haven't even seen Steve in the game yet, so I guess so. We beat the first 2 chapters.
How many chapters are
in
left?
the stream. I'm not sure actually. It might be like every other game where there are 5, but this game definitely seems a lot longer because there's just so much more going on. Where there's a lot more to like click and interact with in the like the different Facebook pages.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool.
So we will resume next week. We did get digits at the end of the stream though. That's the important part.
Digits.
Were you able to conduct the super baby method?
No, that was not a part of Emily's Way 3.
Emily! Medicare! Oh, time to consult the book again. Yeah, you guys were on the Emily's Away 3 for a while. Ow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there you go. So what is this book
So this is like...
doing for you?
So I guess like what the developers did for like this game is that they made like a super guidebook, I guess. And I have to play this little mini game where I have to avoid dying. or getting hit at anything like that. And once I
to get the help.
yeah, once I unlock this book, basically, I for each level I'll get a hint and saying like, what do I have to do next, kind of thing. And this is only for per level. I just like once I unlock it, that means it's just I could just see all I can do within the room, including future stuff that I can't do supposedly. Yeah, but right now I'm just like,
That's kind of nice.
yeah, it is nice. This game is aesthetically pleasing. The music can be nice and soothing here and there, and the little robot guy is cute. It's just like just some of the puzzles are kind of confusing here and there. Mike did solve a few puzzles, by the way, Emoto.
Well, they can't make it too easy.
Oops, wrong way.
There are Emily's Away shirts available?
Oh my god, really?
Apparently so.
That's funny.
Also, luckily none of you guys were on call, but I did shock a metal cat because I had to.
Rude.
According to the game, I had to.
Rude.
Shock the metal cat.
I had to shock a metal cat in order to do some stuff. I just like his little sound. Alright, what does the book say? So after I do that, then I have to do it twice. Get up, catch that, yeah. Oh. Cool. I mean, that book is part of the game. Obviously, yeah, it's like a little bit of cheating in a sense, but I'm also don't want to keep Mike on call for longer than he should. Also, I'm metal. Shouldn't I be able to handle electricity? I don't know.
Well, it just makes you more conductive,
True.
which is not necessarily a good thing.
Why did you put a scissors in there in replacement? What?
That's a BOP if you could take the scissors.
I'll stab you.
What is going on?
What is going what on?
What are you doing?
Oh, I'm making this go into the bathroom because, as I mentioned, there's a bomb that apparently is where the pooper shooper. So somebody had to take a really big dump.
Oh,
You're
God.
trying to remove it with the bomb.
Yeah. Here we go. See?
Mission Impossible style.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh. This is the section where you have to go back and forth with a lot of things, so that makes it a little annoying. Oh my.
Wow, that really did it.
What do I have to do? Do I have to get the crane out of the back?
Can you rappel down? Like,
Trying
stick a
to.
rope to it?
Trying to figure out where to do. Oh, do I? Oh, there it is. The toilet paper.
Yeah, because that makes sense. Toilet paper is definitely strong enough to hold some metal.
It could be like Metal, I don't know. Oh my! Oh, I have a time limit! Oh, Jesus!
Oh, you should use a bomb.
Okay, 1.
That would be a good time to save.
Yeah. Let's find B2. Let's see, 3. Three is C. 4. Looks like 4 gets the D. And 3, this one gets the D. There we go, 250.
Yep. You did it.
Woo!
Watch it blow up.
And watch it blow up.
So someone just like climbed up and duct taped and just taped a bomb to the wall.
Yep, that's them, the bullies. They literally just climbed up the wall, duct tape it, and that's it. No one batted an eye.
Everyday occurrence, apparently.
Yep. What
Boss battle time.
the?
That's kind of disturbing looking.
Okay, so what happened to this woman? Okay. Oh, so that's how I got sucked out. Basically, this. So that's how it happens. Like, that's how I got sucked out into the junkyard.
What is happening?
Oh, and this explains all the weird occurrences. Those bullies. That's a bully who stole her, forced her to cook in a kitchen, and this is the guy who lost batteries with the little girl thing. Okay. Jesus. What do I do here?
I don't know, man.
I think it's a puzzle where it's flipped. You have to get the bottom one to look like the top one, or
Wait, see that there's those green ones, and then there's also the green undercut. Like, so the
Yeah,
track has gray and green, and then there's green beads.
yeah. That's what I'm doing. Trying to push it there, but the problem is it's just trying to get that there. No, no,
so close.
so close. Also, hey, shit. Ah, no, no. Get back in here. Get back in here. Also, hey, Shed, how you doing? Welcome. We're doing a puzzle. So I have to put those gray beads on the other side. God dang it. How you doing, Shed? So, puzzles! You know I'm gonna reset that. I don't think I can reset it.
It doesn't reset. You can try pressing that red button at the bottom. Maybe that resets it.
That just closes the canister, unfortunately.
Oh, never mind then.
Yeah.
I don't
Let's
know if
see.
you can reset it then.
I don't know how to reset it. I guess I just have to deal with it, to be honest. How do you do this? Few games of hockey today. Oh, nice. Glad you got some hockey stuff. Well, time to do the cheat sheet. I mean, if it's in the game, I feel like that's justifiable. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. I was gonna say, if I was there and able to mess with it around, maybe I could help, but I don't know how I'd be able to explain it to you.
Yeah, it's definitely one of these types of puzzles that you need to mess around and not like,
Yeah, you need to mess around and do it yourself and just try different ways. It's
yeah,
kind of hard to explain.
it just sucks. Like when you want to do puzzles with people all over, it's just like unless you have like them remote connect and everything, it's not gonna be easy.
Yeah.
Oh,
Moto
listen.
agrees with me. What?
There's a game that's a lot like Raft called Sea of Thieves. Have you heard of it?
I feel like I've heard of it. I feel like I've watched funny glitches from it.
Oh, so you know about it.
It was pretty popular.
I think I know the concept. I don't know like the actual gameplay of it. I think I've just like watched a few streamers or YouTubers have done it and have like encountered funny glitches.
Yar
It's a lot of love.
Yar har shivamiti. I don't know. Let's see. The bottom one is. You know what? Since I solved this one, I'm just gonna have to just look at the cheat sheet on the internet because this one automatically closes it and I can't memorize everything. All right, so
Take a screenshot.
I could, yes. So the green goes all the way down. And then blue goes all the way over here. This goes all the way over here. I think. No, wait, you bring it all the way up here. Oh shoot, the green one is a little bit awkward placement, that's why. The starting positions are off, that's why I have to reset. How do you reset this thing? Is there no way to reset this part?
I have no idea.
If I can reset this part, then I'll be a-okay with what I'm doing. But right now I can't. Alright, this is it. There we go. This is what I need to do. And then bring this over here. Then I bring this one over here. And then...
Oh, and wrap the blue around.
Yeah. And then bring this over... Not that way. I think. No. Wait a minute. The blue has to go up top now.
I would wrap the blue completely around.
I can't wrap it around. That's the problem.
No, I meant. So have it.
Yep. Oh, this way. What I need to do this way? Oh, this way, like this. Something like that. Okay.
Quite.
So, all right. Wrap the blue around what?
Well, if you need a, do you need to switch positions with the blue and the red? I'm assuming that's red.
I look at that as gray. Okay, so this is what the cheat sheet told me to do. This is exactly what the cheat sheet told me to do in position and everything. The next one is that I have to have the green all the way in this corner. I have this gray one all the way right here in the U shape. And I have the blue at the top. Yellow does not move.
Oh, yeah. So move all the green down.
Mm-hmm. Like here?
And then can you just...
Oh, wait. Like
Grab-
this.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Alicia.
Alicia.
Yes, Joshua.
I'd say just wrap it around. I wasn't... I don't know if we were on the same page of which colors we were talking about.
I don't think so. I don't think we were. Wisha. Wabbit.
Oh, and now we gotta do the top one.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. It's time for Tootsie Rolls. James,
I don't know what's going on.
James has been a bad boy.
Which end is the one?
I don't know. I like the Aquian bird better.
Alright. I'm gonna restart this because I am messing this up more than it needs to. Okay, so I guess like I have to make this into like this. So bring this over like this. Bring this over here, which I originally thought. Oh no, not all the way. Like this. Bring this down. Unrelated and unnecessary announcement. Alright, Dora, what is it? Oh,
Continue
okay,
wrapping.
I see how it is.
Weeks. That's
Realize why I felt it's because I haven't drank water in like 2 weeks. Dude, Dor,
What?
get some water.
So
It'd be
bad.
impressive if your body could survive that long.
It is. Whoa. Why can you zoom in like that? Ah! Oh! Run away! I'm a little adorable little pixelated thing.
What are these green dots?
I have no idea.
Oh, key.
Time to shove this in the hole.
So you can get a gun. Wait,
Oh,
can you
wait,
use
I got
the
stuck.
Key as a gun?
Oh, no,
wait,
no.
can't use the key as a gun.
Nope, can't. I can do this.
Oh, now you have a gun.
Well, there was there's a mini game where you use a key as a gun.
Yep.
This one.
I'm trying to go this as fast as possible. We are running low on time right now for Mike. Why are there 40 freaking viruses of this guy? It is a fork. It's like a fork in the road. A
Whoa.
Fork at the end of the tunnel.
pork? A
Oh yeah, that's a lot of enemies you have to defeat.
yeah. Oh shoot! I got hit. I got hit again. I got hit again. I got hit again.
You have to kill all the enemies?
Yeah, I have to.
Oh, those are health packs. Okay, I just saw blocks.
This is a slightly problem because I can't move with the keyboard, which is like my problem. Dang it, I can't pay attention to chat while moving it like this.
Hmm.
I actually have to pay attention to this part. Oh man, this is a dead end?
Yeah.
This
Pretty
is
big maze.
this is like a huge maze. You have to memorize where you're going.
Worst shooter ever.
I can't even dig a tunnel.
This ain't no dig dug, pal.
I wish it was.
I remember Dig Dug. Dig Dug was interesting.
I can't
Hey,
even.
dig dug was one of my favorite
Oh,
games,
shoot,
and
no!
I always did excellent on.
Wait, do I have to restart all that? Please tell me I don't have to. Good, I don't have
Did
to.
you accidentally exit?
I accidentally exited.
Clicked off the screen.
I pressed spacebar. Spacebar is like, I was trying to click to see what goes faster. And according to this game, nothing goes faster.
Oh, are you debugging her brain?
Yeah, basically. Because like you saw that little cutscene, that guy connected his brain to her brain. And so what I'm doing is literally going through her brain, taking out all the little mini viruses in her brain so she can feel better.
Is this what computer science class was like?
Yes, this is exactly how it is. You too can be a computer scientist if you debug a robot's brain like this. Is this what gonna be Imposter Factory is gonna be like, Kyle?
Jeez. Oh, Kyle's muted.
Oh no, Kyle. Coil.
Kyle.
Kyle. Mailing.
Well, you only have 4 more, but the problem is finding them.
I mean, I know what those are.
Oh, there's one.
Wait, there's little red dots on the edge of your borders.
Yeah, the problem is just trying to get to the areas. It's like, even though I can see where they are, it's hard.
Oh, you found them.
Oh, I almost died.
The back.
So go back.
That's what you get for saving me. A pat on the back.
Okay, yeah, so everything. I have to highlight everything in like a Star of David.
Yeah.
What does this outside do? I'm gonna double check here. Seven point zero one oh eight. 7.0108. That might be important.
Looks like probably some sort of musical notes.
Yeah, I don't know what those
Musical
do.
instrument typing thing.
That's what I'm assuming, yeah.
Probably for later.
Oh, this part 4 says it's escape thing. Hold on, let me look at what was going on. Food 2 weeks, soda occasion, hydrates, water. Alright, okay, cool. Yeah, hydrated. Alright, how do I do star?
No, the one down.
Okay.
That one. Then the top one.
Thank you, Lissa. My brain,
Welcome.
my brain did not compute right away.
That's fine.
Does water have taste? It does sometimes have taste. I say sometimes.
Tastes different depending. What? Are they suspended? Oh, the card room.
Yep.
Talked about that earlier.
Yep.
How are they not rusting?
Apparently they don't
Roasting
rust.
takes a while.
Hi.
I mean, like if you took an iron nail and let it sit in water, you wouldn't really notice anything for a couple days.
Well, true. Although I suppose, how long have these guys been sitting in here?
Hmm. Yeah, I need to get them out there.
You don't have the right key.
Water is gross and boring. Taste.
They have
awful.
flavorings you can add to water. And you
Pure
can buy
water.
different bottled water or something.
Pure water doesn't have a taste. If it has like minerals and chlorine,
Yeah, it has a slight flavor, but not much.
if you live in like the rural areas,
Oh.
it's probably more like higher content, like mineral or just like stuff that's not filtered out. But if you live in like the city, it's probably chlorine you're tasting.
Fluoride.
Fluoride. I used to drink a lot of pool water as a kid.
Oh, like on accident.
Well,
I
on
hope.
accident, sometimes on purpose.
What?
On rare occasions.
That's chlorine.
Chlorine. Oh wait, never mind.
Pool water has chlorine. Fluoride is what you use for your teeth.
That too. Sometimes I eat it. That one by accident. Chlorine. Chlorine's the one I drink a lot. Bye, jerks. Aww, that's adorable.
Were they forcing her to cook for them?
Yep. I guess, what do we do now? What? What do I do?
I don't know. I don't know why you're asking me.
Hold on. I need to look at this. Oh, here we go. Yeah, this is 108. 7. I don't know if I can memorize that.
I didn't. Oh, I don't have the stream sound on. I didn't hear it.
God dang it, Alyssa. Here, you listen to me. You listen with me.
Ugh, jeez, hold on.
Ready?
That much
Okay.
brain cells to memorize anything right now.
All right, no worries. We're almost done, Mike.
I've already taken my medication, so my brain right now, I'm out of it.
No worries. But this should be done. This is like literally the last thing we're going through right now. So. Dun, dun, dun. No. 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 That's not it. Nope, that's not it. They only did one once. Like, one is only the first one. Has to be the first one.
Do you try 1, 3, 2, 4, 5?
I just did, and not working.
Oh, never mind.
It goes down to the first note at some point.
Dun,
Dun, dun, dun. How many notes were there? 6?
I thought there was only 5.
I thought that was 5 too.
1, 3, 2, 5, 4.
1, 3, 2, 5, 4. Nope.
I don't know, you might need to go listen to it again. It's a moto. Or Kyle. Kyle's typing.
Kyle, you know music. You listen to this too.
One
You
second,
know
let me,
music.
I love the stream. You know music.
Yeah.
What am I going to be listening for here?
This.
Now.
There's 7 notes. That's 7
Oh
notes.
yeah, there's 7.
Yeah, no, it never hits the first one, Emoto. It, yeah.
Something like that.
Yeah, it never hits the first one.
Yeah, it does. At the very beginning. That first note is that first one.
Oh yeah, no, it hits the first note once, but Emoto says it goes back to the first note. I don't hear the first note after the first time, is what I'm saying.
I'm hearing 1, 3, 2, 4, 5, 4, 3. I don't know if that's right, but
I'm not really sure of these number values.
It's only 5 notes. It goes like duh, 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 duh. Like those are 5 notes. I'm trying to figure out all of them.
oh wait, it goes.
Yeah, the first note never repeats. The first note is lower than any other pitch.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out which one's the highest note.
The third to last. Yeah, I agree with you, Moto. The first is the lowest and 5 is the highest.
So, yeah, the first is the lowest, but then it goes down. So, probably what? I would say probably 1.
The second
4,
note is the
3,
second
2,
highest.
5, 4, 3.
1, 4.
Yeah, 1, 4, 3, 2, 5, 4, 3.
I think that sounds like something I was gonna say too. That's 6 notes, Emoto. We need 7. He said 1, 4, 3,
3,
3,
2,
2.
5, 4, 3.
No, the last part.
No, that was
Maybe-
off.
Maybe 5, 3, 2?
4.
3, 2. 3, 2.
No.
No,
The last
something's
two notes
wrong.
are
I
2,
don't
3. The
know.
last two are 2, 3.
Okay. Nope.
No, I'm totally certain of the last two notes, but
Yeah.
Okay, so
try what you're
something's
doing
in the
again.
middle.
The pattern is. Let me hear this in my head for a second. Do
it's kind of-
do. So what you've been doing for notes 3 and 4, you've been going up down. It should be down up.
Okay. Wait, I'm gonna try Emotos really quickly. Oh, there we go. Emoto got it.
Yeah,
That was it.
there you go.
So you So Emoto had it. So you actually had the right kind of combination. Alyssa, it was just like slightly.
Yeah, it's just the 2 and 3.
Let's get a tone deaf person to play this game and be like, shit.
And according to the wiki, this walkthrough, this is the final part where we just leave with the police car.
This is like how, like, there could be like
Stay on the
colorblind people
police
complain about certain puzzle games being like impossible for their visual impairment.
Mm.
A tone deaf person is like, man,
Yeah,
why do
no,
you have to do this to me?
I would.
This was actually a really cool game.
Yeah. I actually kind of like the simplistic story. The style is fine. Some of the puzzles are kind of complicated, but it's a point and click. Much better than Phobia, yes. Aw.
The end.
And
Get the girl in the police car.
am I a dirty
What?
cop now?
What have I missed? I didn't really watch this game
Hey,
until the very end because I wasn't
Yay,
actively watching Nick's
win.
stream. I had to turn it down so I could highlight my stream first.
Yeah. What you missed was basically me saving the tower from bullies, and the whole thing. So basically, the whole story was it started up a little robot who gets dumped into a junkyard in pieces. You put himself together. You get inside the whole city, and you start discovering that these bully robots that bullied you as a little bit with you and your girlfriend, were building a bomb. You get captured in the prison. You solve to get out, and once you get out to the prison, you start to see that they're actually building a bomb at the tower. You have to go stop them. And so you're on your way to get to the town. You have to basically do a little bit of back and forth puzzle solving, trying to figure out how to get up to the tower to stop the bomb. And you figure out that they are in like basically a bar in a sense, playing cards. I reroute water and cause them to get filled up with water, which is why you saw them in like that that room filled with water. And then we find after we try to get to the tower, we figure out that our girlfriend is being forced to cook. And then we figure out that after we get to the very top of the tower, that basically they cause, I guess, like the elder, the people that those two were taking care of, was bugged. And so they kind of like I had to fix her, make those guys go down to like the abyss, turn off the bomb, get the girl, and then fly away. That's basically the whole story. It was nice. It was a nice little game. Nice little like thing to like watch and play. It's very simple. So once you like figure out the entire game, you're basically done with the entire story. So yeah, how do you like it, Mike?
I thought it was very simplistic. The one thing I really did like was that they had like a comic book style to kind of go over the illustrations for.
Mm-hmm.
So it brought back a certain memory from me when I used to when me and my friends used to make flip books.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost the exact same style. That's something that I noticed. So that was interesting to see that again, because I haven't seen that in well over almost 15 years.
Okay. Makes sense, makes sense. Yeah, I like the thought bubbles instead of like actual dialogue as a little thing. That's like were a little nice touch. I appreciate the little thought bubbles that come up and kind of explain the story slash like kind of like give a little more characterization to your character and his little girlfriend. It was really nice. Also, apparently this game was so simplistic. I got all the achievements in one go.
That's pretty
Nice.
satisfying, though.
According to this, 34.9% of the players got Survivor, which escaped the scrapyard, which is literally at the very beginning of the game. That means only 34 played the beginning for a little bit, and only 15% beat the game. It's that's kind of like it's a very not well-known game.
Yeah. Emily's Away 3 is doing the thing with the statistics, so by the time we beat the game, if we get a bad ending, we have to find out what percentage of other players also got the same bad ending.
Started a crate hate club. What?
Alright. This will be the end part of the
Pleasure.
stream for me, so
All
I'll
right.
go. You guys have a good night,
You
and
too.
I'll see whoever tomorrow during my stream.
Yep, for sure, for sure. I'll try
Yep.
joining it. You have a good
Yep.
night, Mike. Take care.
Oh well.
Night.
Have a good night.
Night. But yeah, the book, when Emoto was mentioning the book actually giving hints was actually a really nice thing. Like I really like the book giving hints. I thought that it was well designed in that aspect. It did give the player opportunity to like really look how to do solve puzzles. Obviously,
Oh my God, are you serious?
if I didn't do the cheat sheets on some of them, I probably would have been stuck on puzzles for another like hour or two. Like there was a puzzle where we had to figure out how to turn off most of the water, I guess, in the sewer. Which I think Emoto would have enjoyed that at the very least. And then there was another one that we had to basically cover an entire square, but they were like red squares that you couldn't go over, and so you had to kind of directionize this covering up every whole square, which is Emoto, to explain, that was the puzzle Mike was trying to tell you was something that you would have enjoyed. Ice puzzle, basically ice puzzles, yeah. General test, don't science that. Yeah, still talking about water in the chat.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm just debating, do I want to do Banjo or Black 2? Rate your water. My water's pretty nice. It's still pretty cold. Also, Kyle, how are you liking Emily Away 3?
I found it good so far. Like I was saying earlier, there's a lot more going on with the game, and that's why it's longer. Because like the other games, you know, all you had was the instant messenger design, where all you can really do in the game is click between the two chats and then click the external links.
Yeah.
And this is just referring to Emily's Way too. In this game, you can like see people's walls and they like post statuses and stuff, and you can like click between like everybody's profiles.
Mhm.
So there's more stuff going on, and it seems promising so far. There's also some secrets. We found one secret where there's like a pet the dog app where you can pet the dog in case the game's getting too stressful. And I'm looking at the secrets right now, and there's also a Farmville knockoff as part of the game's secrets where you can grow carrots. And I want to try this out next time. But yeah, it's true that me and Emoto are like the people who like don't even understand Facebook playing the game, and then Grace has been on Facebook since like, you know, since like 1990 because she's such an OG.
Yeah.
She's been on Facebook since before Mark Zuckerberg was born.
Yeah.
Facebook games were like oddly, like, I mean, they were pretty simplistic, but at the same time, there was something oddly satisfying about just accumulating crap. If it was what
Yeah.
the thing was.
I enjoyed Facebook games.
I remember my time with Facebook games, like straight up. Like one of the like, do you know Backyard Monsters? Alyssa or James?
I know it.
Yeah, so there was a time where I played Backyard Monsters, and I actually was really into it, but for some odd reason, I remember not inviting anybody, but for some odd reason, that game kept causing my account to invite all my friends constantly.
Oh,
All I
jeez.
did was just play the game, and then every single time I do stuff, and then people kept messaging me like, "Stop inviting me." It's like, what? I'm not inviting you. It's like your account is literally inviting me. It's like, what? And so it got to a point where I actually just stopped playing Backyard Monsters just because it's like there's something with that game that's forcing me to invite everyone that I was friended to, and that was actually like really annoying.
It's really annoying.
Yeah. That, I played Farmville too. That was a pretty.
Oh yeah, Farmville,
Mhm.
Clash of Clans,
I still play Clash of
pet
Clans.
stuff. I remember having, like, every time I did a new game, having to go into my settings to make sure, like, because a lot of the games on Facebook had like automatic postings for like achievements you did, and I remember going through and like making sure only I could view them, because I'm like, I don't want people to see me spamming all of these freaking achievements.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, some of them I didn't care about, especially once me and my friends have talked about, but if I'm like was playing that game for like, I don't know, a few hours or just an hour, it's like there's just like so many things that get spammed in your timeline, and I'm like, ugh, I don't need people to see all of this.
Oh yeah. Like I like whenever like it comes down to like old like Facebook like pages and like all those stuff, I just like, no, I never wanted to post on my timeline. I just feel like posting that stuff is really annoying, personally speaking. So it... Actually, when did you get a Facebook, you and James?
Let's see, my Facebook account was made in probably, I'm gonna estimate 2007.
Oh, you were at the OG time.
I was gonna say, I might have to look up when I had a Facebook before I had a cell phone.
Did you have it during high school, middle school?
October 2009.
I had a Facebook during middle school, but I don't remember when during middle school.
I actually had a Facebook during middle school. I think I had it during like 7th grade, 8th grade, maybe 6th grade, because that was 2008, around there. I remember having one, but when I first made a Facebook, I remember not doing much on it, but people tagged me on it. I remember people tagged me on my Facebook at one point, where they tag people on a picture of video game characters, and I was tagged as Snake, which it was subtitled Stalker, which was kind of rude. But for some reason, somehow that account, Facebook account, was actually, I don't know how, but deleted. I guess maybe like it was, someone deemed it as it was something that had to get deleted completely, and I had to remake my entire Facebook. So my Facebook account that your guys are friends with is like my second Facebook account.
So that kind of sucks.
Yeah, I tried to remake it or redo it, and this is like, no, this email is completely banned, and it's just like, why? I never knew why. Facebook is just...
Oh, this guy contains spoilers. I'm not going to read it.
This are you reading like reviews?
No, I'm looking at the guides on Steam because there's like an achievements guide, but it says like, warning, this will contain spoilers, so don't read it if you don't want those. And I'm like, okay, well, we'll leave that to later playthroughs then.
Nani.
I can already tell that this game has like a larger variety of endings, so we'll probably have to play through the game multiple times to see a lot of the content. One of the titles or one of the guides suggests that the game has 9 different endings.
There's an Emily ending, there's a non-Emily ending, there's a Steve ending.
Well, I think the way I'm counting it out is there's probably a romantic ending. Wait, well, let me count here. Romantic ending with Emily, platonic ending with Emily, breakup ending with Emily. Same thing for 3 more endings with Evelyn. So, romantic, platonic, breakup. Now I'm at 6. Then there's a don't romance anyone and be forever alone ending.
Oh damn.
like a horrible ending. And there's just like totally platonic but not romantically involved with anyone, boring ending.
My relationship status
then-
is complicated ending.
I've counted 8, so I don't know what the last one could be.
Emoto says ace ending.
Romance everyone.
Yeah, absolute player and somehow get both of them to be in love with you and be okay with that.
Have a harem ending.
Including Steve.
Steve.
No, fuck Steve.
You haven't even
There are
met
like
Steve.
multiple reviews on Steam being like, yo, fuck Steve.
Book Steve.
The Matt ending.
Like, Arm.
God. I'm looking through my timeline to see when I got my Facebook, and I'm reading some of my old comments, and I'm just like,
oh man,
my
looking
god.
at some cringe.
Yeah.
You should say you
I mean,
joined
I'm
the
reading
Arm
stuff
profile.
from 2010, so
Just like,
Who's
oh
Arma?
man, this new Nickelback single is so good, lol.
oh, I don't know if I knew who Nickelback was back then. I didn't get into music until actually probably until 2012 or so.
hmm
What? I want to look at this. How do you check the all the way back in those years?
There's actually a pretty funny moment in the game where
Your timeline.
the girl I was talking to was saying like, all right, I have like a really embarrassing, cringy thing to tell you about. And she was like, I used to just like climb up to my roof and listening to music while looking up at the stars. And she was like, and I was listening to Fall Out Boy and I was like crying. And you're just like, oh, I see the problem. And she's like, yeah, it was Fall Out Boy. And you're like, yeah, I'm sorry you had to listen to that.
Oh,
So good. Yeah, so we just get to mock Fall Out Boy in the game.
I don't post much on Facebook, so I think it's like easy enough for me to go all the way down.
Oh god, oh my god, now that Emoto's mentioned this, I'm cutting out.
say the furthest I can go back is October of 2010. I'm pretty sure I had it at least a year before that, but I guess maybe I didn't post back then.
I found on my profile it just said joined and it listed as a date.
I'm looking
Really?
back.
I couldn't find that.
I'm looking back, and I did post quite a bit during like 2012, 2011. It was just like, this is a lot more than I usually post now. I only post like once a year now. I see a lot of me like post during 2011. That was during like my high school year, like my freshman year.
Oh, on your profile under edit details, there's a toggle where you can decide whether or not you want your join date to be posted on them.
Oh wow, I remember my first year of like getting my new Facebook. I tried doing a thing which was very stupid of trying to post status every single day.
Oh my god.
And I'm just
I definitely never did that.
I'm looking at it, I just see like hi ... zzz, and I'm just like, what? what was I doing back in Facebook 2010? Apparently my first ever post.
See where you're looking for that, James, but
Apparently my first ever post was back in February 2016, 2010. It was what shall I do now?
oh god. Right?
Man, this is interesting just going back into the years. It's like, look at your cringe posts. What did I do back in like 2010 and everything?
Oh, you can just skip to a year.
Yeah.
You can skip to his 1980. There was no Facebook.
Not 1980. I gotta go back to that 2010.
Well, I can't skip that part because like it would, but there's nothing to post. But under post filters, you can select go to, and then select a year.
Mm-hmm.
It was all the way back to 1980, but Facebook didn't exist then.
The internet wasn't as
Funny.
advanced in
I
1980.
was. How old is Mark Zuckerberg now? Like, was he?
I think he's like 30s.
Yeah, so even he might not even have been alive in 1980. Yeah, he was born in 1984. Mark Zuckerberg wasn't even alive. We can go back that far on Facebook.
I found a post from 2009 where I attained the level of professional plower. Oh, look, there's even an eggplant in the picture.
What are these like Facebook posts that I commented? I commented on some of the randomest things in my time at Facebook.
One of the guides for Emily is Away 3, instead of just saying like ending guide, how to get this ending, it's just an ending call, or it's just a guide called How to Avoid Getting Crippling Depression. Description: this game will show you how to avoid getting depression from Emily's Away 3. Heavy spoilers.
Some of my posts on Facebook over the years were just like, I'm eating fettuccine. And it's like, that's my whole announcement.
Cool story, bro.
One of my, oh, here's another one. Just says, so bored.
I just see like, I'm soon gonna be 15 and later try to drive. Oh right, I was trying to get, I was getting ready for my well, my internet has pieced out, lurk. But I was getting ready to drive my get my permit.
Oh my god, I found a Facebook fight I had. Those were stupid.
That's basically the plot of Emily's Away 3.
Do you remember Poking Wars?
Oh my god, I remember those.
No, you can poke people in Emily's Away 3. In fact, that might become a plot point at some point, I'm not sure.
Really? That's funny.
Maybe I should just
I remember me and one of my friends had a poking war, and every day we would poke each other, and it lasted for over a year. We were fucking committed.
Yeah, we had a moment where we got poked during the stream today, where the girl we were like asking out like poked me, and I was like, "Do I want to poke her back?"
Dude, like the poking I had like so many poking wars. Like there was a time where I had like a friend where it would be like so they poke me and I poke them immediately back, and then they would message me saying, "Do you have like a bot auto poking?" It's like, "No, I'm just on Facebook." And it's just like, "Oh, it's on." And then we just kept going for like 15-20 minutes, and then you'll be like, all right, I give up, I need to do stuff. Just like, yes, I won.
I kind of wish there was a purge function on Facebook, because I really want to purge everything that reminds me of the days I attended church.
attend church. I have a lot of stuff that just says like I post on Farmville and stuff.
At one point, Grace brought up during the stream, but I guess like DMs didn't exist in like the very early days of Facebook. So like, because Emoto and I were both questioning where there's like a part where there are these two characters in the game who like were best friends, but then they like drifted apart because of stuff that was going on.
Yeah.
And they're talking about like, oh god, I'm cutting out.
Nope, you're still good on my end. Kyle?
Kyle.
Oh, rest in peace, Kyle.
Kyle died.
Oh no.
Okay, now I'm here. Sorry, it could just because like super strong wind outside or something that's affecting my connection. But yeah, like right now, I appear to be cutting out. Maybe I should just keep talking anyway. I don't know.
Wait, do you have satellite internet?
Bullshit, dude. Ridiculous. I can't tell my story because I don't know if people are listening. Damn it. Ridiculous. I can't believe it. It's so stupid. God. Ugh.
Oh, yep. Nope.
I have
October
heard you.
3.
Okay, well, in the game, there are these two friends who were drifting apart, and then they were talking about reconciling. And so the way they reconcile is one of them just like posts on the wall of the other, like a public post on a wall being like, hey, can I talk to you after school? And I'm like, why would he post that publicly? Why can't you just DM them that? Why does everyone know you had to be like talking to each other?
Yeah.
Your wall posts. I thought it was stupid.
Also,
There was a lot of older Facebook users,
yeah.
like who had a habit of like messaging, like instead of sending, like even after DMs were introduced, or I think you'd probably get people like, I don't know, I don't remember it ever not being a thing. But they did eventually, like the Messenger app, like there being a separate app that you could use when you're not on Facebook. That wasn't the thing at first. But like sometimes like people would just like ask people questions, but they would post on their wall. I'm like, hey, come over for dinner tonight? Like on the wall, people like, and then it would just be there for everyone else to see.
I think like the first thing I've edited on my Facebook was literally me editing my hometown, who I'm interested in, and all my like relationship status and stuff. That was literally my first thing apparently I ever did on my Facebook.
The first thing I ever did on Facebook apparently was update my profile picture, and then my sister judging me on my profile picture and us going back and forth.
When did I friend you, Alyssa? Oh, friends since November 2014.
Dang.
When did I
I have
friend?
253 friends.
I have way more than that.
I think I went back and deleted people, like the people who I hadn't talked to in like 5 years, who I had no intention of ever talking to them.
Yeah, I've definitely gone through. I've only deleted a few, not too many, but I was really picky with who I accepted as my friends, even as I first started Facebook. Like I know a lot of people, especially a lot of people, at least in my high school, were all the craze of just numbers. So it was basically just accept everybody.
Just add literally everyone in your school, regardless of whether you even like them or not.
Yeah, I did that.
Yeah, exactly. But I never did that. So I never had just a shit ton of people who I never knew or talked to on my Facebook. I mean, now I do, because most of my people on my Facebook were from high school who I don't talk to anymore. But when I was first doing Facebook, I knew and talked to everyone I was friends with.
Alyssa vets people. You gotta file an application to be able to be friends with her.
I actually
She does a background check on you.
I actually did. I went through that phase, and I have like over 1,000 people, and haven't even bothered go through to actually unfriend a few people that I haven't talked to in like forever.
Dang.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I think Facebook is dumb, dude. It's like just the superficial friendships that you pretend are real by adding your friend count.
It's just one of those things that some people I actually know, some people I've talked to a long time ago, and other people I just friended. That's it.
Yeah, it's a mixture of things for me, but
Yeah, like some people will just friend everyone on their friends with like friends. And it's like,
yes, that's what people did. They just went through their friends list and friended those people, and
I'll
if
be
they
right
said
back.
yes, they would then go through their friend list and friend people.
So what about people who are strict and only friend people who have compatible zodiac signs with them? Like, when's your birthday? It's blah blah blah. Okay, leave.
Actually, I never made my birthday public.
Hey everyone, just so
Oh,
everyone
I have
knows,
very-
Alyssa's birthday is. Kidding.
I mean,
I mean, we probably said out loud what is during stream because it was this month.
well,
So.
yeah, because we streamed on my birthday,
Yeah, true.
so I don't. I
Oh,
mean, I
man.
don't care about that too much. Not now, but when I was growing up, that I definitely had a locked profile for public use.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also something my parents kind of stressed behind.
I've gotten to the
But-
point. Yeah, I've gotten to the point where locked stuff is just like not my thing. And besides, like, I've gotten to the mindset of when it comes to like social media, my identity is already on the internet, even if it's locked and protected. So I just like leave it public because it's like I don't really care anymore for certain things.
That's true. I don't know, like, I think on my Facebook publicly, just like my name, and then I think maybe my gender is public. Everything else, like my hometown, all of my friends list, dates, things like that is all private. But I've never bothered to change any of my privacy settings. My privacy settings are still the same as when I first joined.
Does that mean that you only can see you if we're friends on you on Facebook?
Yeah, so like you can search up my name and you can see my profile picture, but you can't really see anything else. You have to be friends with me to like get through my timeline, all of like my intro, like, you know, my hometown and pictures and things like that.
Oh, I see the first photo I see on your Facebook is you with your 24th birthday cake, and that's where it was
Oh,
Kyle?
is that the one where I like photoshopped Steve over it?
Yes, that one.
Yes. That was my pandemic birthday last year. when lockdown first hit.
Mm-hmm.
Steve. And then James did the big-eyed Steve.
Oh god, yeah.
Oh, it was just a one large eyeball.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Was your first like my what was my first like Facebook photos and stuff? I'm looking back at it.
Oh, mine was rabbits.
Wabbits.
I don't
Like a
think a lot of-
cute
I
Easter
don't think a lot of
photo
photos-
I found. Honestly, I never really changed my profile picture too much, so like my very first profile picture was just some rabbits, and I literally had that probably for the next 3 or so years.
My first profile picture and my first picture was me petting a koala in Australia. This is literally it. Look how tiny I was.
Oh, cute!
I was so tiny.
So tiny.
I'm so like I'm probably twice the height of that little kid. Now.
Little Gamer 112.
Little. I was in Australia.
Okay.
Yep. You asking like sixth grade me, how was it? I mean, I didn't hate it. I don't know. I don't remember too much about it. Oh yeah, there was this like photo of me. This is like one of my cringiest ones. People said like I look like a gangster in this one.
That
I
was
just-
my first ever profile picture.
This was my second, I believe.
Look at you holding the trumpet so threateningly.
Nice.
I don't. Yeah, I was.
You do look like you're contemplating using that trumpet to bash someone's head in. I love it.
I was trying. I think I was just like.
I think you're just projecting, Lissa.
I needed a haircut that day.
You will be in band and you will like it.
I mean, Kyle did like it.
If you don't join band, I will find you. And I will enlist you.
Wait, if you guys were like part of band, what outside of Kyle, what instruments would have you guys picked?
I was in choir, but
Oh, same.
I don't know.
I was in choir for a
I
little
didn't-
bit.
Well, I never really had any
Wait,
interest.
what are you inquiring
in-
about?
I was gonna say, I never
Good
had any interest in playing instruments besides the piano. I don't know. I guess maybe the drums at some point, but
Pick a brass
never
instrument
had
or
an
you get the brass
interest in
knuckles,
anything else.
says Nick.
what?
I said pick a brass instrument or get the brass knuckles. That's what Nick is saying with his eyes right now.
Are you gonna
Alright.
use that picture? I think I might have sent that picture to you. I don't know.
I don't think I've ever seen this before, no.
Well,
I've
you would
seen like a picture of you, like that you showed me like back at Western, like a picture of you when you were younger, just because you mentioned you had longer hair at one point.
Yeah.
But it probably wasn't this one.
Well, if you had it made a
Yeah.
Facebook, you would have been able to see it. Lissa can't. James
Well,
can.
I don't care. I'm not gonna create a Facebook just so I can see your pictures from middle school.
Dude, Kyle, you have to make a Facebook now because you got it.
No, shut up. It's 2021. I don't give a shit.
Well, you're playing Emily's Away. You gotta give a crap. Yeah, I felt like posted videos. My photos were weird.
I never posted videos. I barely even posted at all. Like, I would post occasionally, but more often than not, I would play games and then chat with friends, and that was my Facebook experience. I rarely ever posted.
Oh, Rose is here.
Rose? Oh, hey, Rose. What's up? We're kind of like
Hey.
talking about reminiscing of old Facebook. Because like Kyle played Emily's Away 3 and it has like 2008 Facebook. And so we're just like talking about like our Facebook memories. It was like I went back to my Facebook and I was like, "Oh yeah, here's me when I was like in middle school." And I just had freakishly long hair and I was like super short. Okay, I don't have freakishly long hair like Kyle did back when I first met him.
Back when we first met, my hair wasn't even that long.
It was long. It was like freakishly long for me because I don't like long hair past like a certain point.
Yeah, but like at the beginning of that school year, my hair was only like forehead length, and I just continued growing it out for like the next like 2.5 years or so.
Yeah, if my hair gets over like covers my whole forehead, that's just when my hair, that's when I say like my hair ends up being too long. Trying to look at my old Facebook photos, it's a tad cringy. I mean, that's the funny thing about sometimes is just like looking at old things and just get cringy.
That's kind of the premise of Emily's Away 3, yeah.
Yeah. I remember like going back to start watching some of the old videos that I've recorded, as well as like with Sean and Carl, and there are plenty cringy right there. Still on my YouTube channel and everything. So, ugh. Also, Kyle, what was that thing where you jumped into my stream? Speaking of which, Emily's Way. Why did you need a 1 or 2 immediately?
Oh, that was actually like the most important decision in that entire chapter, and we just kept arguing back and forth, and we had to break a tie. It was a choice between when we were talking about going to see a horror movie with Evelyn, the girl we were talking to.
Mhm.
We're just talking about like this plan to see the movie, and she was like, "Oh, cool, we're gonna see the movie." And then she was like, "So is this like a thing?" And we had the option of either saying it's a date, number 1, number 2 was like you tell me, and number 3 was something kind of lame, like only if you want it to be or something like that. So it was between either it's a date or you tell me. And the answer you gave, number 1, was it's a date. And then we said that, and now we're like officially like in a relationship. We made it Face Nook official. So it's actually like a super important decision. So important that apparently after saying it's a date, this girl decided they were already in a relationship when we haven't even gone on the actual date yet.
Oh, Rose is like, aw. Yeah, no, just to give context, I was playing a game called Machinarium, which was a point and click, like, stylistic art style, like, little thing. And then Kyle just jumps into my chat and yells, Nick, pick 1 or 2. Nick, please. And I was just like, Kyle, I said.
Yeah, I was just like, pick 1 or 2, pick it now. And then like you were just kind of focused on the game, so you didn't respond for like half a minute. I was just like, Nick, please. And then right after you said that, you looked over and was like, 1.
No,
I was like, cool. And then I just closed the window and said 1.
Dude, I literally like I when I saw your message, I literally responded with 1. And the thing is that I was going through a lot of frames, and I basically had to type it out just in case you see it. And it's like Grace comes in and just like, thank you.
Oh, did she actually say that? I had already closed the window at that point. But yeah, I just decided it'd be funny to do that because back when we were playing like Emily's Away 2, we had a point where we made Emoto get Michael to just tell us the number 2 or 3 or something like that. And we just told him like say a number without any context and let a decision be made that way. Also, if Earthscape is confused, what we're referring to is a situation in a video game.
Yeah, this is specifically a video game. If you're talking about real life, I mean, like, I have been on dates before. But yeah, Emily, that was the only date you given on? Kyle?
Oh, with Emily's Away? Yeah, that was like the end of chapter 2 was the thing about it's a date and we're Phase Nook official. But we get to see like a sneak preview of like the setting the scene of chapter 3 at the end.
Okay.
So the ending of I'm not going to give any additional spoilers because there was a bunch of stuff that seemed to happen, but it implies that the position we're starting chapter 3 in is that the player character and this girl have been dating for a month now, going into chapter 3.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really? Also, yeah, no worries, Rose. You jumped in like when we were talking about Emily's Away, so don't worry. If try to help get as clear as with any like context. Obviously, don't want to be too confusing. But yeah, it's Emily's Away 3 is a game of like Emily's Away and Emily's Away 2. It just released like Friday around the world.
It seems like the launch has been successful though. Like I was looking at the game's site and it like linked to like the developers like Twitter, and he was showing that like Emily's Away 3 is like trending on Steam and stuff.
Oh yeah.
It says like, oh, like make sure to leave me a review because that'll help the algorithms point people to the game too. So it seems like it's been going well. It seems like he made the game completely independently too, and spent 3 years making it.
And then he gets reviews of like, yo, F Steve.
Yeah, fuck Steve. Or somebody saying, where's the Linux version? Thumbs down.
Yeah, I sent you. I told you that because I was looking at the reviews earlier today, and it was just like, "Yo, Kyle. Apparently this game is getting bad reviews. Apparently it needs a Linux version."
Yeah, I had as my intro screen for the stream. I just had that one review that said, "Yo, fuck Steve." And I'm glad that we didn't actually encounter Steve in the game yet, because I forgot to make a stream scene where I was just anytime Steve gets mentioned, I was just gonna click away to an image of Steve's face, the cat, with like the caption "Steve" above it.
Yeah.
So I gotta prepare that for the next stream.
To get context, Rose, Steve actually is the name of one of Kyle's cats. And
Yeah, I have a cat named Steve, but it's also become a running gag that we discovered in some games that we've played on my channel that Steve is just like the go-to name for like a douchebag character.
so we just make fun of like, hey Kyle, your cat is being a d-bag.
Yeah, because that was the thing in both Emily's Away and Night in the Woods as well. There was a guy named Steve who the protagonist clearly hates.
Who is Steve again?
In Night in the Woods, it was just a very brief scene. For when you go to the abandoned supermarket with Greg, there's a guy named Steve who has like the keys to like let you inside like a storage room. And May's like, "Oh God, is it Steve? Friggin' Steve."
Steve. Still need to finish that Japanese only one.
Yes, we're barely in part 2 in that game. And that playthrough's technically been going since like last September or something.
And then there's also the Mario RPG one.
Yeah, but that one, the timing's a little bit more flexible. The thing with Night in the Woods is I need to arrange it so that both Emoto can watch, and like I don't want to like interfere with Grace's stream schedule too much.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and yes, we can allow the word douchebag.
like instead of
I'm gonna do
James's...
douchebag. I like how yesterday James had to prove the phrase "beat Willie."
It suspected it of like being sexual or violent.
Yeah.
Because like it says like when like either A, it thinks it's talking about a dick, or it thinks it's someone is talking to beat someone named Willie. I don't know which, but
Yeah, I don't know why Steve is such a d-bag. I guess like it's been popularized by media.
well, it's just a generic name for men, or just a generic male name.
I guess like but it's like it's also popularized by media because like if you think about it, a lot of like TV shows, live action TV shows, and like movies have like jocks, and there would be like Brad, and then there would be like Chad, and then there's like Steve, all those things like.
I mean, I had a roommate named Steve at one point, if you remember.
I do remember, yeah.
The one who stunk up the entire second floor of our building with weed.
I don't even know if Lissa remembers that.
I mean, he wasn't a douche, though. He was actually really nice.
Wait, Lissa, were you on the second or third floor in Fairhaven?
What?
Like in the in the stack 8, were you on the second or third floor? I thought you were on second, right?
I'm on the third. I was on the third floor. I was right across from the.
Yeah,
washer.
she was actually on the third
Rayman.
because that year the second floor is almost entirely dudes actually that year.
Oh yeah.
I think the second floor that year was all men except for an individual who I'm not going to name.
Yep. It was like only like a couple females
And her
on that
roommate.
floor.
There were like 2 women, and then like everybody else on that floor is men. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I remember.
Because Justin and
Yeah,
Tyler
on the
also lived
third
on that
floor.
floor.
Yeah. Yeah, you were the only one on the third floor, and I remember Dylan being the only one on the fourth floor for a time being.
Yeah, and then he switched.
Yeah.
He went to the suite that had the Wonder Turd in the bathroom.
Dude, that is the weirdest story we have ever.
In which we later found out years later that the Wonder Turd was created by a dude who didn't even live in that building at the time.
Oh.
I'm glad we have that documented in that one highlight where Jamie tells the full story, the epilogue.
Yeah, there was a point where I didn't even know it was possible to reduce something like that.
I've actually never seen how big it was. I remember Dougie was like showing everybody else on his phone, be like, "You're chicken with this turd in the toilet," but I just like looked away because I didn't want to see it. I was just like, please, I don't need to look.
It was probably at least as thick as a human bicep.
No, I remember that. I took like a second to look at it. It's still engraved in my memory.
Like not like freakish, not like muscle, like bodybuilder bicep, but just like an average person.
An average person's bicep.
Mm-hmm.
That's still very thick though, for a turd.
And it was, I don't know. Actually, I remember times where I remember going onto the second floor to get people to meet with people. I remember one time I go up to the second floor, and I think I was gonna meet Tyler, and he was like in this like little suite room with multiple. All right, night Moto. Night night.
Night.
Hey,
I remember that there was like this suite room that Tyler was in with like it had like 3 other doors and like this little alcove. And it
oh
had
yeah, no, but he had the room by itself.
He had
Yeah.
the one single room in the building, yeah.
Yeah, I remember that I was gonna see Tyler. So I go up in there, and then I just see Tyler come out of the bathroom, straight up, no clothes, and just in a towel.
Oh.
And then he just like looks at me, he's like, "Hey Nick, what's up?" And starts talking to me in a towel. It's like, he's like, "We're gonna play some."
That's awkward.
He was so awkward, and he would just be like, "It's like I was like, hey Tyler, you want to come down and play some games?" He's like, "Yeah, sure, I'll just change." And it's like, okay, better not changing like
Awkward timing.
awkward
It
time.
sounds like a dorm life though.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there was like an opening in the hallway. Like somebody could have just, I don't know. I guess because it was mostly a dude floor, but still kind of awkward just walking on somebody who's just wearing a towel.
Yeah, no.
No towel, like just towel, no clothes. It's a good thing that towel stayed on.
You know, I always brought clothes in to the bathroom because my roommate would sometimes have people over, and I'm like, I don't know when that's gonna be. She was nice enough to always knock on the door though and tell me, hey, just to let you know, there's people out here. But
You also have
I
one of
don't
those
know.
weird
I would
bathroom
never,
situations
I would
where the
never step out of the bathroom into a hallway with just a towel.
You also had one of those like suite rooms where like the bathroom was like joined between 2 rooms, which is not what I had.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, you guys had the 3-bedroom with like the bathroom in a hallway in the middle.
Yeah.
I had yeah, we had there's a name for it, but I can't remember what it's called.
You had the one
But
with
yeah,
like it shared a bathroom with it's a shared bathroom
yeah,
with 2
the
rooms.
bathroom
Yeah.
was not connected to any type of hallway. It was just connected to the 2 rooms.
It was an extremely mysterious bathroom. That also means that some random person can't just wander in and contribute a wonder turd. So you have that protection at least.
Mm-hmm. I actually remember the other room that because I don't think I ever told the story on stream, but I had the other room because it was like shared with another room. That room was always like I always had a new like I guess suite mate every quarter because there was like, oh hey, a new quarter. My new quarter was like, oh hey, a guy comes in, it's like, hey, where's your roommate? And it's like, oh, he's supposedly gonna come in much later. And then he comes in later with like a Keurig and everything, and then leaves a couple weeks later. And it's just like, yeah, he's not just coming to school anymore. It's like, oh, okay. He gets a new roommate who then leaves at the end of that quarter saying like, yeah, I'm moving to somewhere else because I got transferred. And then my original roommate, like the original suite mate, just like then moves out and just like, okay, cool, I'm moving to a different dorm. And then I get like completely new suite mates the next quarter. It's like every single quarter I had a new suite mate.
Yeah, that square
I
had the
remember you
same with a
talking about
different
that.
roommate, and it was pretty weird.
Yeah, me and my roommate only had changed suite mates once. Because they were 2 friends, so they, after the, I don't know, 1 or 2 quarters, they went and got a different place, an apartment together.
Mhm.
So then we got 2 new ones.
Oh, that's funny. My old housemates often didn't tell me if they had someone over, and I have walked in way worse than someone in a tower. Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, it's a bit
Yeah.
steamy.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
I mean, thankfully, I never walked in on anything, but you can definitely hear things.
I think I overheard something when I was working in the computer lab once.
Oh,
At the
God.
computer lab?
Yeah, on the top floor of.
Oh
That's,
no.
That's not
Which
surprising.
computer
but
lab? What
also-
part of campus? Yeah, it's
Also,
not
hey,
surprising.
Rivers.
It's not.
The residences on North Campus had their own computer labs.
Oh
Oh,
shoot! What the
damn.
hell? I never knew that.
Yeah, that's nice.
Fairhaven's was in the Commons, though, so that makes sense.
Yeah. Hey,
Yeah.
Because the North
They
Campus
were
posts were huge and
pretty
actually had
cool.
lounges in them.
But yeah, there also the top floor also had just regular like residential rooms
Oh.
besides like the computer lab. So
Yeah, those thin walls.
Hey Rivers, how you doing? We're talking about old like memories back in our university days and old internet stuff. Rose says, but we were all pretty close friends and didn't get uncomfortable easily, so we laughed it off. Huh. Oh yeah. I think like I remember I don't know, Kyle, remember our friend your old roommate from Dude Apartment?
Yes.
Yeah, he
I think
kept
we called
coming
him
out.
Bob at one point.
Yeah, he kept coming out of I mean, look, we were all dudes. It was just hence the Dude Apartment. And but you basically he would always every single day with no failure would come out just with a bat, like with just nothing but a towel on all the time, and just go to his room.
Yeah.
It was kind of sometimes one of those sites is like I just got used to seeing it. And
Yeah, I mean, I remember, like, I think I told you on stream recently, it was just like a time where, like, his sleep schedule was so bizarre that we just never even knew when he was asleep or awake.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah.
And there was one time, me and the other guy we were living with, we were just eating dinner at like 6 or 7 p.m. and just like talking, not even like super loudly. And that roommate just marched out of his room in his underwear, like looking like he'd obviously just woken up. I was like, "Hey, shut up!" And then went back to his room and slammed the door to go back to bed. And we're like, "What the hell?"
Yeah. How you doing? I'm doing well, thank you. We're doing fine. Just finished up a game and just having fun talking about old memories. Yeah. Having like roommates has been an interesting time when I was in uni. I remember I believe it was third year was I was at the NX&W. That whole experience at NX&W was interesting because I've always had like loud roommates above us that kept like partying every night, which was terrible.
Oof.
Like no, we would straight up had to keep telling them to be quiet. And there was that incident in that apartment complex that had basically went statewide news. The guy who got pepper sprayed for being nude on the entire campus or something, like trended on
Oh
Twitter.
yeah.
Yeah. That used to be called NX&W and now it's called LARK. Just because they didn't want to be associated with that guy anymore on Twitter. It was ridiculous because it was like usually that stuff that was being told on Twitter, like in like Bellingham and stuff, would never leave Bellingham, but because he did something so what's the word I'm looking for? So extreme.
Out there.
Yeah, out there. Like he basically had to call the police. They came and he was just like yelling at them and they literally shot a pepper gun at him and he had to go retreat back into his apartment room. I don't even know what happened to him.
I don't know, probably got a fine or something. But yeah, it was a interesting time in Bellingham with all the nudist reports.
Oh,
Oh,
wait.
the voyeurs and
say.
stuff. Yeah, and the public touch too muchers.
That actually became like a
Yeah, I wrote a satirical
the
write-up of those
drive-by.
Western alerts at the time.
yeah
I
wasn't
remember the drive-bys.
yeah well,
Yeah.
wasn't wasn't it like a quarterly thing where we always get someone's like, oh yeah, someone's peeking
It was
into
like
the chef.
multiple times a quarter, and I made fun of this in my like blog that I had, where just every time it'd be like multiple times a quarter, and it'd just be like, on this street, somebody exposed himself to women, and it was like it was a white male, 20s or 30s, and I'm like, cool, thank you for describing half the population of our city.
Yeah, college town.
Yeah.
I mean, a college town where like 92% of the population is white, so
Yeah. like for context, we had like these things called Western alerts, where it'd be a campus-wide alert for people who disturb, do like very outrageous things. And there was a time when I first came into university, the first Western alert we got was a guy taking a peek into a girl's shower room in like on the ridge or something like that.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
that
in the
dorm.
dorm.
That dorm.
Yeah. And then like a quarter later, there's like another one where a guy like in like I guess like a brown cloak comes up to like a couple women and then just like opens his cloak up and then flashes them and runs away. And then the next quarter, another report, basically a guy comes up, drives up to a woman, asks tells them to come over, and then it's like they see him like straight up naked in the car and then drives away. And another report later, just that a guy gropes a woman while running and then runs away. And it's like I got to a point where, is this all the same person who just never gets caught kind of thing? Because I feel like that.
Yeah, it makes you wonder. And
Honestly,
you guys started.
both were the same person, but there was definitely more than one. I'm sure.
Yeah.
Grace comes
Also-
in. What?
Yeah, you guys also started at Western a year later than I did, so you missed the amazing Western Alert series that was the tale of drunk Superman on Halloween night in my freshman year.
Yeah, we heard the tale. We did not
Yep.
receive the alerts.
I
though.
just remember getting the text messages at the time, just the morning after Halloween, November 1st, because this is like on a weekend. It was just like, so-and-so has been missing, walked into the woods by himself while drunk, and he's wearing a Superman Halloween costume. And then we just get like more details about it, like in an email from the university later, and then it was like, so-and-so has been found and he is safe. And it was like, cool. But then I just heard, because, you know, I didn't have your guys' perspective, where every year after that, at like summer start or whatever, they would warn every incoming student, like, don't, you know, do such and such by yourself, don't wander off alone, don't drink with nobody else present, because you'll be like drunk Superman. Apparently that's like a warning they give every summer start from now on, right?
I never got that. I don't remember ever getting that.
There were definitely others in like your year who told me they've heard the same story, like told secondhand.
Oh, really? I don't remember ever getting that. Then again, I never really saved a lot of that stuff, so I don't remember.
I was gonna say, I don't remember. We might have gotten that warning. I don't remember, but I don't remember like a lot of the speeches and shit they did for Summer Start.
I
Yeah,
mean, that
same.
entire program is a waste of time, so...
I just remember all chilling out on the north side lawn, just by the water.
The
It's
only
like a-
worthwhile thing about Summer Start for me, honestly, was just learning how to use Class Finder and getting to see dead parrots for the first time.
Yeah.
Dead Parrot Society, I think I should clarify that for people who don't know what that means.
Yeah,
Dead Parrot
it's a
It's a
club.
comedy group.
Yeah, it's a comedy
I very
group.
much enjoyed that.
Yeah, comedy group was really fun.
Remember the event we hosted where some like the person that was in charge of advertising for the event just didn't do it?
Oh my god, that is a story that I will say after I read Roses. See, I've had a weird experiences with people in my city, but I have never had any these experience at the university and have not heard anything else happening at that university I wanted to. So it's surprising it was a common experience at your school. Yeah, it's unfortunately, I would say, a common experience with our school. Our school was weird. Our school is, I guess.
You were the hippie school.
No, literally. Like here's the thing, Rose. Every year, our school always has a party dorm room, like a party dorm. Always, it changes up, and then it always has like a comm dorm, and then we always have the same dorm be the, I guess, like stoned dorm, like with all the
Yeah,
weeds and stuff.
stoners
Yeah,
smoking.
and that's where we were.
Legit, you're thinking about sitting in a circle out in the lawn, smoking high as a kite, someone with a guitar and long hair. That's
Yeah, well, the
legit
thing
happened.
about
That's the exact scene that I've walked in on before.
the
Yeah.
dorm complex that we lived in that year was basically like in the woods on the southern part of campus, and because it wasn't like on like a street or anything, like the police didn't really check on that part of campus as often unless they were specifically called over there.
Yeah.
So stuff like publicly smoking weed, just the kids got a lot away with it more often.
Yeah. And
I remember there was one time where I was walking home from a basketball game, like freshman year when I was doing the band thing, and I could just straight up see and smell weed from 3 directions at once on a Saturday evening. It was just
yeah.
so dank in the entire complex.
yeah,
Especially certain places in the Arboretum.
yeah. It got so bad that basically, like, if you don't like the weed smell at all, or you're just never gonna get used to it, you had to, like, every single night when it starts getting dark, you had to close your window and never open it again. Like, every single night, especially on like Fridays and Saturdays, and even some Sundays. They were just like dank smell all over the place, and we just had to close it. Like, we had our friend Jamie, which is one of our friends who comes on usually on Saturdays when she's not tired. She's actually allergic to even the smell of weed. So we made it a goal for ourselves, like every single time we hang out in the dorm, like a little lobby dorm, anytime one of us smells even a hint of weed, we had to basically like, quickly close the window.
Yeah, shut the window now.
And then we just like just jump, run, and it's just like bam. It was some of the funniest experiences we had, but we knew we had to keep doing that.
I think there was one story, I don't remember exactly what the conclusion of it was, but there was like a time in like winter or spring quarter of that year where somebody took some kind of drug for the first time and was having like a bad trip with it and had like a very public freak out. But the thing was, it's happened at like 4 a.m., like ridiculously late. And I just remember being woken up by the sound of somebody like screaming in the courtyard. Just like screaming at the top of their lungs and like freaking out. Their friends are like, "Shh, quiet, they're gonna hear you, and like the cops are gonna get called." And they're just having to like quiet down their friend who is like very loudly panicking. Which, you know, you feel kind of bad for them for that, but it's just kind of like, whoa, it's just like a Saturday night or a Saturday turning into Sunday at 4 in the morning, like pitch black out, and somebody's just like screaming in the middle of our complex.
Man,
It's an average weekend in Fairhaven.
it is an average weekend in Fairhaven.
I also heard a story about some guys who just like took weed or took acid for the first time, and they're having a great time with their trip. Actually, it was like the opposite experience. They're having such a great time with it. They're like, "Dude, we got to tell our RA about how great this trip is." So they told the RA, and the RA is like, you know, contractually obligated to write them up for doing that.
Oh my god.
I remember, you know, Nick has. Oh, I don't know if Nick hears me now because he took out his headphones for a second.
I'm back. What?
I was just gonna tell that one time you got written up in like your first week in the complex for other people drinking.
Yeah, so that story was basically like, just to explain, our dorm, like usually when you think of dorm, it's like one giant building with multiple floors and all that stuff. Our dorm was literally a giant area with multiple buildings. So like there is
it was like an apartment complex in the middle of the woods.
Yeah, it's like basically there was the place where you would take Fairhaven classes, a giant lobby area with a store, and in the middle floor would be like the cafeteria, and then you have like 12 different buildings, like basically as Kyle said, like apartment buildings that are called stacks.
Yeah, it was like a giant circle.
Yeah, and the dorms that all of us, well, except James specifically, because he was in one.
Nick, you didn't live in there either.
Yeah,
you didn't live in Stack 8.
I was saying like our stacks though. Our stacks were smoke free, specifically ours.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, our stacks specifically, there was 2 different stacks that were smoke free and alcohol free.
It's specifically alcohol free because weed isn't legal on any part of the entire campus, but it's just kind of assumed that people who weren't going to drink in the building probably wouldn't be interested in doing drugs either.
Yeah.
Not that stops certain people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And what was sucky because like people in my stack wanted to hang out for a little bit, so we were hanging out on the floor, the top floor where I was, just hanging out talking. And then one of them didn't even take a sip, but it's like I'm just like, is it gonna be bad? It's like, I'm gonna drink right here. It's like she pulls out a bottle and it's like, oh cool. And then literally like at the end of the hallway where we're next to a door, the door opens up and you just see the 2 RAs doing their rounds of the entire dorm just come in. You see her have her hand on the bottle and you just see all 5 of us look at her and just like our and that was like our AA.
Just the guilty look.
Yeah, and it'd just be like, guys, and so I had to write up all of us, and I was like, it's like, oh cool. Well, it's like it sucks that she had to get write up, and then she's like, I have to write up for all of you. It's like, wait, what? And it's like, yeah, because like you guys were in the vicinity of alcohol. It's like, but we didn't even drink. I don't even drink. It's like, well, I have to write you up. And it's like, that sucks. And it was like, yeah, it just like, it would be fine with the first strike, but if you get like 2 more strikes, you get suspended. And it's like, well, this is stupid. I didn't even do anything except be in the vicinity, like literally 2 feet from alcohol that I wasn't even gonna drink. I don't even like alcohol.
That happened with the third roommate I had that school year. I lived within Spring Quarter. Like, I mean, he did like drink or smoke weed like at times too. But like the final straw that got him kicked out of the dorm he was living at the time was just related to being present when other people were drinking.
I have lasagna 1,
Yeah,
which is
definitely sucks.
yeah. I'll have lasagna 1, whichever is the top one, Matt.
Dude, we only ever got noise complaints.
Oh yeah.
Because my roommate brought her Xbox system, so we lofted our beds, and I brought a couch and the mini fridge, and she brought the Xbox and the TV. So we had a really nice setup in our dorm. So we only ever had the RAs knocking on our door when they did their rounds, being like, it's quiet hour.
Yeah, Nick and I got noise complaints from our RA herself, like early in the school year, because we were playing games too loudly.
Yeah, I didn't have a TV, so I always bring my giant tub of consoles down there and just be like, all right, let's hook it up to like the Wii U and everything.
I just remember within like the first month of the school year, our RA, or well, my RA, just walked into the lounge and he was like, guys, what are we gonna do about this? I mean, we improved after that. Like we just realized that like literally any noise from that, like even if we turned down the sound system low on that on the TV, like even low, it would still be audible to her. So we just had to completely mute the entire console when we were playing games later at night.
Yeah.
And like we figured it out and never got any complaints after that. Also, the Wii U is pretty convenient because we just have the sound playing from the gamepad instead of the TV.
Yeah, it was really convenient. So with possible strikes, I believe that if you get like 3 strikes being written up, you get suspended. But I think if you get any more strikes after the suspension, you do get expelled, is what I recall. It's been a long time. I don't know all the rules, but I know suspension, and then I'm fairly confident that if you get any more strikes, you get expelled from the school.
Also, alcohol is one thing, but
Bless you.
thank you. If you did any other drugs on campus, they would do this thing where it's kind of stupid, but they would make you take like some sort of seminar or course about like the dangers of drug use that you had to pay for at your own expense. And I remember this because the second roommate I had in winter quarter, actually, I saw that he had to take that because I kind of snooped because he basically he wasn't really in my room very often, but when he did come, he was really messy and would literally just dump his stuff everywhere. And so I just like walked into my room one time and there was like a pink sheet of paper on the floor. And I was just picking it up to like move it off the floor, basically, just put it on his bed with his other stuff. I just like glanced at it and just saw that he had been written up for like smoking weed somewhere on campus and had to like take this course.
Wow. Snoop weed. Snoop Dogg. Let's see. Like, what was it? Let's say. Dang it, I had something and I completely forgot about it.
Is this just the rest of the stream now? Is just telling college life stories while you're not even playing a game?
I was gonna decide to play a game, but I just love talking about these college life stories.
I mean, you could just like play a game while we're talking about this, but
True.
Yeah.
True.
Reminisce in the well, I don't know, golden days, as in we were all together and hanging out with the
It was a lot of golden days.
I'm very much glad I don't have to go to class anymore.
I'm sad that you never got to experience us doing the ritual of the Wii U.
Oh, I experienced that. I saw that in the fountain when you guys first opened up the Wii U. I experienced that ritual.
the fountain.
The fountain.
Melissa was not there when we first opened the Wii U and freaked out over the bubble wrap. Because that was pretty great
no,
too.
I was not there for the bubble wrap, but I remember either you guys coming to get me or I coming down to the lounge and we're like, dude, this is here. We gotta redo the ritual. You brought the Wii U out and did the fucking ritual.
I just remember when we first opened it. It was just like we got the Wii U and we were like so hyped and we were gonna open it after dinner. When we first opened it, the first thing we see is a shit of bubble wrap. So we're like, yeah, we got bubble wrap, and just like ripped it out of the box and spent the time to pop every single bubble on this shit of bubble wrap before we even took the Wii U out of the box.
Yeah. Just a quick. I'm gonna be playing some Banjo-Tooie while we talk, so I'm gonna switch it over there right now, and then switching over and then you guys continue talking. But hey Biz, what's up? We're talking about our memories with university, some golden years, as Lissa has mentioned, and then yeah, golden years. Rose says, although high school in my country, we have a program each year in the dangers of drug use and drinking, so we never had to do something like that. I mean, when we were in like what was it? When we were in middle school, we had a program that taught us. I had a program at least that taught us how to avoid drugs, which was called the DARE
drugs
program.
are covered in like every year of schooling where we're from.
Yeah, for health class they talk about it, and I don't think we ever had it in high school, but I think one time in junior high we had an assembly and someone came to talk about it, but that was only one time. But
yeah, that was an interesting time to like do it. But anyway, going back to university, I don't actually remember much of the bubble wrap, to be honest.
I mean, it lasted for like 30 seconds.
I would say apparently
There were times though when we did our things where we'd always mess with the RAs who were on call, where like we had a long sheet of bubble wrap from some kind of packaging. And so we laid it out like a red carpet in front of one of the doors that the RAs are going to walk through, and then we played like Pomp and Circumstance on kazoos as they were walking through.
I remember the kazoo part, and you were just like looking at us, just like what.
Well, the RAs loved it. They were like, "You guys are the only ones who go out of your way to greet us." I mean, most of the other dorms in Fairhaven weren't even like used for socializing very much.
Yeah. Oh, Andre.
Okay, I remember the kazoos.
Oh yeah, Andre. Also, Andre, thank you for the 4 months of egg sucking. Thank you for the resubscribe. Good to see you're doing it. I'm gonna lurk. No worries, man. Take care and enjoy your guys' lurk and egg sucking.
Lurking.
I remember the kazoos. I remember specifically that I believe you and our Afro buddy decided to like what was it? What was it? You guys saw the kazoos were on sale for like what, a few dollars, a bunch of them, and you're just like, dude, I'm gonna buy.
They were $1 each, dude, and so we just pulled out a $5 bill and we were like, let's do it. We were at a music shop across the street from the bus station, and I think I need to buy guitar strings or something.
Yeah.
Or maybe we were just killing time there because we had to just wait for a bus to go somewhere else. That might have been it too. But yeah, we bought like 5 kazoos for $1 each. And then we came back to the lounge and some people were there. We were like, hey, look what we got. And just started like playing with them.
I remember
and
times.
then they were there to stay.
Do you even still have those kazoos, Kyle?
Mine would be like in my like old guitar case, like back in like the US. I only kept one, like the others were like owned by others.
I had one, I'm pretty sure. I don't even know what that is.
I think you guys passed them out between some of you.
What, Lisa, you want a kazoo? We can get you one for your birthday.
I never had the kazoo. I never wanted the kazoo.
I mean, just go to our college town, just the music store across the street from the station.
Yeah.
Like, I'll just go back up to Bellingham, Go to the music store. Like, can I buy a
I
kazoo?
should have done that in 2019. Why didn't I go there? Because I was freaking in like the bus station area. Like I went to get ice cream that day.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So I should have gone there. I don't know. I didn't really explore downtown very much because it was cold and pouring rain that day. So it wasn't ideal weather for exploring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it didn't change much, so.
Yeah.
It changed a lot.
But if the weather had been more ideal, it would have been cool to walk around downtown more. Go friggin' get donuts. I didn't get to eat burritos while I was there because that option got vetoed. Which is unfortunate.
Dude, those burritos were.
I've done some crepes.
Well, I got crepes. That's what me and that individual. That's what we got when I was there.
Oh, you got crepes and.
Yeah, we got crepes instead because I mentioned this burrito place. He was like, "No, fuck that place. We're not getting burritos." And I was like, "Okay then."
What kind of crepes?
I don't remember exactly what I got. It was something.
Savory,
It was like
sweet?
strawberries or berry or
Good shit.
something. Yeah, it was something sweet.
I always get the strawberry chocolate banana one. That's always.
It was
my
that
go-to.
non-memorable
good.
because I wanted to get burritos but got vetoed. So
Yeah. I really like their it's like a chicken pesto or whatever. I get that too.
I never had any of the savory ones. I should probably like next time I go.
Dude, they have some good savory crepes.
I only went to that crepe place probably like 2 or 3 times ever. So it wasn't a place that I frequented.
Maybe like
I
next.
was there. I remember hanging out with some of my friends, and they were like, "Hey, they're doing like half off crepes or whatever tonight. We should go." And I'm like, "Sure, why not?" And we went, and there was a line literally all the way down the street. We had to wait in it for like almost an hour.
That's what the ice cream shop was like in spring on like a really nice Friday afternoon or whatever. I remember there were times when that happened where we had to debate whether we wanted to still get ice cream or not because it was so crowded in there.
Yeah, it was very crowded, but they had it's a good place. They have really unique flavors.
The ice cream
I
shop, yeah.
remember I knew I worked with this one girl for a few quarters in class on projects, and she worked there.
Oh
She would
really?
always tell me when they were changing their lineup.
You got the secret preview for it because
You got the deets on the ice cream.
Yeah, you got the
Pretty
deets.
much.
Ice cream
I
digits.
never went there too much. Honestly, I should have gone more than I did. I've always planned to, but I only went, I don't know, maybe a handful of times. But they had this grape flavored ice cream. Oh, that was delicious.
Went to talking about old school Facebook to crepes. Dude, our conversation
They had
goes.
the rose flavored, and one of my friends really liked it. I did not, but
I actually tried that. I think I was all right. I never really was. I more was like a I think I was like the what was it? The lemon flavor.
oh
Hey.
yeah.
They had a root beer flavor one that was actually really good. It kind of tasted like a root beer float, basically.
I never really liked root beer
I mean,
float.
that would make sense. They have a lot
There's
of kind of odd flavors. Interesting.
there's an ice
flavors.
cream shop in Central's town, like across from their campus, that I had like been to on some high school band field trips. Because we would like go to that campus for like band events like a couple times a year. And there's one time I went for jazz band, and our teacher told us like not to like wander off campus, but we rebelled. To be fair, the ice cream shop was like right across the street from campus. We weren't wandering far. But we went there to get some ice cream, and I just distinctly remember trying this one flavor called Kevinlicious. Because it was actually good. It was like some sort of like blueberry flavor ice cream or something.
Oh,
And
that's
the reason
great.
why I tried it is because there was a guy, not in jazz band, but in like regular like wind ensemble band, a clarinet player named Kevin. And I was like, dude, I want to get Kevinlicious, so I could say that I ate Kevin's ice cream flavor. And so that's what I did. And so like the next day when we go back to school, I'm just like, hey Kevin, I ate your ice cream flavor.
Dude, I should have actually
Delicious.
ordered Kyle's darn good sandwich that one time when me, Moto, and Mike went to get
Oh
some
yeah.
food.
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah, it was one of the funniest things because I actually hung out with Mike and Emoto probably like a few months ago at this point, at that time, and it was just like we were hungry, and I was looking at the menu, and then we were just like, all right, what is on this menu that looks pretty cool, good? And then I was just like, look at the menu, and I just like one of the first things I see was something called Kyle's darn good sandwich. I was just like, dude, this is funny. I'm gonna have to send this to Kyle. And then it's just like, Kyle, can you explain your sandwich? And he just like, I don't have to explain it. It's just a darn good sandwich.
Did you not get it?
Oh yeah, no, I did. I just found it like our exchange funny. Like I just tag you in, and you just immediately just respond with that. I should have gotten that just to say like, Kyle, I ate your sandwich and it was darn good.
How could you not get it? That's ridiculous.
Please describe me how good the sandwich is in your opinion.
You gotta try for yourself and find out. That's the adventure.
Oh my god, Pumpkin. Thank you so much for the... How many bits is that? I don't know, 35 bits. Welcome back, Pumpkin. Much appreciated. We're talking about old like memories back when we were all in like old school university days.
Old school university.
as in pre-COVID universities.
Yeah, I mean, in a sense, it's true. Pre-COVID.
I mean, yeah.
We went to university less than 10 years ago.
I was gonna say, it hasn't been all that long since we've graduated.
It feels like it's been forever.
That's because COVID.
That's true.
Been in lockdown for over a year now.
It sure is something that we luckily escaped before COVID hit.
Oh god,
well,
yeah.
Carl didn't.
I can't
That's true.
imagine doing my major during COVID.
Many ages ago, yeah.
Especially my last quarter.
Dude, if I had to do any of my classes online because of COVID, I would have definitely just it would have ended my more like my motivation just to keep continuing classes because I just
My senioritis would have just been even more brutal. Like I would have had to go to like the student health center about it.
yeah, true.
Be like, dude, I have severe senioritis.
That's true.
I'm like, dude, you don't need to put a tube up my nose to determine that I have senioritis during this pandemic, dude.
Dream of being old people. One day you'll get old, Shed. Shed will get there. Yeah, Shed, you will get there soon. I remember all the times that even like remember like our time at Fairhaven where we were doing like the Stack Wars. Everyone kept complaining about Stack 8 being the winners of everything.
That was ridiculous, dude. Ridiculous. We won it fair and square. Some mofo stole the trophy.
Yeah, so like Stack Wars was organized by Hall Council, which I was part of and James was part of. We did a lot of work on that.
And so was Afro Buddy and another
Friend,
woman who I
Moose.
won't name. Like
Moose.
so many people from our group were in that council.
Basically, it got to a point where a lot of people complained that Stack 8's only winning because it's rigged towards them. And I would say, technically speaking, one of the challenges was a quiz night, and I guess in a sense it was kind of rigged towards that because our Afro buddy made some of the questions kind of like too insightful.
We have similar hobbies, yeah.
Maybe a handful of the questions.
That was the only other thing, though. Like things like dodgeball and capture the flag. Like you can't rig that in somebody else's favor.
No, capture the flag was a lot of fun though.
I had to do a lot of that on my own. Oh, I remember Capture Flag because I was the main person organizing that entire thing all by myself. It was so like.
Yeah, you were beyond stressed, Nick, by the time that rolled around.
Yeah, I was stressed out. I was literally the one organizing everything. I couldn't plan for every single contingency. And what ended up happening was I literally had almost little sleep to go through everything. And what ended up happening was I I ended up just getting so stressed out I couldn't sleep that much that night, and I basically was dead tired by the next day. It was ridiculous. Oh, wait, where do I go? Yeah, I was.
Dude, I remember the times when like we'd just be playing video games late at night, you know, and like we decided that we were hungry, and late night was already over, and we were still hungry. So we did the absolute strat of going to the vending machines in the Fairhaven Commons. Like before they locked the door for the night, it would be like midnight, and we'd be like, "We gotta run now in case the door's still unlocked." And we're like, "I need some pretzels and chips and soda now." And so we just run into that building and just buy a bunch of snacks from the vending machines to get us through the night. And failing that, just walk to the grocery store near campus that was open 24 hours and watch the looks of judgment from the cashiers. We're just buying a bunch of like candy bars and like chips and nothing else.
Yeah, I remember that. What you gonna do? You got 50% shed. Are you playing? Matt?
A bunch of like Cliff Bars and stuff with like one quarter where I just had a ton of those for $3. I just stocked up on snacks.
I remember one of our roommates, Nick, told me there was one time where he was at that store and he saw somebody buying a gigantic pack of fruit snacks and some bottles of vodka and nothing else.
Those were times where going to that store late at night, you get some interesting stories.
Yeah, I've told you that one time about, this wasn't like a late night trip to that store, but one of the encounters I had was like near that store. Or I've told the story about the guy who was an extremely aggressive complimenter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you've heard this one, Lissa, but like, in my senior year at our school, I had a hoodie that I wore a lot. It was this band that I like called Descendants, and I'd like wear the hoodie a bunch. And there was one time I walked past this guy on campus, like near the library, and he saw my hoodie, like the band name across the front, and he was so excited. He just like yelled at me. He's just like, "I like your hoodie, bro. The new album's fucking tight," and like yells it at me, like super aggressive. And I was like kind of taken aback, and I was like, "Yeah, man." And he just like yells even louder. I was like, "Yeah, no fucking shit, bro. Such a good band." And like, he's just like screaming at me these compliments, and I was just like so concerned and scared. And then there's like a follow up to this. What?
He couldn't contain his excitement.
He was so excited. He was like yelling at me. I mean, it was like a punk band, and some punks are like mentally unstable, but like. He was just like yelling at me, and then like a couple weeks later, I was with my roommate, and we went grocery shopping at the store just off campus, and then we were like waiting at the bus stop to bring us back, and this same dude sees me at the bus stop, and he wasn't waiting for the bus, he was just like walking past the bus stop, like along the sidewalk. He was just like, "Man, I can't get over your fucking hoodie, bro, it's so fucking tight," and he just like yells the same thing at me again in front of my roommate, and I was just like, "Yeah, dude, thanks."
Oh, that's great.
Just the most aggressive compliments I've ever gotten.
I mean, at least you got a compliment.
Yeah. You're no fucking shit, bro!
I like my I'm pretty sure I told you guys the story, but for stream, there was like, so I guess it's not too much. It's not similar to like his yelling, but I got a time where I got like a drunk man, like a drunk people come up to me and try to take a selfie with them. It was like I was walking, walking from like the Ridge to back to Fairhaven, or like I was kind of walking back from like main campus to Fairhaven at the very least, and I was just like going through the parking lot, and I just see like a bunch of people, a group of people, like all like, "Yo, hey, what's up?" And it's like all these people were obviously very drunk or high kind of thing. And then it's just like out of nowhere, I just like as I was just walking in front of them, a guy puts his arm around me and he just starts posing for a selfie. And then before he takes a picture, he just looks at me. He's like, "Hey, wait a minute, you're not my friend." It's like, "No, I'm not." And it's like, "Where's my friend?" It's like, "I think those are your friends back there." It's like, "Oh, okay, dude, thanks, man." And he just goes back there, and I just like, I'm just gonna leave. It was one of the most random moments I've ever had in when I was.
That's sort of like not necessarily with selfies, but random things like that can happen in Japan because you know the novelty of being a foreign person.
Mm-hmm.
Like there have been times, like there was one time where I was just like after work and I was just like walking across town and like near the 7-Eleven in my town, there's this one dude. He was just wearing like a what's that kind of hat called? Like a bucket hat and sunglasses.
Yeah.
And this was like a Tuesday afternoon at like 5 p.m. But he was like obviously visibly drunk because he lives in Japan.
Mm-hmm.
And so he just like looks at me and I had like headphones in. I'm just like listening to music because I'm just like walking across town. And he like just like says something at me and he's like pointing at me and I was like, what? And like pull my headphones out. It's just like he's just like talking to me in like broken English, like where come from? And I was just like America, and he is also holding a broken umbrella in his hand. That's like the only thing he has on him. He's holding a broken umbrella, and he's just like America, USA, USA, and just like starts chanting it. And I'm just like, yeah, man. And it's just like I am Japanese samurai, and he like pretends to like put his umbrella, his broken umbrella, in like a imaginary like sword holster and then pulls it out like a samurai. And I'm just like, this guy is strange. And then he just like, I don't know, like says goodbye. I think he actually says goodbye in English, and I'm like, that was an encounter that happened. And I just walk away.
We get always those like weird, awkward encounters, and it's just one of those like weird, funny stories. Did you have any of those weird encounters, Lissa and James?
I can't remember anything like truly strange off the top of my head.
I'm guessing Lissa doesn't. She's being silent.
I did have one interaction with drunk people, like that I remember.
What'd you say?
Um,
Oh, sorry, James.
was actually also on the topic of noise complaints. Was I actually had to get my RA to talk to a group of girls who were like had the music like it was loud enough you could hear it from several floors up. And I was right above them.
Really?
And, yeah, like it was like very bassy too. It was just like loud, like loud, and they were just wasted. I came down. I was like, "Hey, I'm trying to sleep. You know, calm it down, please." Oh, yeah, sure. And then, like, completely forgot it. I continued to play more music, but I think they were too drunk to remember I even showed up like several seconds before.
Oops.
So I went to my RA and I was like, yeah, there's like some girls on the floor above, and it's just like deafeningly loud music.
How would the RA not have heard that?
RAs kind of ignore everything sometimes.
I mean, they might just either they were already asleep, and so like by the time the music came on, they were either already asleep or they were probably either awake and probably like usually music that's loud is most disturbing to people who are in the process of trying to fall asleep. So if you're either awake or already asleep, you don't really very much mind it, I guess.
Speaking of already sleeping, that one time the fire alarm went off.
The fire detector, the smoke detector, I thought of the same thing, Nick.
Oh god.
Oh.
Oh god, that was like the worst night of that entire school year. Just, oh my god.
What did you say, Lissa?
That went off. Our fire alarm went off several times throughout the
Oh, we're
school
thinking of
year,
something
and-
else, Lissa.
Oh yeah, we were thinking of the dude department, but same thing with Stack 8, that fire alarm. Wasn't that one of the times you guys had a fire alarm that went off because someone was cooking a steak?
Yes,
Yeah.
that would be Afro Boy's
room.
douchey roommate at the time.
Yeah, I was gonna say my poor roommate. Like 2 of those 3 times, the fire alarm went off. She was in the middle of a shower.
Uh,
Yeah.
I remember the fourth
remember-
floor girls were so upset at him about that too.
It was awful. I felt so bad for her. But wasn't your fire alarm going off for like 3 whole days? In Dude Apartment.
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah.
No, it was one evening in the middle of the night, and every
Oh, then you
time
should-
I was about to fall asleep, like every 20 seconds without fail, you just hear beep really loudly, and it would just I'm just like it's just like I'm in the zone. I'm about to fall asleep. Beep! It wakes me up, and I was just lying there. I was like, there are 3 other dudes in this apartment. One of them will resolve this issue, but unfortunately, all 3 of the others are thinking the exact same thing. Until finally, I hear at least 2 people step out of the rooms at the same time, like, "Fuck this noise, dude!" and they tried to just remove the batteries from the smoke detector altogether, but that just triggers it to continue beeping. And all of us were just so mad.
I
Yeah,
was.
that was definitely a point of contention for quite a
That
long
was
time.
absolutely just, you know, when like I don't know, in just like reality TV shows or like Survivor type TV shows where you got these people living in close quarters and they've been in the competition for so long and eventually they start going insane.
Yep.
That was like us with that freaking smoke detector. We were so mad.
I remember that time. We were just like, I remember being so tired. I kind of heard it and we're just like, I'm so tired. I think I was initially doing the same thing as Kyle, where it's like others just
Somebody else will get it.
Yeah, and eventually it wasn't. So I basically forced myself to sleep through it, which gave me a headache in the end.
Oh. Yeah, there was also one time where the fire alarms did go off in our complex and all of us had to evacuate, which was also really annoying. It was a similar thing where it's just like a beep, 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 and like it was just, you know, going off. And I just it woke me up at first and I was just like, this happened later in the school year, so I was like, maybe this was a smoke detector malfunctioning again and I should just like not get up right now. But then like one of our other roommates starts pounding on my door to wake me up and I was like, yeah, okay, this is real and I'm not imagining anything. And we just had to, I didn't have time to like, I didn't even put on my shoes, I think I just like walked out in my pajamas and socks and like, we were just like, we were on like, the sidewalk outside our apartment was not on the same floor that like our room is on. So we had to like go up like some stairs onto the sidewalk and it was like raining a little bit too. And like everybody had to evacuate and the fire department showed up and they were just like, is the management of this complex on site so we can talk to them? And we're like, this is spring quarter, and we're like, no, like, dude, you have no idea how much this apartment complex sucks ass. No, the management is not here. and then the people are just like, all right, you guys are good, go back in. This happened at like 2 in the morning or something, so we're kind of annoyed at being woken up in the middle of the week.
That's true. I don't know if I was asleep that
And
then.
I think it was just somebody who's partying or whatever, and they just like pulled the fire alarm just to be obnoxious. There wasn't an actual fire. I think somebody just pulled an alarm.
Was it?
It was like a hit and run.
Was it really?
I think so. Yeah, I think somebody just pulled an alarm. It wasn't an actual fire.
Oh, that's one of the worst moments. Yeah. Dude Parman has some of the weirdest like stories, and as well as like Stack 8 has some of the weirdest stuff. I still remember the time that we tried
It was just annoying, dude. Like my senior year, I just lived in like a really chill apartment complex where like nothing of note happened, and it was kind of nice.
That's true. Like nothing
But
ever
I
happened.
think it's just largely because like it was a small apartment. It was like the dorms are one thing, where dorm life is dorm life. And then the other apartment complex we lived in was an apartment complex that was right off campus where people were still like obnoxious and kind of partying and stuff.
Mhm.
And so dumb shit happened there from time to time too. So when I lived senior year, it was just like nice. Like
Mhm.
everybody here is just like drama free. And it's also south of campus. Like I know the dorms that are like immediately north of campus are like notorious for being problematic.
Mhm.
Like the one riot that happened in my freshman year where people got drunk and like threw beer cans and like torqued on police cars and shit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I mean,
was
North-
actually
That
doing
was north of campus.
Had
Yeah,
a
I was doing
relatively
Nash at the time, so like you could
bad-ish
Yeah,
reputation
stuff from-
for that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
you could like hear the chaos happening from there.
Yeah, I was on South Campus at the time, and it was pretty chill. I just distinctly remember that night, like me and some other people in my dorm. This is in like October. It was like one of the first weekends of that school year, and people were like, "Yo, we're gonna get so lit" or whatever. Except it was like 2013, so people didn't say lit at the time. But but it was just like people were so hype and like plugging it on Facebook and decided to publicly advertise their massively illegal party that they were having. So the cops shut it down right away. But me and some people were just watching the Avengers, and this one dude who was like my suite mate, like he had like an older brother who lived like north of campus, who was like a alumni. So he lived north of campus and was like sending these updates to his brother, being like, "Dude, I'm like in this area, and people are like starting to like fight the police and shit, and like throwing stuff everywhere and dancing."
Oh jeez.
And meanwhile, we're just in like complete peace, but we're hearing the stories of chaos happening north of campus.
There's a plate on the ground.
Oh yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
a plate with the screws.
Oh wait, do I have to? Oh. Oh.
Out for my friends afterwards about the one time there was like a friggin' police helicopter or whatever that went to North Campus.
Oh yeah, I think I've heard this story before.
Yeah.
They sent the helicopter to North Campus?
Yeah, apparently this happened once. Yeah,
Listen,
Yeah,
please.
this was
I think it was for like an absolutely out of control party or something.
more towards the summer or something. You know, there was a massive party or whatever in one of the North Campus dorms.
Doesn't sound like a patrol car.
Well, I'm sure they were I don't know. That's what I heard. I'm sure they were sending a lot of stuff, but...
Yeah, there was this one story I heard from the RA grapevine because Jacob had heard about it, and Jacob has deets, obviously.
Oh yeah.
So he has RA connections, and he told me the story. It was like the year before he was an RA, but he just heard it from other RAs. Where the summary of the story is that the reason why AUAP students, Japanese exchange students, never lived on the Ridge is because of this story, because they just consider the party culture of that part of campus to be a bad influence, I guess.
Yeah,
And so they had Japanese students living on the Ridge this one school year, and it was like their first weekend being on campus. And basically, an RA walked by, saw some alcohol containers in the window of this room, in one of the alcohol-free dorms on that part of campus. Not that that matters on the Ridge. Like, why would you even have an alcohol-free building on the Ridge? It's not gonna work.
Yeah, ridiculous.
But the RA like knocked on the door, and they were like, they were expecting it to be like, you know, a normal like American Western student, and so they were a little bit caught off guard when like some Japanese students who didn't speak fluent English answered the door, and they had to explain like, you can't have alcohol here, dude.
Mhm.
And they basically had to enter the room and get all this alcohol, which they assumed to only be the containers that are on display in the window of this building. And you know, when they cache alcohol in an alcohol-free dorm, what the RS had to do is they just had to physically pour out all of the alcohol like down a drain somewhere.
Yeah.
Like down like a bathroom drain, just to get rid of all of the alcohol on the spot. These Japanese students who were all underage in an alcohol-free building on the party part of campus had somehow acquired hundreds of dollars worth of alcohol within their first week of being on this campus.
Oh my god.
And they had to pour out so much alcohol.
They must have been very disappointed.
Yeah, I mean, Japanese college students, like, there's no rules for them, so, like, yeah.
Well, the drinking culture over there is a lot different.
Yeah, and just the school culture in general, where they're just under so much pressure throughout, like, all of high school, and then they get to
Yeah.
college, and they can just absolutely YOLO for 4 years. Like, my understanding of Japanese universities is that you can just, like, not show up to class most of the time and just, like, fail all the tests, and they'll just still let you graduate anyway.
They also,
Like, there's just no pressure.
I see like everyone's just chatting, but hey Aussie, yeah, I'm just kind of going through Grunty Industries as we were talking about like our old university, but it's going fine. I'm figuring it out. I remember like with alcohol, I remember Emoto and I were doing like what was that thing that helps new freshmen come into what was that program called that helps students come in?
It was just called the help.
Oh yeah, the help. Yeah. They I remember Emoto telling me that she had a time where they had were helping people get into the dorms, and one of the students decided to bring up like literally clear bags full of alcohol, like beer cans and alcohol, so they had to be automatically written up for that. It's just like, dude, really? Are you serious? And it's just like, yeah, I'm just going straight up into like walk through campus and all this stuff. And there was another time where she mentioned that there was a time where 3 roommates decided to bring each of them themselves a mini fridge. And so they had like 3 mini fridges inside their own room, which ended up being funny. And apparently someone also brought an actual fridge into the dorm room as well.
Like a full-size refrigerator.
A full-size refrigerator, from what I heard. Like they
Oh my
had to
God.
bring it up upstairs, and just like, what? How?
Oh.
Why would anybody in their right minds bring up a full-size refrigerator at all?
Big eater, man.
Mm-hmm. Although, hello, Master Tuesday.
I mean,
Welcome.
if you're on like a limited meal plan and do the strat, like some people I lived with in Fairhaven who would like, they had so few meals left in the dining hall that every time they did go in the dining hall, they'd like smuggle a bunch of snacks or like get a bunch of sandwiches and like bring them back to their room and just like refrigerate them.
Yep.
That's what that person needs, a full refrigerator to smuggle food out of the dining hall.
Yep.
I definitely.
Hold on.
What's
Hey, Master Tuesday, welcome to the stream. I'm doing like Banjo, but we're talking about stuff, so as I play in the background, I don't have any problems with this, but if I ask any problems, I'll ask for help. But for sure, hope you enjoy you stay here. I'm just playing Banjo in line, and please keep any spoilers to a minimum for sure.
True.
Except for like the rare occasions they would have something that wasn't like awful that we could actually eat and be like, oh, that's nice. Or especially when they brought in I don't know.
I did not know
can't-
that,
I don't
Masters.
think we ever had it like the very first quarter for some reason, but then like the next couple quarters they had just like a tin of rice that you could just get from and be like, oh, that's
Mhm.
nice. So I just had like rice and salad.
There was one time I remember when I got lunch on campus, like senior year or something, like when I didn't live on campus, but I had like the 5 meals a week plan, so I'd like eat lunch on campus from time to time. And they had like a burrito thing going on, like
Ooh.
across from where the pizza would be. It would just be like, you know, just like tell the dude like what ingredients you want in your burrito, like beans, meat, like cheese and whatever, and just make you a burrito, and it was actually good. And then like the following week they discontinued it, and I was like, this is ridiculous. This is like one of the good things you've had in this dining hall.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Keep the burritos. It's like it tastes good. There are options for both vegetarians and non-vegetarians that
Oh, the
accommodate
burritos
people.
were great.
Burritos, dude.
Oh, didn't
Honestly,
Hmm?
I never knew about the burritos, so that would have been definitely something I would have done. That
Oh.
sounds good.
Thank you, Dark Tina 93 for the 40 bits. Welcome to the stream. Much appreciated.
I
Didn't
just
have to
love
do-
the story of Andrew's time of one time them serving steak at the dining hall.
Just to keep in mind, I am like, we're talking about a lot of university stuff, just to give you kind of like idea to what's going on. But how you doing, Dark? Welcome to the stream and everything, and hi, biscuits. Yeah. I hope you're doing well, and welcome to the stream, playing Banjo-Tooie blind. But I'm trying to get through it as fast as I can, and while we're talking about being old, yeah, Shed is, and as I play through this game, trying to remember everything. I'm trying to remember where to go every single time, but yeah. Sorry, sound alerts are a little bit off because volume-wise, they glitched up. So sound alerts are are kind of buggy. They will be fixed next stream, but for now they're kind of buggy right now. So I'm sorry that it doesn't really play or sound wise. That's just the problem it's going on. Sound alerts literally broke with everything like that, so I do apologize with that. I don't know how. Well, since this game is old. Yeah, same here. If you remember weird lava room. Oh wait, that's it? Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, going back.
Right across from the bio buildings. But I was talking
Yeah.
about in Red Square in like the Mart.
Oh, Miller.
Miller. I was like, fuck it. It starts with an M. What is it?
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
Miller. I almost never went there. Like,
Yeah, same.
for I would say the good portion of my first year there, or even
It's
my
just not
entire first year, I
here.
never knew it existed. Because I just was never there. I went to Bontal and like
Yeah.
the humanities building.
They
but that
they
was
just had like a Starbucks and stuff, and I don't drink coffee, so that wasn't really
yeah, no,
concern for me.
well, they had like they have a really tiny shop,
Yeah.
like kind of like a artsan, but a little bit smaller, so their options were more limited. But they were definitely a coffee shop, with some fun things, and then like a little like snack store. But I don't remember what they all had. Like I've been there once or twice. Their seating area though is super fun. That like little garden thing.
Yep. Yeah. I had some
Yeah.
Japanese classes in Miller, so I'd sit around there from time to time.
Yeah, I've never had any classes in Miller. And
That or
literally,
AUAP had classes in Miller
once
as
or
well.
twice
I
because
had a
some
few
of my
classes in
friends had an
Miller.
office in there. But it's a really fun place. I
Mhm.
wish I would have gone there more often, but I don't know. I was never really in Red Square. All of my downtime, I basically hung out in Artsan because it was right across from the bio buildings, or I would hang out like in the library.
Well, for like my last 2 years at Western, all of my classes were either in humanities or Miller, so.
Well, that would make sense.
Or I was in College Hall a lot because that was where AUAP was located my
Oh
senior
wait,
year. So.
I don't have
Yeah,
to.
yeah, that would make sense.
I don't think it goes to Ichi right here.
Except I
Yep,
would
yeah.
go to Artsan actually pretty frequently, like maybe like once a week or something, for a very important reason, and that is the double soda machine located on the bottom floor.
I never got
Oh
a double
my
soda
God.
with that.
I remember
I
that.
totally got a double soda, dude. It was great. I would put in $2 for a $1.75 soda, and there'd be time where I'd ask for Dr. Pepper. It would give me a Dr. Pepper and a Pepsi and give me 50 cents in change when I should have gotten 25. It was so broken, and it was amazing.
I remember that. Yeah, you and Dylan would always talk about that.
So hype, double soda machine.
I never was able to. I wanted to, but I never got around to do it. Probably because I was like, lazy.
I never.
I would
did
just
it.
like talk to
Never
Dylan
used-
after I got back from class. He'd be like there, and he'd see I left like a Pepsi in the refrigerator, and he'd be like, "Did you go to the double soda machine today?" And
Okay, well, thank you so much for joining. I hope you have a good rest of your day, and thank you so much for hanging out and everything. I hope to catch you in another stream for sure. So, see you later, and have a good and stay safe. Good rest of your day, and stay safe. Much appreciated. Oh yeah, and I just want to mention to those, obviously, if you want to join my Discord, I do update that. So there, I do have a Discord if you want to update really quickly. We can chat stuff like that. So just want to mention that really quickly for those, because I keep forgetting to mention it. But for sure, keep here. But yeah, Dark and Masters, and Rose and everyone, it's just like, if you want to, go for it. But for now, I'm going back to conversation. But yeah.
the arts and pathways, both on the second and the basement floor, to the environmental studies building. But
that was a pretty interesting building too.
it was honestly it was a weird building, but I loved it. I loved like the underground little pathway, and then the overarching one.
The Artsan building?
Oh yeah, the arts and the connections between the arts and the environmental studies buildings on the second and bottom floors.
Oh, that Artsan building is old, but there's always the humanities and psychology building, though. Do you remember that those connected as well?
He made it in
Humanity
psychology.
and psychology didn't have a
No,
dedicated
not humanity.
building.
The what was that? One of the first buildings you see on like South Campus, next to the comms building.
Com and Academic West.
Academic West, yes. Academic East and Academic West.
Yeah, Academic West.
Oh yeah, they had the cool bridge. Yeah.
Yeah, that was also.
I mean,
very
I know that building
nice.
quite well, and the reason why I know that building is because that was one of the top reading locations on campus. When
Yeah,
you
they
have
had
like a
some
half
nice
hour to
areas.
kill before class, and you want to sit down and read a book, Academic West had comfy chairs. Comfy chairs. And I just like go there like every day. I look for a comfy chair. Freaking people take all the comfy chairs and they're just sitting there on their MacBook, and I'm like, damn it, you took the comfy chairs. I gotta go find a different comfy chair somewhere else. I also knew where all the most comfortable chairs were in the library as well.
I was gonna say, I liked sitting in certain places in the library, but I mean, I would go to Academic West, but I only had ever one class there. But I would never stay there. The only reason I really know the layout of the place is because that's where my some of our D&D sessions were held. It was either there or we'd go to like some of the classrooms in the comm building.
The only time I ever had a class in Academic West actually would be the journalism class I took sophomore year, which is the class that I had with the one individual who'd always talk out of turn.
Oh,
yeah.
that
Nick
guy.
knows who I'm referring to. Yeah, that was the only class I ever had in Academic West, actually.
Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, I've only ever had one. I had like
Because
a...
that building is for like large lecture halls, so.
I've always had classes in there due to the fact of random GURs and like and then like there was also that because of my because of computer science was growing so much, they were literally all over the campus. I like just to give context, I did computer science and our major was mainly set on the first floor of a 4-floor building, but because it kept growing and growing, because computer science is such a popular subject and we got more and more students, we not only took over actual public labs, we had to take lecture halls from not only all over the building, but all over campus, from Academic West, the biology building, Artson building, all the way to like
You're in the
even
bio
North
building?
Campus. Yeah, we were in the bio building. Yeah.
Oh, that's surprising.
God, you guys are colonizers, freaking computer science taking over every building.
Yeah, no, like Lissa, do you remember the big lecture hall on the very first build, like one of the first rooms in the bio building?
Dude, I lived in the bio building. What do I remember? I know that building inside out. I know even the basement of the bio building.
I never really went to the basement. I mean,
Hey, geez, dude.
yeah, but what I'm talking about is specifically the lecture hall, the first floor lecture hall. That one was my.
There are two lecture halls on the first floor, but yeah.
Yeah, that I was there with like for one of my first like computer science classes, because those computer science classes are really popular.
Oh, that's interesting. I was gonna say, I remember there on the first floor, well, yeah, technically the first floor of the environmental studies building, there's a huge lecture hall just over in the corner. I remember being in there for one of my introductory bio courses because there were just so many people. It was definitely one of the biggest lecture halls I've been in. It was probably on the same size as the big lecture halls that were on the bottom of comms.
Well, thank you, Masters, for the follow. There are your eyes, much appreciated. Welcome. I always say there are your eyes because it's the happy horse thing from Adventure Time.
I remember
I know.
hearing the engineering building on campus had like a really sketchy basement floor with like a super eerily dark hallway.
Yes.
And I'd never been down there myself, but actually some students in a film studies class I was taking knew about it. and they actually used that hallway to film a psychological thriller that they were doing.
Wait, what?
Oh, that's
As like
funny.
a project.
There's
Yeah.
statistics class down in that basement.
Wait, what? You had a
Yeah,
statistics?
An anthropological statistics class. That basement.
But yeah, one of my friends had a class down in that basement for a quarter.
Also, that was the same quarter I had to film my own freaking film studies project, and we filmed it in a room in the library and had so
yeah.
many like difficulties.
Yeah.
We wanted to light birthday candles on a cake, but like we couldn't do it because you know, it would have set the smoke detectors off.
Mhm.
Yeah, but the thing, the way it worked out was that like we thought about just YOLOing and seeing if we could light the candles for like 5 seconds to like get this shot on the camera. But then we were like kind of panicking for a bit, and we're like, maybe we should ask a librarian if that would be like an issue first. And so one of our dudes in our group like went down and asked the librarian like, would we be able to get away with this for like a 1 minute shot in like a movie we're doing? And they were like, no, don't do it. And then we're like, okay, got it, understood. And then we come back up, and as we're about to film, like we're freaking about to turn the camera on and get going, and this like librarian freaking barges into the room. We're in like, you guys aren't lighting candles, are you? And they're like, no, we said we weren't going to. And she was like, don't. And it's like getting on our case about it, but like grinning eerily while saying it to us.
Grinning eerily?
It was this one librarian I could still picture in my head where she had like a freaking like Cheshire cat kind of grin. Even when she was like telling you very strictly not to light candles. Because she was telling us that the smoke detectors in those study rooms were like so sensitive that even vaping would set them off.
Which is
And so,
probably not true.
what we ended up doing was not lighting the candles on this cake, but then making it meta and making a joke about it in the movie, saying, here's your birthday cake, we couldn't have candles for it, but we hope you have a special day anyway. That was like written into the script of the movie. And of course it was meta, and like nobody else got it, that got the joke behind that.
Always a fun thing, though.
It's always a fun thing when you like make a meta thing. Yeah.
Alright, I need to go grocery shopping, so...
Yeah,
And
it's
the rain seems to have settled, so I think I'm gonna sign off.
What? You're leaving this?
Dude, it's
So
like
am I.
2 a.m.
I mean, Kyle makes sense. He always leaves me.
I make sense, but you don't, Lissa. You don't make sense.
Yeah, that's why you don't make sense.
It's because I got on late, isn't it?
Yes, you have to stay with us for
Your,
another
your,
2
your new name is Bloody Don't Make Sense. Save.
No. No.
Bloody Don't Make Sense. You don't make sense, Lissa.
Internet. I don't have the capacity for that. I'll do that in the morning.
I don't think you're gonna
I'll send it back
remember
then.
in the morning.
I probably won't remember. in the
You'll be
morning.
like Will the Dargan King for 3 months.
Tomorrow, so I might remember.
Actually, that's a good idea. I should change Will's nickname to Dargan King. Let me just do that right now.
He's gonna yell at you. I mean,
Will he know it was Kyle though? That's the question.
he has a feeling that it was Kyle when I was just like when he kept asking about it.
I mean, I just give verbal evidence.
Yeah, there is verbal evidence at this point.
Yeah, that's true. There's video evidence. He just has to find it.
Yeah.
Alright, well, I'm going shopping. Good night.
No,
Yeah,
don't,
no,
don't leave, Lissa. Don't leave.
No, I'm heading out. It's late. It was fun, reminiscing, and all that.
Night.
Night.
Lissa, tune in next weekend. Emily's Away 3 at Digis BB.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah. Okay, good night, guys.
Night.
Night.
What is this thing? Right, that there's nothing in there. Alright. I forgot where that generator is. Do you remember going to this factory, James? Remember Gruntil's factory?
Vaguely. Like I haven't played. Like there's a like Like, I'm just starting to remember how convoluted this level is.
Okay. What I'm a little struggling now is that I'm trying to find that generator door I opened up with the magnet. With that in that magnet room.
Mhm.
I'm trying to find that generator door, and I can't find it. That's the only room I'm trying to figure out, and I don't know what floor it's on. Yeah, I'll get a hint, Master. Please tell me what floor or whatever, what good hint. This is where, like, just to give context, it's like, when I play some games like this, oh, it's in the basement. Okay. Alright. Alright. Oh, wait, wrong place. Thanks, Master.
Alright, there was that one thing you opened up with the battery, and then there was that spinning turbine thing.
Yep. I remember being there once, and I completely forgot where it was.
Oh, yeah, you tried to jump across it, and it yeeted you to, like...
Yep. Yeah, this is what I'm gonna me gonna host. Okay, food. Thanks for the host, food. Much appreciated. But yeah, this is one of those things. Oh, it's right over there. Dang it. Yeah, this is one of those things, Masters, where if I don't want to keep going, get lost multiple times. So it's just one of those, like, I appreciate the hints. Thanks, food, for the host and everything. This is the basement. Where's the turbine?
Oh wait, that wasn't... Okay, never mind.
Wait, this is not the exact place, but I can't do anything here. Oh no, there's jumping shoes. Why is it jumping shoes?
Where was the...
Yeah, I have to go through the pipes. Can I just YOLO it to the other side? I'm just wondering. Testing it out. Yeah, it pushes you all the way back here. So there's gonna be another... How are you doing, food? Your day been going well? Oh, dang it. Alright, Master, I never got to ask, what are your pronouns, if you don't mind me asking? I like to try to ask everyone their pronouns. I got distracted from asking you and Dark about their pronouns. Ian, thanks. Much appreciated.
Wait, I think you can blow open with the bathroom doors.
Well, first off. Where is the camera? Oh, right there. Something here.
I thought I remember there being some sort of secret involving that.
Yep.
Oh no, it's a different bathroom.
What the?
Oh wait, so I am remembering this. Okay. I don't remember how I found this, but...
Well, it did say one of them was not unlocked, or was not locked.
Oh hey. It's the Wonder Department. He's sharing with you a Wonder Trip story in his own.
Yeah, he is. Italian. Oh, so the drill pack did work. This is just a Cheeto page. I'm still trying to find that basement. I know I went to that generator before. I just don't know where it is. Which I'm curious. Can I go up here? There's an entrance over there. Oh, I don't think I ever been up here fully because I went to the other entrance. This one's like, I jump. Is this the way to it? No. Again, this is one of my big complaints about this game. It's way too big. I am getting lost with everything.
Wait, down there.
Huh?
Behind you.
I'm turning. Oh, right. There it is. I missed that before.
Very well marked.
Yeah, this is it. Thanks, James. Alright, I didn't explore all of this place, but let me see. Looks like a boss area.
What can you see in first person?
What, can I go in first person?
Oh, never mind.
I'm just wondering if I can get here.
Close.
Close, but no cigar.
Go look at the floor.
Nope, that's not working. I don't think I can do anything with this fan yet.
I don't remember Ice doing something about that.
I think I might have to turn off the fan or something like that. That would make sense because this is the generator thing right over here.
Yeah, how much of a time you guys can open up individual jiggies are?
There's so many jiggies. And you're required to get at least a good chunk of them. I almost cheesed it on the other side. This is useless.
Let's stand the pit. You ready for some ominous music?
Ominous? Uh-oh. Is this the boss fight room? I was looking for this room. What the? Toilet cleaner? Ew. I believe it states quite clearly. What about Kazooie? I'll work on you as well. Okay, I'm seeing things. Okay, so this one's a homing one. Or like a predicting one. Bless you. I hate these kinds of stuff. Chief win boss. I hate those kinds of I don't like predict where you're gonna go movement pellets. I think those are kind of more bull than anything.
It requires that you change up your movement pattern.
Yeah, I just don't really like them a lot. I think they are kind of like a cheap way to make a boss harder.
I mean, it's kind of where it aims entirely dependent on how you do or how you move. So it's more of like a reactive thing. So like it can't really do anything that you don't let it do. You can do both, you know, might help.
What?
I think rolling might help.
Okay, so he just stopped once you stop sucking, that is.
Shooting directly at him. Winking up. I think if you shoot towards him, it'll move a lot faster than if it's just kind of slowly bouncing along.
Yep.
Is that a nuts and bolts reference?
Possibly.
The game wasn't even on that, or even in the works yet.
Yeah. Ooh, that was close. Don't make me come after you. Just stop coming after me and give me the jiggy. I will fight a boss in each world, though, at least. Did you just say the wahoo? Oh, that must has to be much faster. I guess I have to like run, like go towards him while he's sucking. Whoa. Okay, so if I go far enough from him, he won't be able to get me. Got it. As long as you stay in the corner, this boss fight's pretty easy. Ow.
Oh.
Oh, speaking of which, easy. Okay, that one was kind of bullcrap because I couldn't even see where I was. I hate that it goes in front of the camera like that too. It is N64 stuff, so it's like it's not exactly easy to tell where they land. Gotta start that boss fight all over again. Does any bombs work? Can I use remote bombs as well? Oh, I was pressing the wrong button. I like how they just like go whoa. Okay, the hitbox is a little bit easier. Like it's pretty forgiving. Oh, well, it looks like my welding days are over. Oh, he's a welder? Not a... Okay. Bless you. I broke it. It's kind of, this is kind of gruesome, just having a headless thing. I'm badly injured. This game is pretty gruesome compared to Banjo-Kazooie #1. It's like discombobulated heads. Discombobulate. Discombobulate. Discombobulate.
Left hook. Distract.
Discombobulate. Distract them. Discombobulate. Oh, I should get that sheet now, because I'm here right now. Oh boy, camera angle does not like to turn. Discombobulate. I wonder how many people cheesed it across the fan, because I think it's theoretically possible. Pretty sure a fair amount of people did. So that can avoid you for some, like, the boss fight, and that can avoid potentially get past the fan.
That door is closed. Or like that door that you're approaching now.
Yeah, I can
It's
now.
actually sealed. It was sealed before, so jumping across this wouldn't be anything.
Oh, was it? Oh, okay.
Waste disposal. Oh, I think this is where the
what do I do here?
um,
Nothing, I
think this
guess.
is- Yeah, you're supposed to have an ability that lets you hide in your backpack to protect you.
I mean, I have the sleeping one, but that's it.
Yeah, it's a different one. It also protects you from hot liquids. You've got your first two for the factory.
Yeah, but I guess I have to backtrack a lot now in order to get the other jiggies, because I can't progress without any more jiggies.
I mean, with some of the abilities you've gotten in the recent worlds, you might be able to go back to like the previous worlds and get jiggy you otherwise didn't have access to.
Yeah, I'm gonna. At this point, it's like, yep, this is where it forces you to backtrack. Because, like, let me look at this. Yeah, that's my first one. I got all three here. 3 there. 3 there. 3, 2, 3. Yeah, I need I have 21 in total, and I need more for it. So I need to get like 36 jiggies or something like that. I guess I'll go back to all the way to number 1, because I should be able to do all of number 1 now, I'm assuming.
You got that one ability that lets you jump higher when you're without Kazooie's alone.
Yeah. Which world is that?
There's the eggs in the Dino world.
Oh, right. I should do those, yeah. So there are 4 different areas. 3 different areas. I got the one with the Ooga Boogas. Is this one of those moments where, James, you like in the first game, I had to collect a certain amount of jiggies and notes in order to get to the final boss? Do you think this one I need to?
There's a threshold that we need to meet, but it's not 100%.
Yeah, so it is the same.
Oh, I thought you could jump higher.
Apparently not. Interesting.
No. There was an ability where you kind of like you'd spring up. Oh my god, what are you doing?
I found a clip glitch. So I guess I can't do this now still. If I can't get up there, then the dino world is still like the eggs I can't even achieve anyway. Not all the eggs at least.
What about the nest? Wasn't there like a little divot with something inside it?
In the nest?
Like the Terry's nest up above.
Yeah, there was a divot that had a jiggy down there. I already collected that. Oh, I can go to the theme park ride and collect that kid.
There's also that one sick dino you can load onto the train and take them to the Iowa tags.
Sick dino to take to where?
Iowa Hags, the hub world. There's a train station in the hub world. You can take the sick dino there.
Oh, and had Mambo to heal. That's why he had sick. Right, I could do that. I'll do that right after this one. Those aliens look really stupid. Blah.
Do you smash open the slot machines?
Yeah, I did. I did with like the whatever whatever her name is. Not Mumbo. The person who hates Mumbo.
Wumba.
Wumbo? Is her name Wumbo?
No, Wumba.
Wumba. Wumbo. Hey, Wumbology. Hey, Darunia.
Or was it Humba? Wumba.
How you doing, Darunia?
Oh, is he?
Humba Wumba. Oh, okay, Humba Wumba. I got for M for mini, which should be W for Wumbo. Yeah, I used her powers and destroyed them.
Wombology?
Wombology? At this point, I feel like, actually, with talking about Fairhaven, I feel like that's gonna be a thing where someone's gonna have studied that.
It's first grade SpongeBob. Spark.
Wow. Wow.
Oh damn. This just straight up child.
Yep. Hailfire Peaks, yeah. That's what they were mentioning. Like, Master, Rose, and everyone.
Taken that child to CPS instead. Like, damn.
Yeah. Should, yeah. Also, they animated her boobs.
They're very jiggly.
There's a lot of jiggle figures there.
Jiggy physics. Oh.
Jiggy physics. Get out.
Get out!
There's this part was Area 51. Can I leave this area without Kazooie?
You get scolded.
I get scolded, yeah. Could have programmed it so Kazooie automatically joins you. Right, so the dino, sick dino would go to... We'll go to the train station. I wonder how my N64 would have handled this game. Oh yeah, I am actually excited now that I got getting the analog consoles finally, because I got the shipping confirmation yesterday. I'm actually really happy about that because I've been wanting those for a while. Oh wait, I didn't open this thing. Oh man. There's the treble clef. I think I'm gonna be good on notes. The only thing I'm not gonna be good on is jiggies. Is what I'm gonna be assuming. So where is that sick dino? It's here. I thought it was here. Yep, it is. Where's the train station, though? Do you remember what a train station is, James? James? I think James is currently AFK. I need to figure out where that train station is. And they said that one of the dinosaurs is at a train station. The heck is a train station here? Train station here? Because it'll be close. Yep. Yes. God dang it. There we go, there we go. Oh, wait. Oh.
Plus,
Oh, there you are, James. Yeah, so I take it out here. They can take care of them. I pick up Kazooie.
Grace started the stream at 2 in the morning.
What?
Almost 3 in the morning, and Grace started a stream, I guess.
She did start a stream right now?
Actually, I don't see her online, but Discord just pinged me.
Oh, and she is online. Wow, she is streaming super late. So, okay. I get her there. Then the question is, I bring her back here, or will she come back by herself? Please tell me she comes back by herself. The question is now, where do I find the other one? Because I think the other one they mentioned is like at a train station. I don't remember what train station though. That's the problem.
I think someone mentioned that one of the dinosaurs is at the amusement park.
Was it the amusement park? Because all I remember, I don't remember, because I can't get the info again. But it's like it was one of the they mentioned, it being somewhere at a train station. I just don't remember where.
I think the carnival has like a little section where it's like an amusement park and there's a train station
Did I not get the train station there?
in the carnival.
Yeah, in the carnival.
I don't remember.
It's been a while. bokum. Ika bokum. Alright, so Mumbo will heal here. Thanks for the hydrate, James. Okay, so I guess I have to bring that dinosaur back.
Sometimes I try to, like, how did I find stuff in this?
It's a lot of experimentation. Like, I could eventually figure these out, but I just don't want to go through that frustration. It's a good thing that I'm not, like, recording this. Oh, which I need to put up a poll if that people want me to record Metal Gear Solid 2 through 5. And then I'm gonna have to schedule, recording it with Kyle every once in a while and start making, like, minimal edits with that.
Nothing's going to carry that.
So I do have to bring her back. Dang it.
Actually, I think it just bring her back to the wild shape, but take the rest of the way home.
Well, we'll find out. So Witchy World is where dinosaur?
I think there's a car up there. I think there's a... Oh, right, yeah, there was a slot machine. Not a slot machine, there's a... I think there's like a section of this world where like there's a bunch of things you could unlock with like that armor, like the bank trap lumber.
Bank? Oh yeah, the bank truck. I remember that one. Yeah, this one is the bank truck.
Yeah, I think the dinosaur was somewhere around here.
Let's find out. I'm gonna look around. It's been a while. Oh wait, it is. There was a... I think... Dang it. I haven't... I think I know what you're talking about. I remember something like that
it's
now.
here at the amusement park.
Yes. It was in the jail cell.
What about that door that was opening and closing? Oh, there's the diving board.
Yep. Actually, did I do the diving board first off? I don't know if I did. Because I think I was a truck when I was doing this. I never did the diving board. There's a jiggy up here.
Oh, okay. Be careful.
Yep. Oh God. Mike's. There we go. Got it. Do I dive into that water? I guess I do. Ah!
Oh, goodness.
I didn't. Let's see. My PC expenses continue to snowball. Now my spacebar is broken. Your spacebar? What happened to your spacebar, Master? What? That hurt me? Ah. Play your game. I'm listening to Grace, Justin. Quiet you. Is this the place? I don't think so.
No, there's stuff to do here. Just for...
Yeah, there's stuff to do here, but this is not the jail cell.
Yeah, I can't remember where the jail cell was. It was somewhere near the train station, though, I believe. Was it? Or maybe I'm just... No, I don't know.
Was it actually in here? Because there was a little hole on the other side of this place. At least there's people streaming now that I can now rate. Oh, here it is. There it is. There it is. Let's see. No, like it's collapsed. It doesn't lift up anymore, and something pressure presses when testing. It's just broken while I'm playing Math. Oof. I'm sorry, man. I hope you can fix that soon. Is there like a key move I can do, James?
No. I think not blow it up.
That's what I'm gonna try.
Often the solution to many things in this game. It's just... Okay, there might be keys somewhere in.
Does these say anything? No. Where are the keys? Oh, I can definitely fix it. I just don't want to because it's fixed. I had to fix. Oh, I get it. I get it. Oh, I get that feeling for sure. You gotta be a lazy day, and I get that. I definitely want to have like a lazy-ish day for sure. Do you think there are keys in the world of this world or outside this world? Oh, shoot.
It's been a long time since I've done this.
Well, I mean, let's see how good your memory is all. If I remember correctly, there was a few things.
Did that room, like, did that path going through?
It did, yeah. Why, you think I should go all the way to the end?
There might be something there.
Was it X that hit it? I don't remember. Sometimes you just need to have a specific move. Yeah, Master, I'm just wondering, you can answer this. Is that those gates, do they require a key or do I require a specific move? Because I don't have any move, I can guarantee you, I don't have any move right now that makes me into a key if there's such a move.
Is it a shoulder bash or a...
Those keys don't require keys, I know that for a fact. Those don't require keys. Beak barge. Is beak barge a triple beak?
No,
Or that one?
it's like a... That one.
It's not working. I can apparently get on that. How do I get this? I can try again with the grenade. Oh, I hit it with the grenade. All right then.
You used a clockwork bomb, which sometimes it.
Well, I did hit it with a grenade too, but I guess it has to be more precise than that. Okay, so yeah, it was just a grenade. I could have opened this a long time ago.
Yeah, the first one.
Do I want to free the camel? Should I free the camel? James, should I free the camel?
No, you'll need it.
Ah, okay.
I have an opportunity to ruin his life later. But...
How did he get a beard after those like 2 years?
It didn't take that long to grow a beard.
That's a really long beard. I thought I used grenade on. I guess I had to be more precise. I did use grenade, but I guess I have to be more precise on it. That's kind of stupid.
Wait, what about the path?
Oh, the other path? Alright, yeah, I'll go on the other path very quickly.
I don't know if it's just photos and shit, but I thought
Probably bought it at the Witchy World stall. You know what? I would be not surprised. There's like weird carnivals that has those type of stuff.
So it's just egg. That's it?
Yeah, and then there, I believe this way
Oh,
is.
no, there's a ledge. We have to grab the ledge and it takes you somewhere.
Yeah, that one is already that got up there, and I already got like I think the notes there. That or a cheat sheet.
You've been over here already.
Yep, I've been here already. I just did not know how to open those gates.
Because when I asked if you'd been here already, that's what I was asking.
Oh, that specifically? Yeah. I like you can see in between these teeth, and yet they hurt. It's like paper teeth, but they hurt. Alright, so do I have to take the dinosaurs? I guess I have to take the dinosaurs back home.
And you can finally get one more G.
I need 36 Jiggy, so it's gonna be a little bit before I can even go to the next world. You guys are lucky that I'm a nice little bear. I'm just debating who should I raid after tonight.
You can read Grace.
I could raid Grace. I don't think I probably raided Grace. I could raid Biz, and I could raid Matt, who's supposedly going to be streaming in like 30 minutes. Within 30 minutes, I should say. Hope I don't soft lock again. How could she talk to me? No. Alright, that's all those I can take. I don't think I have everything in the glitchy mine. I think I should be able to do everything in the glitchy mine, right? I think it's called the glitchy mine. Am I wrong? Did I not read that right? Glitter Gulch Mine. I call it glitchy mine now. Glitchy mine. Confirmed. Change. Grant Kirkhope approves. Glitchy mine. Alright, let me look at the totals. What do I have here and what do I don't? I have 4 jiggies left. So if I find 4 jiggies, then I should be able to complete everything in this place, right? I should.
Did you ever meet the queen?
Meet the what?
Oh, there she is.
Yeah, I did. I beat her once. Do I need to beat her again?
The second time, did you get a jiggy as a reward?
Yeah, I got a jiggy once.
I think the other reward is just a note.
If it's just a note, then I'll just do it then, I guess. Because the notes will be helpful.
Or is it the... off this one? I know there's a second opportunity you have to race her, but I don't remember if it's this one or that one that gets a note.
This is not that hard. I'm literally just casually mashing. I guess like for a kid's game, you shouldn't expect kids to be super mashers. Oh no, it's Canary Mary. Canary Mary is the most hated character in the game. Why is she hated? Actually, I legit don't hate her. So I don't understand why she's hated, to be honest.
There's another race, and she's a hell of a lot faster.
Oh.
We'll see.
Is that for like completing the game? Is that why?
No, it's not necessary to complete the game. It's just...
Well, I'm like 100%ing though.
yeah.
Well, good thing I'm not going for 100%, am I? But yeah, if I wasn't Clear Masters, I'm not going for 100% in this game. It's more of like a casual one than anything. But yeah, she was pretty close. So I basically have to mash so hard for that one. Oh, wedged in your... Oh, God. Oh, God. Ugh.
I think the shoe, like the first person activity in this level
Which one?
was a dynamite. There's a... somewhere.
I did get all the dynamite places. I'm pretty confident. I blew up this one, which was covered in dynamite.
Mhm.
Oh, there was this bombable thing. I don't know if I can do this one. There's this one right here. If you remember, James. I need to blow up this thing. Do I need a drill peck on that one?
That might be a good moment.
Dynamite?
To do it from on top of it.
Oh, so that one is like a drill peck one for sure.
I think so.
Okay. Then I can't do it right now because I'm not in that area. I don't even know where I didn't get any jiggies yet. Where have I gotten jiggies and where have I not gotten jiggies? I guess I never got this jig. I never got this jiggy before because I never fell down.
What's down there?
What's down here? The old mines, I guess.
What's anything down the water?
Anything where?
Down the water back there.
Not really. No. Oh, this spot. I've already explored the flooded caves. Yeah.
You got the cheeky grinder?
Yeah, I got the jiggy grinder. I don't have that jiggy though. I don't know how to get that one. Oh, never mind. So I got like I got 2 jiggies. So now I need 2 more. So I now am missing 2 jiggies. I got the jiggy grinder.
There's one thing where you have to use a bunch of dynamite.
Like as one of those like special wombo transformations, right?
No, it's maybe the entrance, but the mission itself it's like the Target Sands Temple where it's first person.
Oh, that one? I did that one. That was annoying.
Remember, like several times after like a dozen attempts, there would be like one piece of dynamite left somewhere in the level,
Yeah.
and it would detonate. I'm like, God damn.
Yeah, no, I had that multiple times and ended up just causing a lot of problems for me.
Did you find the part that connects this world to Witchy World?
This one? No. That's why I was like, guess I have to open this one. Oh, there's a big red button there. I'd never opened this thing. Ah, well, that's a derped on my part. Time to go back to the witchy world. That is one I'm assuming that I'll get a jiggy for.
One counts as part of Witchy World, I believe.
That's counts part of witchy world? Okay.
So there should be 2 more in this world.
Yeah, this is the first person place. Yeah, see, I already got it because I opened the entrance there. So that means if I already got that, then there's that. Master, do you have any ideas for the glitter gulch cave? Oh, no, there's the guy who I want to get his mole friend back. So there's that. That's one. I have to go back to the first one to get. I'll do that right now because that's just like a shortcut. I don't know where one other one can be in the glitter cave. Like the last one. I'm missing one last one.
Okay, destroyed it.
Yep, I already did.
It's a nice boulder.
It's a nice boulder. Do I have enough? Oh, that's 7. Nope.
I think it's a total of 80 jiggies.
80 jiggies? Yeah, that would make sense. They're like 8 worlds, not including the boss one.
This guy's just beating
Yep.
up on me.
80 jiggies would make sense. And I probably will have to get close to like what? Bump some of them. Like I probably have to get close to like 70. I always thought I needed dynamite for that, but I could have destroyed it a long time ago.
Oh, that's so mean.
Yep. Wow, how did we pass her?
This babies dance like that until the end of time.
Yeah, it does. Okay, that's 9.
Pretty sure if you come back after any amount of time, you'll still be dancing.
Probably. All right, so where is this last jiggy?
I don't remember.
Kind of feel like I should just look this up. Because I can't remember. Oh, Wolf. Yeah, it's been a minute. Yeah, how you doing, Wolf? How you been doing? You been doing fine? I hope you've been doing fine. And you've been staying safe and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm currently like looking for the last bit of stuff. Just had a drink and debate with my stepbro. Hope it was not a bad debate. Yeah, I'm just like, what I'm currently doing is trying to figure out what is my 10th Jiggy that I have not gotten yet. I'm thinking it's underground pipe maze is what I'm thinking. We did wind up shouting at each other, but more because we wasn't understanding my point. On account of me not explaining it properly. Oof. Yeah, I hate those kind of debates when those happen. And I get that. That's when things get a little dicey here and there. That Jiggy I've already gotten. That Jiggy I've already gotten. Yeah, that Jiggy I've already gotten. Okay. Debates was on the death of media due to the parent companies not caring about the IP. A lot of companies don't care about the IPs a lot of times. That's basically the erasure of history because they find it more profitable to let it die. Yeah, no, that's a problem with a lot of things, but again, we can't do much outside of them doing whatever they want. Oh, that one I already did. I already did a boss fight, which I have to train. That's obvious. Oh, but I hope that at the end of your guys' debate, you guys ended up being well and all that. Apparently, this last Jiggy might not be in this area. Oh, what Adobe did to Flash, yeah. No, that's a good that's a good explanation. So apparently this last Jiggy is something I never did, James. So it's like right here. I think it's right here. Nope, it's not here. Oh, where was it? Where is it? It's right here. They're not just supporting it anymore. He's updating. They want to try to send a kill switch. Yeah, that's a problem. That's a big problem with a lot of cases with how should I say, like a lot of cases with companies that they end up like not really supporting in the end. It is really tragic, especially with a lot of support and like a lot of past stuff that still utilize it. That's like a really big problem. Okay, so it's back in the world. Planets? Is PlanetSide going slowly offline, James? You play PlanetSide a lot. You play PlanetSide.
There was a PlanetSide before. There's PlanetSide 1, or just the original PlanetSide. Because the game that's currently running now is PlanetSide 2.
Hmm.
And also PlanetSide Arena, but PlanetSide Arena is kind of like the butt end of the joke because a lot of people absolutely hated it.
No. Yeah, passionate years ago, that makes sense. WoW is still going strong, at least. But then again, Blizzard's doing a lot of mess up with that, so understandable why people are not really.
PlanetSide 2 still has a couple thousand people that play on a daily basis, but it's only about 7,000 people, concurrent players across the entire, like all the servers, which isn't much considering it's a shooter in the world.
Really? Okay, so something to do with these Oh. Australia. No, that's not Australia. No. Great. I'm sorry. Is that Britain? Is that UK? I'm not good with flags. Australia's and Britain's flags look the same to me. It's Australia? Oh, god dang it. Sorry, I'm like... I don't know which one sometimes, so it's like, I have to make sure. English is the Union Jack. Okay. Got it. It's confusing sometimes. It's online only game, meaning it's on live support unless they send a patch out peer-to-peer and server code and private servers and eventually die. Yeah, no, exactly. And I get that. But one of the things is about... also, Masters, are you from Australia? One of the things about hey, nice Australia, man. I got a couple friends in Australia for sure too. But one of the things that actually reminds me of like live support is that I recently learned that apparently the PS4 has a very big design flaw. That if the internal battery for it dies, you need to replace the battery, otherwise it cannot read physical discs anymore, or it can't read any games anymore. And if they ever shut down the server, or you cannot connect to the internet, your basically PS4 is completely useless. You can't do anything. The CMOS battery, yeah, exactly. That is something that I'm starting to basically say that Sony now is actually, they were really good with the PS4, but Sony now is like absolutely atrociously bad. It can be fixed with a patch, but will Sony actually do anything? Not sure. Sony has been making a lot of weird and questionable decisions.
They probably don't want to invest in a prior product. Because, I mean, if people can't play their old consoles, it's just all the more reason for them to buy a new one.
Yep. As I said, Sony's, like, at this generation, at the very least, is doing really bad. I wouldn't say it's a strictly financial benefit. I just think it's just, like, there's no all that stuff. Like, there's no full-on reason to. But then again, I guess that goes with financial benefit. Microsoft at least is being very nice with that, and Nintendo is semi-okay with that. It's just they're not great at it. That's not where I put it. Right here. Thank you.
Well, the lava world is kind of stressful.
How stressful.
I mean, if you're careful, not much, but you can easily burn yourself.
Sounds like I'm going to be a Kyle for this level. I tried downloading a copy of Prince of Persia Forgotten Sands I bought years ago but never played. I can install it, but the game won't launch because Ubisoft shut down some servers somewhere. Yeah, no, that's a problem with always online servers. Games are like that, which then you have to mod your computer, like mod your console, mod whatever, and you have to manually do it, which is one of the reasons why people are hurrying to save the PS3's store and stuff. Also just woke up from a long night. Sony has been definitely getting some cheap cuts from cleaning up really down since, yeah. Also, great, well, good morning. We're just playing more Banjo-Tooie to talk about, like, saving and stuff. At least people are working on emulation. Sure, they won't be PS1 for the 25 years, but something. Yeah, it's opposed to nothing, yeah. True fact, Jiggy Puzzles is actually present in Banjo-Kazooie. The thing... I think I heard about the Jiggy Puzzles, yeah. 45. Oh, let's find out how much I would do. Because I want to go to the new world at the very least. And learn some new moves so I can get more jiggies. The thing though about Prince of Persia is completely offline game. Makes sense. Actually, before I forget, I want to get that witch world jiggy. Also, I picked the wrong one apparently. I don't know why that would be a problem, Master, for like the Prince of Persia, but that's definitely something like Ubisoft designed. I don't know. I was considering getting Forgotten Sands because I was curious about it, but I guess I'll find out if I ever get it. There are no reason why games shouldn't run. Yeah, if it's an offline game, they always should run. However, it is the company who publish and the developers to make sure that they can run. Also, where's that box, James? You know where that box is? It's somewhere in the space one, right?
Space. Oh, no. There's that one actually maybe. Is it?
I thought so. Whoops. I didn't want to do this.
Does it let me just play?
I'm just gonna keep doing it.
This is also one of the multiplayer games.
This can be really obnoxiously annoying for people. No, no, I don't want to play again. It's planned. Absolutely, but this is why right ownership in the right to repair are important issues. Yeah, it is always important issues. Wolf, like these are all good points, and I do agree with them. The only problem is that as long as there are a lot of like the current CEOs and companies mindset with their style is gonna, and they keep making the amount of money they want, it's not gonna change, not for a very long time, until most likely it's too late. So yeah. Oh, is it Area 51, James, that I have to go to?
Mm-hmm.
That space crate from the glitter mine. Okay. I can't do anything about this then. I don't know how to turn this thing off.
What about Kazooie? You can jump, use your extra jump height to jump over the fence.
I don't think she can jump height over it. But I could try. Wow. I never tried.
Blow up the fence.
I guess like grenades are a lot more useful than I thought they were. I don't usually try grenades because that's not my first instinct to try blowing stuff off like that. Especially since grenades are only like 25 and they don't teach you all the time to blow the most obvious things up.
Some things they just put a crack in it and we're like, hey, but
That's a lot of times what I expect, and then this game is just like, no. You expect it to figure it, like, blow up when you can, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I like the cracks because it makes it easier to notice.
yeah, that's part of the reason that it's hard to like pick up on something like that in the game is like there are some things in games where you think like, oh, you know, it makes sense if you could blow this up, right? And then you can't.
Yeah, it didn't really teach me that, so I basically am like one of those people that are just trying to understand it. Where is Mumbo? Where did I find Mumbo
Oh,
again?
it's in that fireplace. That fiery. You know,
Oh, right. Yep.
oh, I almost got shot.
Nah, I'll be good. The mother got mad at you. Eh. Oh yeah, blowing up the egg. You know what? I mean, at least got that we got funny dialogue with that. Hey, Cray didn't even know that was funny dialogue with blowing up the egg as well. The reason why...
Match that like that.
Yeah, we tried blowing up an egg. There's a reason why in my broadcast I keep making references to Torg from Borderlands. It's the Torg. Isn't that guy who is the muscle-headed dude who likes blowing...
He looks like Saxon Hale.
Yeah. I still haven't yet to play his DLC and stuff like that. I do own it, but I never got the chance to. I should probably. Yes. Explosions! He's voiced by Mr. Satan from Dragon Ball. I'm fairly
I have
confident.
Borderlands too.
Yeah, I do too. I did promise Jamie and Chris at one time with Sean to try it, but that's been like, eh. But yeah, I haven't tried Borderlands 2 DLC. Have you tried? Do you have all the Borderlands DLC, James?
Comes with it.
Unless you didn't buy the Game of the Year, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I have all the DLC. Borderlands DLCs.
Alright.
I remember the quest with the boner farts.
The Bonafarts? What was that one again?
There's the bowling mogs, and the guy is trying to come up with better names for them. At one point, he just gives up and calls them boner farts.
Yeah, no, I remember that. And then it just like ends up just like, I give up now. And you know what? Bullymong's are still okay.
Remember me and my friend Austin played the game back in the day?
Oh
And
yeah?
we decided to leave one bowling mog left alive. Anytime we'd see a bowling mog, we'd try and ignore it. Just so we could like spend the rest of the game for that, and they would just spend the rest of the game named both. That's boner fart.
Lol, that's funny. Looks like Matt's finally alive. Now it's a debate whether I go with who should I raid though? That's the question. Cause like Biz, Grace, and Matt are alive. Are alive. Yes, I hope they're alive. Oh, put that on a quote board. James. Oh shoot, I didn't even get to the truck. I was thinking of the truck and I completely got sidetracked. Dang it! Matt's wearing a Jurassic Park hat. Nice. It's like who should I raid? I don't know who to raid. This is the problem with like multiple friends start streaming and it's like you don't know who to raid. It's also hard because they're all inconsistent. Well, no, not inconsistent. No, Grace's streams are consistent, but I guess Matt's are now becoming around this time, and then Biz's, I don't know, a little more inconsistent.
there's a pipe there.
Yeah, I didn't notice that pipe, but I did want to go get that, open that door, so... At least I got the Jinjo. Is there any point in collecting the Jinjo? They give, like, free Jiggies, I believe, right?
You collect the entire family, so there's get Jiggy.
Yeah.
Except for one family that died.
Except the one family that died. That is just sad.
Just chalk it up on the naughty list of people that have all died in this game.
Yeah, this game is, like, this game is pretty dark for, like, a children's game. You got even Gruntilda, who is like a literal skeleton. Jinjos give Jiggies when you complete the family. Area 51 open, you can now. It's also a peril ride. What the heck is that?
That's the box that's trapped in the mine.
Oh yeah, that one. Wait, where do I go for this one? Oh, they're there. I need to go up there, that's why. Just so how British Rare is. Is that right? Well then. Where are the suction boots for this one? Because I need the suction boots for this one. I don't see any suction boots. Where are the suction boots at? Also, where do I go for that ad? Whatever. I think I have to go to Spaceland, not Area 51 for this. God dang it, camera. Yeah, Saucer Peril, there it is. Yeah, so I have to go on the trapeze then. There's a lot of innuendos in this game if you pay attention. You may think it's unintentional. They are most of the things. Whenever it's in the game, it goes through multiple people to make sure it's good and quality control wise. So unless it's like a fan translation or a really bad translation, I most of the time think it's very intentional. At least that's how I always see it. British have a lot of children media that's dark. Oh, I've been to Gruntilda's Industries right now. Oh, thank you. Well, I've been to Gruntilda's Industries.
It's not that tricky.
How do I get there?
I don't know.
Established Children Media UK Animals. Someone dies extreme brutal graphic way. Got away with a lot of stuff making this game being second party and all, and confirmed in news that the game was trying to fit with many innuendos, but that Nintendo knows thing. Yeah, makes sense. How do I get there? There we go. Wait, what? How did I get zapped from there? The hitbox is weird. I demand a recount. I'll sue the whole game. Come on. That's a bad joke. Now there's a jump pad. Alright, what is this thing? Oh, this is not gonna be...
It's no pain, it's a way to aim.
Oh god.
Luckily, it's kind of an obvious thing, so you don't have to actually pilot.
How do you expect kids to do this?
N64 still.
Yeah. It's a good thing I'm not playing this on N64. I will say that.
N64, yeah, the 64 control sticks were really jammed. And were prone to becoming very loose after extensions.
Yep. Also, I'm not gonna read chat during this, just because I'm trying to pay attention. So if you mention something, please hold your questions and like comments. I will read them all in this quick second.
One which says the trick is to never stop shooting.
Stop shooting.
Never stop.
Oh yeah, never stop shooting. It's like if there's no accuracy multiplier, then it's like it's fine. But yeah, this is motion sick. It's like this could be motion sickness. Heck, I don't even know if I could handle this as a kid. Right now, it's like perfectly fine because I played many FPSs before.
I would not like this at all.
Which one?
Emoto.
You wouldn't?
Emoto.
Emoto wouldn't. Yeah, Emoto would never like this. This is even worse than any other FPSs you have seen. I think this will definitely take me a few tries if I played this on my N64. Whoa. I don't know how you did this, James.
Nauseating.
It is pretty nauseating.
Almost a first prize.
Oh god. Oh my god, that is nauseating right there. This is nauseating for any kid. Good thing I'm not playing this in VR, whatever. Well, I did it. What was the second prize? Do you get even a chance to get the second prize, or do you have to do it again in order to get the second prize?
Sure it gives you both of them if you place threshold for both.
Okay, so yeah, the second prize was a cheat sheet. No. I just like the jiggy. Alright, what is this? You get animals for yeah. Motion sickness. Woo! I love this minigame. It's not bad, but motion sickness is definitely bad. Wait till it kicks the maximum overdrive. Dang it. 750. Wow, Wolf. Keep in mind this OG file is 20 years old. Kind of fits like the Dodgy Carnival vibe. PG cleaned out the first try. Yeah, it's not bad when you play it on the first, like, without doing the, without dealing with all the what was it, the N64 stuff. Dealing with the like with N64, this is definitely gonna be one of those like really bad control games that I'd rather not deal with, kind of thing. I'm just glad that I was able to clear it out so that I don't have to do that. I'm gonna keep going for a little bit longer, but James, who do you recommend I should raid? James?
So,
Who you want me to raid?
who's all streaming right now?
We got B and Biz, we got Grace, and we got Matt.
So, Biz, Grace,
And Matt. Biz, Grace, and Matt. Matt is doing a Yu-Gi-Oh! Grace is doing Skyrim, Biz is just doing Osu. We're gonna be raiding one of those guys. I just want to keep it variety and change it up if we haven't raided someone in a while. And I don't think I've raided any of them, so we're gonna go random. I'm bad at video games, but when I remember how I played games back then, basically I activate cheats and proceed to tear this game's mechanics apart. Learn how they work eventually. Oh, this so he's useful here. Eventually I got to a point where I understood these games so much that I could blast through them without cheats. That's a nice way to do it, yeah. So I got the lava land. I'm assuming this is important for someone else to come here. So this is the second to last world by the looks of it. Wow. That was annoying.
oh yeah, you've got to be on the move.
Yeah, I got it. So it's like it's the same thing with the pterodactyl one then.
Make your way to the boss and beat the hell out of them, and they'll stop throwing shit at you.
So she's the boss. So it's literally like the pterodactyl. Oh no!
This is what I was talking about.
Falling into lava. Classic. It's like a born mechanic destroying their own toy. Learn how that works and accept it's two of them. Lol.
Oh yeah, there's also another boss on the other side of the mountain.
There's two bosses in this area? Oh. Now that is like what I know. Oh.
They're neighbors.
They're connected. How is this connected? Wait, this doesn't make any sense. Where is she? What? Huh?
It's still the same world. Actually, yeah, that is a good question, considering they...
That doesn't make any sense.
There's no connection. There's no hole on the outside of the door.
I just found it, because why not? Yeah, Humbubble. Have some explaining to do. Ow. So this is all in the same world. There's an ice world and then a fire world. Okay. Well, I'm going to continue with the fire world. I'm going to focus on the fire world more so than the ice world right now. Because one world at a time. But yeah, there's no hole for this. This does not make any sense. Yeah, I have not. Nope. Is there something here that I can do? I'm guessing I can't do anything right now with that. There we go. Oh, well, so like, what am I gonna do, Wolf? Ow. What I'm gonna do, Wolf, is definitely gonna be like, I'm just gonna play the worlds, and I'm not gonna go back to them unless I have to get more jiggies, kind of thing. And I'll go back to the worlds when I am ready, and then after that, yeah, no worries, man. I just want to be like, what my plan is just to get all the worlds, get all the moves, and then I'll start figuring out what I can go back to. Because like right now it doesn't matter.
Should fly up to the top of the mountain and carry that dragon's ass.
I will. That dragon needs to be taught a lesson.
Did
And
you
also,
see that flight path there?
yeah. Actually, can I just fly up there? I guess I could just fly up there.
Probably.
But yeah, no worries. I get that. I get at that too. Come on, baby. I'm gonna light your fire. Must be the pizza delivery boy. Oh, those local jiggy hunters. I was debating to order pizza like today while streaming. Oh wait, I have an idea. Ew. Wait, how did it hit me?
Got a long tongue.
Is this all the boss fight is? Also, I see the ice world over there on the other side. I was wondering why there was an icy place. You can literally see the other side over here. Is this all the boss fight, really? This is a very disappointing boss fight. I mean, I guess, like, in a sense, it's two boss fights in one. this is not a hard boss fight. As I say, and then I'm gonna eventually die to it. Is it a her or a he? I can't tell with this thing. Hey, dragon dude. Or dudette. Give me your pronouns. Oh wait, you're dead. Okay, brother. Big Al burgers.
Compared to their body.
Yeah. I think this one's a female. It's a female? Well, she definitely wanted some pizza.
Sausage pizza.
Oh, sausage pizza. Oh, he was too. You guys were making some spicy comments there. Now, children.
There's no jiggies for free in this too.
Is there any jiggies? I didn't see any jiggies.
Oh, this is all the jiggies for being built up now.
I think you probably have to beat both of them, is what I'm assuming. But I want to get that fast travel point right here. What are those things? What? Oh no.
Yeah, no food.
I got touched in the wrong places. Well, I'm gonna need fire eggs for the next one. Terminator 2. Eh. How come this doesn't melt the ice? So there's a construction crane down there. Excuse me, lady. Okay, let's see. How do I get that? The old pump. I need that. Oh wait, is there another one over here? Oh, it is. It's an old pump. Yeah, those things, I remember those things. Do they still work? They should be still around.
Yeah, you still pump oil with that.
Where's a flight pad? I'm looking for a flight pad so I can kill both bosses. Is there no flight pad here? The abominable snowman. Come on, that's not... I haven't misplaced my husband, George. Because we're stuff in the sky. Why can't I burn her? You can, in fact, you need to. Oh, this guy! High 100 hertz scanning? Really? It's a rare old mascot? Really? Can I kill her? Oh, can't. Oh, it's this place. That didn't work. I probably have to find our husband. I'm trying to find a way up to the mountain is all. There's the train station button, but I don't have enough weight for it.
I don't even know you have to smash his foot. You have to bait the dragon into throwing him.
Yeah, but I'm trying to figure out where do I bait the dragon? You have Dragon Kazooie at this point. Dragon Kazooie. I haven't even found, like, Mr. Sergeant yet. I'm guessing this is a Minzo or whatever. Yep. Here, help. Is that a Minzo? Is it a Minzo or Jin? Like, that's a fake one, right? Also, I could see the eyeballs fall to the ground. That's kind of creepy. Minjo, yeah, that was it. How do I get to that dragon? I want to beat that dragon and then we can call it there.
Maybe if you find the Yeti, with the really big one, the big.
Okay,
Real
so
big.
there's a Yeti right here.
No, there's a big one. There's a really big one.
Oh, really Bigfoot? Big Yeti with a big foot.
He's guarding a pair of boots that you use to jump up your way up.
Let's find him. Is there one over there? What is this? I swear, I've been to every place so far with snow. Where's the abnormally large-footed Yeti? Are you it? No. Something that you usually don't get to see. Yeah. It's interesting to see what people do when they struggle to see when you know something you know, but they don't know. I'm gonna follow this track because... So it's all the way... Oh, there it is. Oh my god, he is a big foot. Enormous foot.
Hello.
Oh my god, he's eating his toe. I keep skipping it.
You stand here, like the dragon will try and throw one.
Yep, got it. See, that's the thing about the previous dragon. At least it told me how to do that. So this one is like, alright, you do the same thing with the ice dragon. No, don't know what those on 4chan have a name for. I never been on 4chan, but I know what 4chan is. I've always heard it when I was growing up.
Fortunately, has a seedy reputation.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly just because the fact that there's isn't really strict regulation as to what people are allowed to post.
Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, this is a lot faster. Oh, it burns. Hey, Ganon. This was a lot faster. So I'm assuming that with each brother, they go faster depending on the...
What do you beat first?
Yeah, which one you beat first. I keep... Is that... Am I not... Yeah, why am I keep getting hit by that?
You have to jump on. Well,
Yeah, see?
jump a tad higher before you. There you go.
I mean, like, the tracking I got, but the problem is just, like, that jumping was fine. That's what I used to do, and now it's not working. That's the problem. So I'm assuming that the timing is weirder, / the hitbox is much bigger. Too bad there's no fast travel point for up there. I like how they say, like, I'll chew on your bones once more. And it's like they already chewed it before. What? What? Come on! That's kind of bullcrap right there. This is not a fair boss fight for the player.
Wombo combo.
Especially since you don't have any invincibility frames, I can't drop faster. That's actually not fair. Okay, this is absolutely a fight that I can't defend on a game programming aspect. I really can't. This is like straight up like... Not because I'm complaining that I'm having a hard time with the fight, it's just... That kind of speed and all that stuff is like not great. Also, Wolf, I just want to make sure, try not to give me too many tips. As I said, I just want to try to play this as my own. So thank you for the tip, but that's kind of like something I would not have discovered on my own. And I do like to try to beat this on my own. Just FYI, heads up. It's fine. I do appreciate the tips, but there's like some things that when getting lost is different versus like fighting a boss. Like, see, okay, I tried doing the Kazooie, which is one of those things is that I try to do, and then there's that. As again, that is something on a game programming aspect I will not defend. The speed and the fact that you don't get invincibility is not fair for any player. That is like straight up like jerkish design in aspects. Like they make it artificially harder by doing that to a player, but instead it just makes it more frustrating. That's not great. Sorry, Tuesday. Sorry about the sound alerts. I will get them fixed next stream, but I will get that fixed next time. But earlier the sound alerts were super loud. Some were extremely loud when I didn't even change any I couldn't some of the sound alerts just ended up being way louder than others, so I had to like turn it down a lot just in case. But I will get it fixed. I get them being dicks, but that does not excuse. I don't consider that as a good excuse, Wolf. Like, to anybody who tries to defend them just because like that's their signature and stuff, like that's not a good excuse. Just because you're notorious of that does not mean you should make a game that is extremely difficult for any player. I won't really condone like protecting developers that are purposely make a game extremely hard just because they feel like it. I feel like that just ruins a game's experience just for their like sadistic entertainment. I really don't. I'm more of a person that if this game is designed for everyone, which Banjo-Tooie is supposed to be, this is not the way to do it. I'm losing some frames. What the heck happened to my frames again? Alright, James, after this boss fight, who do you think we should raid?
Grace, isn't
Grace?
And you said who's on Grace, Biz,
Grace,
and who else?
Grace, Biz, and Matt.
Pastor Pat, I guess.
Pester Matt? Let's go Pester Matt then.
Oh, I don't want pizza anymore.
I've always been on a mean streak for games far back as Battletoads. I get Battletoads, but I still don't. Battletoads, yes, it's extremely hard, and I also don't think that it should be that hard. Most of the LJM. Yeah, I get that, Wolf. As a person, I just still don't. I won't condone like this type of stuff because I feel like this is just. It just ruins the experience more so than anything. And I get your point, Wolf, but for me as a player, I don't consider it a fun tactic. They're good developers. They have good ideas. But man, they really do not like play nice with new players. It's kind of infuriating sometimes. Alright. This is a good stopping point. We beat the boss.
Left your chicken.
We collect the Jiggy. We beat the boss. And now we are gonna be raiding somebody. And I think it's fine you're thinking it funny, Wolf, for sure. Alright. I'm gonna say hello to Biz and Grace before I head off for the night, but we're gonna be rating the Matt Star 007 for sure. He is currently playing Yu-Gi-Oh! And we're gonna give him some hellos. Raid message can be whatever you guys want, by the way, but I'm gonna do my ending parts. So for sure, thanks Wolf for joining. Thank you Master Tuesday for joining as well. Thank you guys so much. I got a lot of games done today, and I will be playing more Tooie planning next week. Let's see. I have like I beat Super Mystery. I'm gonna finish up Super Mystery Dungeon. I'm gonna see how far I get in Tooie, and then probably gonna see what other games I got in store to complete. So I think thanks James for helping. Thank you Wolf. Thank you Master. And then thank you everyone for whoever joined for Tooie. It was a lot of fun telling stories and all that stuff. I'm going through another frame storm, so I'm gonna probably end this off very soon because my frames are dying right now. So sorry about that. But yeah. I'll be coming back next week with more of those games I've listed on my stream. And obviously you give me a follow. I have public Discord. If you want to, feel free to join. I do post my schedule of what I'll be playing for the weekend at the very least. Thanks for staying around, Masters, for sure. I just will mention that I do like to change up my how did Tooie go? Oh, Tooie went well, kind of all that jazz, but we're about to raid someone great, but I'm just gonna say really quickly, just like I'm gonna be streaming finishing up Pokemon Ranger next Wednesday for sure. Dude, Wolf, thank you for the sub, much appreciate. Thank you for that, and you got access to my weird face emotes for sure. Some of them have been pretty cool. But thank you so much, man. I do appreciate you helping and sticking around for sure. And Craig, thank you for helping too with Tooie. But I'll be rating soon. But I think next week I'm gonna be finishing up Pokemon Ranger, and that'll probably on Wednesday at 1 p.m. Pacific time. And I'll probably be thinking of what's gonna be my next game I'm gonna be playing. And then there is my Friday and Saturday games I'm going to be playing and seeing what I get to decide to play. I'm probably going to be making some announcements for my YouTube channel for future games, as well as some my anniversary stream going to be coming up very soon. So yeah, I'll be making some of that. So if you haven't joined my Discord and all that, I'll be making that announcements. But I'll also be making those announcements on my Twitch. If you guys feel free to just stay on my Twitch for sure. Other than that, I think it's gonna be time for we have some fun. James, do you have a raid message, or you just want to spam whatever emails? Spam emotes? The spam emotes. You're doing good work. Here, I figured out a few bucks ought keep your trouble. Thank you. Yeah, no worries, Wolf. I appreciate the help, and I do appreciate you sticking around. You joining in and everything was a lot of help for sure. So I do appreciate it, and really do appreciate you just subscribing and everything too. But yeah, for sure, I'll be ending it off here. I'm gonna give Matt a raid because he's been back, and kind of figure why not give him a raid. So anyway, hope you all take care. Hope you all have a great rest of your night and great rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you guys in another stream. It's been a lot of fun for sure, and keep a lookout on some cool announcements later. Anyway, I'll catch you guys later. James, you have any last words? Any last words, James? You want to say? No. All right. Well, hope to see you guys in another stream, and I hope to see you. I hope you all have stay safe. So take care and have a good night, everyone, or good rest of your day wherever you live. Catch you later. Spam emotes, whatever raid message you want. Let's go.